Brought to you by Northville Lumber. 5 fourth-down attempts, and the Lions converted 4 of them during a huge primetime game last night against a division foe that's on their heels in the standings. The biggest gamble coming with less than a minute to go, and Detroit already in field goal range, but Dan wanted to burn the clock and went for it. Jake Bates able to kick the chip shot with no time remaining. 34-31 victory as they sweep the Packers this year. Campbell said they wanted to end the game on offense and knew in his gut that he needed to go for it on that play. That's the 11th straight victory now, officially putting Detroit in the playoffs for a second straight year. However, their sights are set on another division crown and a 1 seed, which would earn them a bye. It wouldn't be a Lions game without defensive injuries. Aleem McNeil missing the second half with a head injury, and Brian Branch came off the field late with cramping. Detroit gets 10 days now before they have to play again, which will be at home versus Buffalo. As for the Red Wings, they were 40 seconds short of earning a point at Ottawa. The Senators did find the back of the net to break their tie in the final minute, 2-1 the final. Detroit fails again to get back to 500 on the year, despite killing all 5 of Ottawa's power plays on the road. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
What a football game. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John, Victory Friday. How's that sound to you?
Oh, my goodness. What an unbelievable game. And, I mean, expectations, hopes, dreams. I don't care what terms you use because those are the ones that we talked about the last couple of days. Do you expect to win? Do you hope to win? Are you dreaming it's a win? And they all came up, yes.
Aleem McNeil went down in that game. So the defense that was already depleted was a phone call away from you playing. And they won the game anyway. And that's what we talked about. They had to be led by their offense.
Yeah.
4 of 5 on fourth down. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about those fourth down decisions today. But Campbell said, I got to win with my offense. And he, to his credit, stuck to him. Those are 1 yard, 2 yard. You've got this offense. You're going to go for it. You're going to win the game. And, John, they've won a lot of games. They've won 12 games, 11 in a row, and they've clinched a playoff spot 3 weeks before Christmas. I mean, it's unbelievable what this football team is able to do. Shorthanded, big spot, tough opponent, find a way to win.
Back-to-back 12-win seasons. And I think the biggest thing is we all know what this means for not just the division. You've eliminated the Packers from the division race. Now it is solely focused on the Minnesota Vikings. And if it comes down to it, you get them the last game of the year.
Bring it on.
I agree. It's in Ford Field last night, and I want to hear from Heather because it looked on TV like it was unbelievable. So Colin finally talked you into it, eh?
Well, yeah, I mean, I told you at the end of the show, he texted me and was like, dude, I'm fired up again. We got to go. So we worked out a babysitter. Grandma came through, got tickets. It was kind of like...
Grandma might be the MVP.
Magical. It was a freaking awesome game. It was so much fun.
I'm so excited to hear more about it because it looked like it on TV.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Grandma.
But it just and obviously everything didn't go right for the Lions.
Now Goff threw a pick. They didn't get one of the fourth downs in their own territory.
Yeah, but how about Tim Patrick?
Yeah.
The old guy.
You know what we're calling him? Timmy P.
Timmy P.
Yeah.
Timmy P.
Timmy P.
Out of nowhere.
What about T-Pain?
T-Pain?
It's already taken.
Yeah.
That's all.
He hadn't caught a touchdown since 2021. He caught 2.
I know.
In the biggest game of the season to date. I told Timmy P, sure.
Yeah. It was so much fun to watch. And I kind of went through the same angst that you just mentioned, right? Aleem McNeil goes down. And I was at Ruby's basketball game watching it, trying to keep score at the same time. And then after the game, we're watching it on somebody's phone, and Aleem McNeil was walking off the field. I thought, oh my goodness, how is this possible? How is it possible? And then they said head injury, and I thought, oh no. I mean, it's protocol. Apparently, it's not concussion related. It is some other type of head injury. I don't know if it's a wound, a cut. I don't know. But at least we know it's not. He's not in the protocol, so it's there could be some more definitive results from other tests or whatever to get him back on the field for the Bills. That's a problem or a discussion in 10 days or over the next 10 days. The defense. I thought this was under 100 yards rushing. I know it was 3 rushing touchdowns for Jacobs, but I thought the defense stood up and did everything they had to do with. I mean, we go from whatever we were calling the defense before to now it's a no-name defense. We're talking about guys that you didn't even know were on the roster. Yesterday, I said a couple of names. You're like, huh? Wait a second.
I thought you were testing me. Like, could I slip a name in there that's not a real person?
It's unbelievable.
But
Ryan Madrid starting at defensive tackle.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Ryan Valade is going to make a key tackle late in the game. No, it was Zeke Turner.
Right.
Like, who? Zeke Turner. Pat O'Connor. People know about him because he's an Eastern Michigan guy, and he played really well in the interior. But Pat O'Connor is not he shouldn't be on a 2 deep for a playoff team, but there he is making plays for this team. And it's the next man up mentality on steroids last night. I don't think the defense was anything special, but they got a key stop in the red zone late. And, John, you got to have someone pick you up. If you don't have your best on defense and you're just doing enough, you're going to need the offense to lead the way. And they did. Late in that game, time and time again. Like, I thought the Packers' first touchdown drive was kind of a whoa moment. It was a 12-play drive, 7 minutes, 10 of the 12 plays were on the ground. They score a touchdown. It makes it 10-7. You go, okay, we're going to see what they're made of. You know what Detroit did? They marched right down the field and scored right before the half. So, like, they consistently rallied. Even when Goff threw that interception, his very next drive, march him down the field and into the end zone, the Lions go. Ball at the end of the game, it's tied. You got to go win it. And they did. And it's everything we had talked about. You got to win different ways. Some weeks they've won with defense. Some weeks they've won with special teams. Some weeks you got to win with the number 1 offense in football. And, John, that's what won them the game last night was his offense. And for anybody who wants to go, I didn't like some of Dan Campbell's decisions, you don't win the game unless he does all of them.
Right.
2 touchdowns were 4th down calls in the red zone. We're talking inside of 3 yards. You're playing to win the football game. He's not playing to put his defense out there. He's playing to win with his offense. And the 4th down at his own 31. I think that was the first game, the first play of the game where people might have gone, oh no.
Yeah,
is Dan going too far? John, it's a yard. Maybe you don't like the play call going outside, but they showed everybody was mugged up around the centers and the guards. There was nowhere to QB sneak it, so they decide to attack the edges. They got swarmed. They lose the conversion.
Yeah.
But at the end of the game, the other 4th down, where he could just kick the field goal 40 seconds to go, and he's like, I'm not leaving Jordan Love a chance to beat me.
Right.
I'm winning the game. It's inches. I got David Montgomery. I'm winning the football game. I'm not playing to give them a chance.
And if you were listening to the broadcast at that time, it was Kirk Herbstreit doing he old school mindset, right? Not Dan Campbell's, Dan Gamble, whatever you want to call him, go for it on 4th down every single time, 4th and short. It was, they called the timeout, and they're obviously going to kick it. And he went from they're obviously going to kick it to the offense stays on the field, and it was, they're going to try and draw them off sides. They'll let the clock drain down. They'll try and draw them off sides. If not, they'll call timeout and kick it. Like that was the old school mentality. And then they snap the ball, and Glasgow steps on Goff's foot, and he is going down. Reaches the ball out to David Montgomery. And I think the key block, we could talk about obviously you're going to run it behind Penny Sewell. Everybody in the world knows where that ball is going.
Yeah.
But it was Sam Laporta coming in motion to give him the best angle to get inside, because you had Zeitler and Penny Sewell double team in the 3 technique. But I thought it was great play setup to give Sam Laporta the best available angle. And he's got to know at the time to slow down when he gets to that spot so that Jared Goff can snap it at the right moment and get inside that outside linebacker. I thought it was drawn up perfect. It was called perfect. It was executed perfectly. But the block of the day was actually Sam Laporta on that play.
It's a huge play in the game, right? I mean, it cements the game.
Yeah.
And listen, you guys know I'll call it Dan Campbell decision aggressive when it warrants it. I don't think any of those were reckless decisions that he made yesterday. I didn't think they were reckless. You may have thought they were reckless out there in listener land. I don't think they were reckless. They were all 4th and 1, 4th and inches, 4th and 2. We're talking the stakes.
Yeah.
It's touchdowns. It's game ending. It's going for it. And the backdrop of it all is you don't have your defense. You are on fumes on defense. You don't want to give them a chance to beat you with your defense on the field. Now, if it's 4th and 7, reckless, right? If you've got an elite defense and it's 4th and 10 and you're just, I'm doing it to do it because reasons, that's reckless. I don't think the decisions he made yesterday were reckless.
No, and we talk about lessons learned. When we come back from the break, I want to talk about a lesson that was learned, not by the players, but by Dan Campbell, why to go for it on all of those 4th downs.
Hell of a tease. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, as they did me, and ask you as many questions as it takes to find out as much as they can about your situation, your family, your kids, your life, your goals, so that they can build a financial plan that is unique to you and everything that you need. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Little Texas route. Lions get the big touchdown early. Tigers are on my mind because these ticket texters are comparing the defense to the Tigers. Bunch of no-names finding a way. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We are in on a Victory Friday following primetime win against the Green Bay Packers. And we've got open lines, 248-539-9797. John, that was a fourth down touchdown you just heard from Dan Miller. The fourth down decisions. Campbell made 5 of them. They converted 4 of them. Not all of them people agreed with. But you think he learned a lesson.
Oh, I do. And it's about no regrets. Having absolutely no regrets, knowing exactly what team you have on the field and what's on the sideline, what you're going to be doing during the game. And let's go back to the NFC Championship game. And what did we say yesterday? This was going to be a defense that was going to be very similar to the one that we saw at the end of the year because of the injuries. You're down 12 guys, down 13 at one point because Aleem McNeil's no longer in the game, 9 starters. And it was going to be one that wasn't the same quality that you started the season with. Now, they played good. But he knows exactly what he has on defense. So some of those decisions are guided by that. It's also the lessons that whether it's the team has learned since Dan Campbell has been here or he has learned himself. So NFC Championship game, scores 21-7. They get the ball and they march down 17 plays, 68 yards for a length of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Just before halftime.
Huge.
They're up 21-7. All convention says, hey, you get the ball down inside the red zone. It's inside the 10-yard line. It's first and goal from the 7, 28 seconds. You don't gain any yards. Second and goal from the 7. You gain 1 yard. All right, timeout. Then it's third and goal from the 6. All right, and you pick up 3. Now you call a timeout. It's 4th and 3. They're debating, should we kick it? Should we go for it? They end up kicking it. And I didn't think it at the time. Gov was all over it. At the end of the game, he said, I think this is a decision that Dan Campbell will regret. Not going for the touchdown on 4th and goal at the 3-yard line
in the NFC
title game. And it comes back that, they end up losing the game. And things could have gone a lot of different ways. But I think he learned from that decision, hey, I don't want to have any more regrets. We get into a game that may decide the division, may be a deciding factor in getting the 1 seed and playing that NFC Championship game at home. I'm going to go for it. He was in that situation 5 times, went for it 5 times, and only came up short once. That, to me, is a coach that is coaching to his strengths, to what he believes in, and doesn't want to make a decision that at the end of the game, he looks back and says, well, if I had just gone for it. Well, he did, and he was successful, and they won.
So I thought last year after that, and I didn't come to really that conclusion until a couple days after. I think we all had to clear our minds a little bit, but I was thinking about the game, and I was thinking about him. And I can't remember what it is now. You kind of hit me off guard bringing this up today.
Yeah.
But there was something from the 2022 season that he had a major regret about, and I couldn't remember what it was. So I was kind of
Was it the Minnesota game? It was his biggest regret of his career?
Yes, and I thought, well, okay, he said that he owned it. He's always owned everything. And that last year he did – I kind of just felt like, man, what was the kneecap choice in that game?
Yeah.
He's going to put up with Jahmyr Gibbs fumbling. He's going to put up with a fluky bounce. He can't control that. But what can he control? See, that's what he does as a head coach. He seizes control of a situation. And I thought, in hindsight, the Dan Campbell decision in that game last year was to go for the kill.
The Dan Campbell decision is, if we're going to lose, it's going to be because of me, not in spite of me, or not because I made a decision that went against everything I believe in, and I fell back on old school traditional football thinking, take the points. It was, hey, moving forward, I want to give my team every advantage going into it. And you could tell from the way the guys were talking that in the pregame speech, it was, hey, we get 4th down, we're going for it.
Tim Patrick confirmed that on the field after the game. Timmy P, or as some ticket texters are calling him Patrick. Yeah. He is him. 2 touchdowns. But John, you're right. I actually think this is a great observation. that decision at the end of the half last night is the opposite of what he did in the NFC title game. And I'm sure it played a role in making sure that he gives his team the best chance to win. Their best chance to win was with the offense on the field. It was to score touchdowns instead of field goals. They did it from the start to the finish of that football game. And John, to the point, they didn't punt in the second half. Jack Fox was in the suite. He was serving hors d'oeuvres. Yeah. Like, they did not punt in that second half. They knew, hey, shootout's on, our only way to win. And it's a yard, it's 2, it's 3. It's not 4th and 10. It's not 4th and 12. He didn't do something crazy on tilt. These were sound decisions. And I think most coaches don't make them, so we think they're like crazy.
Right.
More coaches should be going for it on 4th and 1 and 4th and 2. Go win the game. Don't leave the back door open for a quarterback to come storming down the field against your dilapidated defense. Win it right now. And it was nerve-wracking. No one's denying that. Exactly. No one's denying that it was nerve-wracking.
Never leave the back door open.
But that's what he's paid to do, is to make those big, bold decisions. And he put the nuts on the table. That's what he did.
He did.
He did. We got to get our picks in before the hour's over. Tom, you got a point?
Just quick, you said he put the nuts on the table.
Yeah.
Jared Goff referenced it. We'll have to play that cut later in the show today.
Yeah.
Jared Goff talked about that?
He didn't say nuts. He said stones.
Yeah, his stones. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There's a lot of references for.
Sure.
Let's get to Heather in the news.
Yep. So the search continues for the gunman who fatally shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and investigators are saying that the suspect traveled by Greyhound bus to New York before the shooting, and they're also saying that he used a fake New Jersey driver's license to check into this Upper West Side hostel where he was staying. So he paid in cash when he was there. The thing is that he had a little flirtatious moment with the clerk there at the hostel where he took down his face mask. So now there is some smiling photos of him where you can see his entire face, and they are circulating online. Obviously, they're hoping somebody's going to recognize this guy first off, right? But they also say they're tracking the suspect using a trail of surveillance videos and also a burner phone and a water bottle that they believe was dropped by the suspect. And police have lifted one fingerprint from the water bottle, but they say that it was smudged so that it's not really like conclusive.
Definitive,
But they're hoping that maybe he drank out of it and they can get some
DNA. Create a profile.
Man, but they're just saying this was very, very well planned, but not well orchestrated, because this guy did leave behind key pieces. Like they should never have been, if you're really planning this out, never drop your burner phone. You don't leave behind a water bottle, things like that. But they're saying like he basically just wanted to be a ghost, got away from there, got on his bike to Central Park where he probably changed his clothes and then just wants to like
blend in.
Yeah, disappear. Now that the winter weather is here and it's officially arrived, you need to be aware of how close you are getting behind snowplows and salt trucks when you're on the road. So there is a new Michigan law. It was passed over the summer, and drivers must stay 200 feet behind a snowplow when it's driving. So that distance, if you can't imagine it when you're on the road, is about 13 to 16 car lengths. So it's a big distance. You need to stay behind them. And when the plow is stopped, like at an intersection, drivers can be no closer than 20 feet from that truck. And if you do get too close, you could be fined up to $100. So something to pay attention to. Plus, snowplows are also included in the Michigan move over law. So you know how you got to slow down and move over if you see police or EMS, fire trucks. You need to do the same thing if you see a snowplow or a salt truck on the road.
It all makes sense. I feel like nobody stays far away from these snowplows. That first one, I feel like I never see cars maintaining that level of distance with a snowplow.
They don't, which is why this is brand new. Yeah. I mean, it just went into effect over the summer, so we haven't had.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this is new. Yes. No one's had to do this yet, but they say because it's dangerous to get that close, and there's been incidents and accidents. You need to give these people room to do their job. Yes. On Thursday, the Michigan Senate approved a bill that would extend the maximum length of time people can receive unemployment insurance benefits by 6 weeks and increase the cap on payouts, which was set more than 20 years ago. So the main sponsor of this unemployment bill says that Michigan is the lowest in the Great Lakes region for unemployment benefits and the only one that is at 20 weeks. So now, under this bill, the maximum amount of time somebody can receive unemployment benefits would go from 20 weeks to 26 weeks. And the bill would increase the weekly cap on benefits from $362 to $614 over a 3-week period.
All right.
Yeah.
So there you have it. If you're receiving unemployment
I was
benefits,
going to say, if you're in a tough spot,
this is for you. Michigan Athletic Director Warren Manuel signed a 5-year contract extension that takes him through 2030. So he has been the athletic director since January of 2016, and this will be the second extension of his contract. And he is making $1.1 million annually and is eligible for up to $150,000 in incentives, with the university contributing $350,000 annually to a retirement plan.
There you have it. Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Friday picks. We'll take Lions phone calls all morning long, but let's get some picks out of the way. It's next, 97.1. Friday edition, look ahead edition, championship weekend in college football, and some big NFL matchups in the NFC North. Greg, tee it up.
All right, one of the best weekends of the year will start in a de facto opening round CFP game, Big 12 title game in Arlington. Arizona State favored by 2.5 points against Iowa State. Jim.
I am not picking Matt Campbell in a big game. Will not do it. I think you can run on this Iowa State team. Scattaboo, give me Arizona State.
I am going to pick Matt Campbell in a big game. And he has played in this game, coached in this game, not played in it. A little experience, I think, helps in that situation. These conference championship games can get very strange. And I like weather. I'm going to go with the Cyclones.
Okay.
I like weather.
Yeah, I like weather. I'll go with the Cyclones as well. I am going to talk about Matt Campbell. I mean, we are approaching the Matt Campbell coaching search season. And this is just another reason why when he wins this game, he's going to be top of the list for whether it's the Bears, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's so many different coaching jobs that he will be in the running for, and it all starts with a win on Saturday.
I kind of like weather too, Tom. That's not my reason I was going to pick Iowa State, but I do like that they're the Cyclones. And my nickname used to be Hurricane Heather, so it kind of combines. And
I can see that.
what it's because whenever I walk into a room, I create a huge mess, and then I just leave. That's where it comes from. Also, there's a song that I start singing.
Rock
What
You
is
Like
it?
a Hurricane?
No, Cyclone
Oh, okay.
by Baby Bash. So let's
can
go.
we get a little piece of it?
No,
Come on,
you
you
cannot
can't offer that and not get some.
All right, John, I'm with you. Let's kickstart the Matt Campbell NFL coaching rumors. Cyclones.
Am I on an island with Arizona State?
You
With the
are.
devil.
Let's go to the ATL. Texas is a 2.5-point favorite taking on Georgia for the SEC championship. Gov.
All right, one of my sneaky bucket list items in my life is I just want to go to an SEC championship game. I think the environment, late afternoon, Saturday, 1st Saturday, December, it's just one of those awesome environments in sports. And Georgia is playing there for I don't know how many times now, but they've got the experience. It's in Atlanta. I don't care that Texas beat them twice. I'm going Dogs.
You know what? When I look at Texas and I look at the only mark on their record, it's a loss to Georgia. And it is one that sticks out. It's one that, hey, they want a chance to redo. They're going to get that chance to redo. And I don't care if it's in Atlanta. I don't care where this is. I think Texas is the more consistent team. And I think that they're going to come out there and just boat race the Bulldogs. Give me Texas.
I'm also going with Texas. Going to stick with the Longhorns.
Yeah.
No particular reason.
I did hear that Bevo will not be welcome in Atlanta.
Is Uga going to make the game this time? He didn't in Texas.
Right.
Does he want any of that Bevo smoke?
That's right.
Why is Texas favored after losing by 2 scores in the first matchup? Vegas is incentivizing you to take Georgia. No, you don't. Texas.
Yes.
Costa.
Give me Texas. I'm with you.
Oh.
I can't trust
Georgia
Carson.
Island.
The Dogs is a dog in Atlanta on an island. I'm getting my first island win this year.
I just can't trust him. Carson Beck has been erratic, turnovers. They haven't run it consistently this year. This is not a vintage Georgia defense, and I do think Texas gets their revenge.
Gov just with the kiss of death of his own pick.
Yeah.
Right.
ACC title game in Charlotte. SMU favored by 2.5 points over the Clemson Tigers. John.
I look at some of the losses that Clemson had. The one that sticks out to me the most is that loss to Louisville. That one I can't make sense of. But losing to Georgia at the beginning of the season, kudos to both of those teams for scheduling that game. And then, it was a tough loss against South Carolina. I think Clemson is, along with Oregon, one of the more improved teams that we've seen from week 1 to where we are now. I think Clemson finds a way to get the job done against SMU.
Heather.
I've never heard of SMU, so I'm going with Clemson.
That's fair
It's 'cause
enough.
They got the death penalty.
Yeah, they were killed at one point.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
If you were to come to my house, you would hear my son playing with his toy horses, making horse noises. So I'm going to go with him, and I'm going to take the Mustangs. Yee! Jim.
Whatever that was, the opposite of that. Give me Clemson.
Yeah.
I'm going Clemson as well here. This game's virtually impossible to pick because I still don't know if I trust SMU, but I can just sort of see this come Monday morning. Dabo somehow got the Tigers back to the playoff.
Well, and this, if Clemson wins, that's really the one thing that stirs things up in the college football playoffs. So I want chaos.
Chaos. Big Ten title game in Indianapolis. Number 1 Oregon favored by 3.5 points over number 3 the Pennsylvania State University. Heather.
Well, I'm gonna choose Oregon.
Quack, quack.
Quack,
Yeah,
quack.
quack. Okay.
Penn State has a problem with Ohio State and Michigan. Those helmets aren't on the other side this time. The mental block is gone. Give me Penn State.
Oh, you're going with the Fighting James Franklins? Really? Wow.
We are a disappointment in every big game we ever play. There is no way I would take Big Game James.
Yeah.
Give me the Ducks.
I'm going Nittany Lions here. I think Oregon's been playing with fire a little bit late in the season, and Penn State's got a good defense.
Oregon is the most patient team I think I've seen in at least a decade in regards to it's just that slow water drip until you just can't take it anymore. They're willing to take the short pass. Dylan Gabriel is a patient quarterback. Dan Lanning has been patient with this team. I've talked about it all season, every single week. I mean, they start off with Idaho and nearly lose that game in week 1. And now here they are, the Big Ten championship game, the number 1 team in the country. There's no way they lose this game. Give me Oregon.
All right, to the NFL. Falcons travel to the Vikings. Vikings favored by 5.5. It's the Kirk Cousins reunion with his old team. I'll take Captain Kirk and the Falconies. Jim.
Look, I'm trying to catch Heather. She's going to take Minnesota. I don't love Atlanta. I'll take 5.5 points. Give me ATL.
Yeah, I think this line's seems a little suspiciously high almost because the Falcons can score. I just think Kirk Cousins going back there and the fact that he's coming off that game, he is a guy that responds when he's down. I'm going to take the Falcons here, and I think they're going to win the game.
He's been down for 3 weeks. I mean, 6 interceptions in 3 weeks, no touchdown passes. No, I mean, against the Brian Flores defense.
Last week was rock bottom, though. I mean, it was.
You would think.
Yes.
I mean, but okay. So even if he's a little bit better, I don't think he beats the Vikings. And I know the line is weird at 5.5, but I'm going to take Heather's people.
You don't know rock bottom until they start climbing up. Heather.
Right.
Well, I've been sticking with my people this entire season, and they always seem to find a way to win, right? But they're not winning by a lot. It's close games. So I am going to choose the Falcons.
Jim! Look
at you! Bears at the 49ers. Niners favored by 3.5 points in a game of teams that used to be threats, no longer are. Let's start with Jim.
I don't like Heather very much right now. I'm going to take the Bears on the fired coach bounce. I'm going to get 3.5. And the Niners, talk about rock bottom. They're beat up. They're battered. A lot of injuries. Also, a lot of really devastating stuff off the field, too, for some of their players. I like Chicago in this spot. Give me the Bears.
I think this line's way low. I love the 49ers here. I think the burial of the 49ers is still a little premature because of the division that they're in. They can still save face here if they can rally. And you might want to pick up, what do you say, Pedro Guerrero or whatever their running back is now?
Isaac Guerrendo.
Yes, exactly. Pick him up because he might win you a fantasy game on Monday night.
Yeah, maybe they'll get Juan Soto too.
You do keep saying that, Goff.
I'm not ready to dispose of the Niners. I don't see them as a threat. I think they could be a fringe playoff team. There's a lot of work that they got to do. But the one thing that I know is, there's a lot of injuries. There's a lot of discussion about this just simply isn't their year. There's a lot of stuff going on off the field. But the one place where I always felt like I could put everything to the side and just be me was on the football field. And I think the Niners, they show up and they just find a way to be them, and they beat the Bears.
Heather.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 49ers as well. I just feel like, the Bears fired their coach.
Yeah, they suck.
Yeah. They suck.
I think about halftime, Thomas Jones might decide to resign and go actually be the 49ers backup running back.
Great minds think alike. Jim.
Yes!
New coach bounce. Give me the Bears.
You and me.
Jim Harbaugh's Los Angeles Chargers travel to Arrowhead, take on the Chiefs. Chiefs are favored by 3.5 points. Gov.
I think this is Jimmy H's little coming out party to the Chiefs in the division, and that they're going to make it a little tight for them. I love the Chargers in this game. I think they're playing great football. I think they're a threat to at least win one game in the playoffs. I'm going L.A.
I'm going to go L.A. as well, and I just think that they're going to play a disciplined brand of football. They're going to slow it down. And just simply go to work. And the Chiefs have been playing with fire so much. Even if they win this game and they only win it by a field goal, Chargers still win. So I think they win outright. But I'm going to take the Chargers.
I'm going to take the Chiefs because I think they will win by more than 4 points.
I can't help it. I still love the dad coach. Chargers.
The khakis.
The khakis, Jim Harbaugh, they love running the football, and they've brought stability to Herbert. Problem is, Kansas City stuffs the run. And this isn't covering a touchdown or double digits. I think Mahomes and company get it done. Give me Kansas City.
Did you guys hear Harbaugh's comments yesterday?
No.
When he was asked about players being told that they are doing a good job and they're getting better, and the noise that comes in from the outside. And he says, you know what we need to do to that? We just need to kick them in the shin. And he was referring to family, friends, anybody that says it to him. Just go kick him in the shin. And then he said it again. And it kind of is this Harbaugh's kind of kneecap thing?
Nobody sees it like Harbaugh like that.
He is.
No.
I thought of you when I heard this audio. When I was driving in this morning, I heard this.
Yeah, kick him in the shin. Step on their toe.
Bite their kneecap.
Those are the picks. It's 97-1.
Hey, tackle all the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get that hunch in the middle of the game, and you always do, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more, all on the same page where you're going to place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is win that first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to join. Never waste a hunch and make every single moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That run was way too easy. Big kick out, clear out blocks by the tight end, Sam Laporta on that one. It's a Lions victory Friday, and there's a lot to celebrate today. Lions win. Hello. That's 11 in a row. 12-1. Stay atop the NFC, atop the NFL, and they clinch a playoff spot. Something Dan Campbell wasn't even aware of until someone told him after the game.
I mean, that's not his focus. His focus all week has been on how am I going to field the defense?
Yeah, which was another storyline, and something I think we could celebrate the fact that even though they lost Aleem McNeil in that game, John, they forced a turnover. They got to stop at the very end of the fourth quarter and held Green Bay to a field goal. The defense was not good, but it was good enough.
Oh, yeah. That's all they had to be. It was good enough. We said it was going to be a Jared Goff game. It was going to be an offensive game. They had to go out there and score points. And whether it was the offense, it was Dan Campbell's mentality of we're going to go for it on 4th and short every single time. All of those things, I think, were influenced by the number of injuries they had on defense. And everybody thought, hey, they're just going to simply just run the football. And they tried to, and they were,
reasonably successful.
At the goal line, they were successful at it, but they only rushed for 99 yards. I wouldn't call that a great success for Green Bay. I'd actually call that a great success for the Lions.
Again, their defense was beat up and battered, and then you lose Aleem McNeil in game.
Oh.
You're going, I got to hold on for dear life. And I think Campbell coached accordingly. You might not like all the decisions. We'll open up the phone lines, 248-539-9797. He's going for it from his own 31. What is he thinking? He's going for it in the last minute of the game. A field goal gives them the lead. What is he thinking? 248-539-9797. I will call it reckless if I think it's reckless. I don't think those were reckless calls. I think those were calculated. Those were short yardage. Those were win the game calls. He factored in what he had on defense, and if they don't get those, they lose. They were necessary. They weren't reckless, John. They were necessary.
I think if you insert any other coach, you come out of that game going, boy, those were reckless. You don't say that about Dan Campbell because you've seen it before. He's been very consistent from day one when he showed up. And in year one, we saw some onside kicks in L.A., and we saw different things. Like, those were simply because he knew he had to steal possessions, had to find a way to try and steal points to stay in the game. Now he's doing it because, it's just who he is. It's how he's going to coach. It's the mentality. It's the culture. It's everything that he has built here. And the players know it going into the game. They know it in the huddle. Hey, if we don't pick up this 3rd and short, we're going for it on 4th and short. We just know we are.
And you can't have it both ways. Like, they don't win that game if they don't convert 4th and goal twice.
Yeah.
If you liked him going for it, short yardage, win the game calls, I don't know how you can then try to have it both ways and go, but I didn't like that he went for it late in the game. Again, similar. Short yardage, go win the game. But this wasn't 4th and 7 in Dallas. This was a calculated, necessary call.
And I don't know that anybody, or I'm sure some people did, because there's still a lot of old school mentality where if it's 4th and short inside the 10-yard line, hey, you take the points. If it's 4th and short anywhere, you either take the points or you punt and live to play another down. But when this team is in those positions, as I'm watching it on TV, I'm not sitting there going, oh, I wonder if Dan's going to go for it. Like we hear the announcers do, because they don't see it every day. Yeah. Like they don't live it like we do. And when they get 4th and goal from the 1, I there's no question. Dan's going to go for it.
248-539-9797. Open phone lines on a Victory Friday. Lions fans, you can react to Dan Campbell's gambles. Of course, I'm sure people have a lot to say this morning on that. Helps when you win. But I wasn't going to kill them if they didn't get the call from their own 31. It's inches. You got this offensive line. You're playing to win.
Yeah.
End of the game, I think that's a little sweaty, right? We're talking, you kick a field goal, Green Bay would still have to drive down, but they didn't want to put Green Bay in a position where they could carve up this defense. Get the first, bleed the clock, game winner. You can't lose. You can only win if you get that first down.
Yeah, you could still win. Because then you take it to overtime and hope that your defense holds. They don't get it. You get in field goal range to kick a field goal, and you hope that you get the coin toss in overtime. But if you want to remove all doubt, you don't want to get down to, well, hopefully this guy misses a field goal, or
right.
What are we going to win the coin toss in overtime? I think that's the biggest thing. We've all seen. We saw Baker Mayfield's reaction against Patrick Mahomes. that he loses the coin toss, rolls his eyes, and he knew he had lost.
Yep.
Dan Campbell didn't want to get to a coin toss. He wanted, if we're going to lose this game, it's going to be because I made a ballsy decision.
It's going to be because we can't get inches.
Right.
And,
And
if
then we
can't
don't
get inches,
deserve it
exactly.
with the best offensive line in football.
Then we don't deserve it. We're going to win with this offense in short yardage, for better or worse. We're going to do it in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, playoff games. It's who we are. And I think people should understand that by now. We'll get phone calls. We'll get to the incident before the game with Matt LaFleur and a Lions fan. And we'll get locker room audio. We love hearing from Dan after these games. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Make it 11 in a row with a 12-1 record. The Lions continue to roll, the Packers being their latest conquest in a 34-31 victory at Ford Field last night, which makes Dan Campbell 9-2 in prime time since he took over. Jared Goff throwing for 3 touchdowns. Gibbs and Montgomery both scoring in the same game again. Detroit is 11-0 when they do so, and that win officially punches the Lions' ticket into the playoffs again. Now, before the game, an incident happened on the field between the Packers and a Detroit fan holding a flag for the pregame festivities. Green Bay coach Matt LaFleur explained what the deal was when he was in the middle of it. LaFleur also said he is not surprised by Dan Campbell's aggressiveness with 5 fourth-down attempts that they simply executed and the Packers did not. Detroit's defense held Green Bay to just 3 completions in the first half before they came alive in the second. Dylan Larkin said last night was a tough one for the Wings. He thought they played well enough to earn points, but Ottawa stung them in the final minute to get the 2-1 victory before overtime hit. Larkin said it was a grind and there's no reason they shouldn't have made it to OT. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Talking about this football team, Lions win again. They win shorthanded on defense, find a way. They've won 11 straight. They're 12-1. They've clinched a playoff spot 3 weeks before Christmas. Yeah, this is something. Heather was there last night. We'll make sure to talk about that experience for people who were at the game last night. Big primetime atmosphere. John, a lot of the talk is about Dan Campbell's cojones, too. 4 for 5 on fourth down, and some of them people might not have been all the way in on. Jared Goff talked about it afterwards.
It's amazing. And so you take into account those fourth down calls, 5 of them. He's 4 of 5. Everybody wants to look at third down efficiency. They were 7 of 15. But if you throw in that they actually did convert some of those possessions and those set of downs, you add those numbers in, and it's 11 of 15 that they were able to convert and keep the chains moving, or get the ball in the end zone. All of those different things play a part. 11 of 15 that you're able to do that. And so what did we say yesterday? They're going to have to win time of possession. And they did by a large margin, 36 to 24. All right, and then you look and say, okay, well, how many first downs did they have? They had 27 to Green Bay's 17. They absolutely dominated the number of plays. Hey, you don't want the defense to be vulnerable? Well, then you just don't let them run that many plays. 76 plays run by the Lions, only 45 by the Green Bay Packers. You're at risk a lot less because your offense is just staying on the field.
Yeah, look, I just can't rip Campbell for those 4th and shorts. When we had talked about it, they needed to possess the ball. You're right. Those conversions extend possessions. They keep your defense off the field. You don't get exposed. They didn't have the horses on defense. They were all beat up. It's ridiculous. Now to go for it, John, it's who he is. To Jared Goff's point,
Yep.
He's got the plums in the wheelbarrow. Like he is ready to make those decisions, and he is ready to be skewered if they don't get it. But you know what? For him, it's calculated. He feels like they're going to get it, and they do get it, and they get a lot of them because of this offensive line, because of this run game, because of this personnel.
Well, and you take a listen to what Jared Goff just said. If you go for it and you win, and you convert, hey, everybody's calling them great calls.
Yeah.
If you go for it and you don't, you're going to roast them for it, which we would. And that's a player knowing that the coach is the one that's going to take the heat. And so Jared Goff, that offensive line, everybody on that offense knows that Dan Campbell is going to take the brunt of anything that's going to happen. So that when those are called, hey, I'm not at risk. I go out there and play fancy free and convert because the coach is going to be the one that steps to the podium and says, hey, you know what? It wasn't these guys. It was my decision.
All right, early returns people are not happy with the 4th down call at your own 31. And I get it. And I kind of came to the conclusion last night and then even into this morning thinking about it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have the most aggressive coach in football, but then you want to nitpick apart the one time when he does it when maybe you don't agree. I don't think it's possible for Dan Campbell to have the mindset as a human being to say, wait, whoa. Like you're trying to thread this needle of perfection as a fan. You have the most aggressive coach in the league. You have to accept it. You accept the good times, and far many more times it works. Same with the fake punts. Then it doesn't. You can't Monday morning quarterback this thing. This is who he is. Now, I will say this. I think he's been a little more conservative this season. I think he trusts the kicker, and I think situationally he has backed off a little bit. But last night he had last year's defense.
Yeah.
So you have to do it this way with that defense. And you might not like fundamentally, I don't agree with 4th and 1 at your own 31. You don't do that. I didn't grow up with that football. But this is who he is. And if you like the good, that happens way more than the bad. I think you've just got to take it.
You know, I think some of the disconnect here is I think a lot of NFL coaches are cowards. I think a lot of NFL coaches don't play the numbers. They don't go for it on 4th and shorts. And more coaches should. But when that's the standard, it makes Campbell look like this crazy person. Well, and the reality is most of these are sound decisions. Now, we can't say all. Because
So that's the question. Why don't they go for it?
I don't know.
Because they don't want to have to stand at the podium and say, this is the decision I made. And, we came up short. It's on me. They want to say, we didn't convert or we didn't execute. We didn't. And I'm not trying to paint every coach as throwing their team under the bus, but Dan Campbell is fine with going to the podium and saying, this one's on me. We heard it in the single loss that they had this year, that he went to the podium and said, this one's on me. The players know that, and so they've got his back. And what did he say at that? Hey, coming out of halftime, the team's got to have my back. They got to pick me up.
Yep.
It didn't happen in that one single instance. But so many coaches don't want to go to the podium if it doesn't work. That's what scares them away from it.
To Tom's point, you take the good with the bad, and there's overwhelmingly more good than bad with this mindset. Hell, 2 touchdowns in the red zone, 4th down. You want to settle for field goals? You want to score touchdowns? They had to do it. You take the good with the bad. There's far more good than there is bad. In his time here in Detroit, we can point out some instances where we think he boiled over. I always go to the Dallas game, but maybe other people can highlight a couple.
Say it.
But I point out how rare that is and how most of these decisions are the right decisions. So I take the good with the bad. To Tom's point, can you have it both ways? This is who he is. I don't want to change that.
Right.
Let's get the phone calls. 248-539-9797. Keith, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy holidays. I want to say you guys are nuts, man. It's okay to take risks sometimes, but when you're deep in their territory and you go for it for no reason and you don't get it and you give them a short field to immediately march down the field and score a touchdown, that's unnecessary. That's not being smart because you're gifting them 7 points. You're gifting them points. Now, if they don't do that, if they punt the ball, you make them work for it. They might score, they might not, but at least you make them work for it. So if you take those 7 points off the board that you gifted them, you're not worried about kicking field goals or should I have to go for it late in the game because you didn't give them the points early on.
Right, but the style of that game, right? They come out, Green Bay scores touchdowns in the second half. You got to keep up. You got to possess the football. It's inches. Like, Keith, it's inches. It's not 4th and 5.
We don't have to keep up. We were leading. They have to keep up. They have to keep up with us.
Yeah, but on the flip side, you're up because of some of those decisions that he made. They're up 10-7, and they get the ball down, and it's 4th and 2. 3rd and goal from the 1, and they lose basically a yard and a half. It's 4th and 2. They call timeout, and then they go out there and go for it, and it ends in a touchdown. That's the big difference of going up 13-7 versus going up 17-7.
Yeah, but in that particular instance, I'm not talking about the goal line situations or the first.
Yeah, you're talking about from the 31.
You're okay when they're successful, just not when they're not.
No, well, I have a saying: hate the call, love the results. I hate the call. If it works out, great. Of course, I'm happy with it. But in the situation where we're giving them short fields, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
Keith, I'll meet you where you're at, okay? You're not nitpicking all the calls. There's one that you had an issue with from your own 31, and I still will defend the call. And you disagree, which is fine. It's a free country. I think the way that game was going to play out, Dan said from 4th and inches, I like my chances. I want to possess the football. They had given up back-to-back touchdowns to start the second half. He didn't want the defense to be on the field at all. And can you blame him? Can you really blame him if Dan Campbell goes, I don't want my defense out there while Green Bay's humming, scoring touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. They could have to go 70 yards, 80 yards. I think they're going to score touchdowns. The only way I can keep them out of the end zone is when Jared Goff's got the ball under center, and it's inches.
And if he thinks, okay, if I'm just going to punt the ball and they're going to go down and score anyway, then why would I waste that time? I need that time to be able to go down and score myself.
Yes.
I don't think he makes that decision earlier in the season.
I don't think so either.
I think it's because of the defense. So, hypothetically, I presented you guys before the show. Do you think he would have done that in the NFC Championship game? Because we were talking about situations. So, he pulls that in the NFC Championship game. Guess what? If it's this defense, I support it.
Yeah.
If it's the defense from week 5 and 6, too.
Yeah, when Hutch is
I
there.
would play field position. Yeah. I think he would, too. I think.
Well, I think he's even said that because a lot of things were asked of him in the offseason, like, are you always going to be this aggressive? And he didn't say, yes, always. He said, what's going to depend?
The situation.
And this situation was, I got an offense, I don't have a defense. I'm starting to get into a bit of a shootout script in the second half. I don't plan on using my punter. If I don't have to use my punter, I'm not using my punter.
Yeah.
If it's 4th and 10, fine. I concede I have to. 4th and inches, I don't have to concede jack. I'm going to go for it.
That would be Jack Fox.
Sure. And I think a lot of people were caught off guard by that because it is your own territory. You are playing with the lead. It's 4th down. Punt the ball because that's what coaches do. I think the situation called for him to be aggressive. Okay, we got calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Mike in Washington Township, you're on 97.1.
Happy Victory Friday, fellas. What's going on?
Hey, it's a great day, isn't it?
It's a beautiful Friday morning. I just want to start off. 2 points here. That whole national anthem pregame thing with Matt LaFleur, I was there. I am a season ticket holder. I was like six guys right behind the whole scuffle. Matt LaFleur saying he tried to de-escalate the whole thing. It was a lie. He ran up right to that guy and got right in his face, started screaming at him, "Get this guy out of here." It was crazy. I thought punches were going to be thrown for sure. But this whole...
Certainly glad they weren't.
Too bad they weren't, right?
No.
I had Packers fans all around me. They were saying, if you guys lose this is a bigger loss for you than a win for us. Like, they thought like they were going to get blown out the whole game. And then when that 0-0 hit, I heard, well, at least we didn't get blown out. And, man, that just made my night. Packers fans coming in here thinking that it's going to get blown out. I knew what kind of game it was going to be. It was going to be a keep-away game for Jared Goff and that offense. I love the calls from Dan Campbell on that call where we went for it on our own 31. I'm screaming, don't turn away now, don't change now. And yeah, we might have turned the ball over a few times, but hey, stick to your guns. That's what wins championships. Happy Victory Friday, fellas. Happy Victory Friday.
Happy Victory Friday. Feels just as good as Victory Monday.
Yes, it's just you get to You get to enjoy it over the weekend as you hate watch everybody else. Can the Vikings lose to Kirk Cousins? I mean, this is what we'll be doing.
Campbell's gambles, Lions win, open lines. We will touch on the LaFleur thing a little more because we haven't really talked about it. Caller brought it up, it came up in the update. We can mix it in. It's 97.1. Kirby
mac
Joseph.
and cheese crap.
You talking mac and cheese?
Uh-huh.
I love it. By the way, my favorite person at the game yesterday, the guy who snuck in the cheese grater.
And the cheese.
And the block of cheese. What a hero. Game summary. This guy just going to town with the block of cheddar in the stands.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It was a chippy atmosphere. Heather, you can speak to it.
It was incredible. It was so much fun. People were into it. People were loud. The guys behind us actually got in trouble because they were a little over the top, a little obnoxious, getting into it with some Green Bay fans. Somebody around us actually told us that they went over and like reported them because it was a little like
aggressive.
Okay, I get it. It's fun a little bit, but like it was a little too much.
What were they doing? What was over the top? Profanity?
No, there was actually no profanity, but the way they were talking, they were...
They're obnoxious.
It's hard. It was so obnoxious.
Well, there's a fine line because on some level I go, man, FTP, right? F the Packers. And you've won now 6 of 7 against these guys. They're our biggest rival. You're coming into our house on Thursday night. Get after them a little bit. So I'm curious, like, clearly there is a line. And John, I think we would both acknowledge a fan going at an NFL coach on the field before the game.
You cross the line.
Yeah, it's going over the line. And I love being, feisty and getting after it. But John, not to stick up for Matt LaFleur, but we don't need to be making throat gestures and yelling at coaches and getting in their face before games.
Oh, right before the anthem when you're out there, supposed to be holding the flag.
Yeah.
Like that's not the time or the place.
Yeah.
Like there's plenty of, you go back into the stands, you can sit in the front row, you can do whatever you want at that point. I mean, again, within reason, within common sense reason, but fans lose common sense, and we certainly had one do it on the field.
Is it okay for me to say I don't condone what the fan did on the field, but I also love that he got under LaFleur's skin because he's yelling at him, and it clearly did bother him. Not condoning it, but I do like that LaFleur got a little flustered.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have Dan Campbell going for it and then say you don't like it. Like that.
No, I do. I do like Dan Campbell going for it on 4th and 1, 4th and 2.
Right, I know, but
Yeah.
but what I'm saying, we're going to have a lot of people. We already had one call up and say, "Oh, I like it when it works, but I don't when it's not." Like you can't have it both ways. You can't then say
overall,
on,
I say
on
I don't
terms
want.
of
I
the
don't
coach.
want the behavior. I don't want the behavior.
Right.
My
So,
opinion is I don't want a fan getting into it with an NFL coach
Okay,
on
so
the field before the
it's
game.
a hard stop. That after
hard
anything
stop.
after that, it doesn't matter.
But intrusive
No,
thoughts.
no.
It was a little amusing to me.
Okay, so
just
then you're
a
somewhat
little,
okay with
just
it.
a little amusing.
So
to
then
me.
you're okay with it.
99% not okay with it. 1% kind of amusing.
You're such a tool.
248-539-9797. So
It's not the right place, the right
It's
time.
not.
Yeah.
And I know that.
100%.
Okay. The Campbell stuff, and we'll get back to the phone calls on this. The Gambles, people are pointing out, hey, I like most of them, but I didn't like maybe the last one or the one they didn't get from their own 31. And I would tell people, I understand going for it from your own side of the field with the lead is typically not the move. Typically. This wasn't a typical situation. The Packers finished the game, John, scoring on 5 of their last 6 drives, including 4 touchdowns. This defense was gutted. The shootout was on. It's inches for crying out loud. This wasn't a typical game or a typical spot. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I actually thought it wasn't reckless. I thought it was necessary for him to go for it in that spot.
Yeah. But so let's play it out the other way.
Yeah.
If he kicks the field goal, all right, you go up 3. And then
You're talking earlier in the game. Yeah.
No, I'm talking at the very end of the game.
Oh, yeah.
You kick the field goal, you go up 3. Now you got to kick off. And it's probably going to go into the end zone or they're going to fair catch, whatever. And they get the ball to 25-yard line or 30.
Yeah.
And they've got to go, 40 yards, 45 yards to get into field goal range against a defense that in the second half was starting to wear down. I don't want to say bad. It just was starting to wear down. And let's just say that happens. They kick a field goal. Now you're going into overtime.
Coin flip.
What do we know about the overtime? It comes down to a coin
You
flip.
may never get the ball again.
And so that's where I think, if you type this in the moment, should Dan Campbell go for it? You type it into AI, and AI spits out, no way, 100% he should kick the field goal. It doesn't take into account what can happen down the road, what can happen if you do go into overtime. It can't calculate the risk of the coin flip. Like it's just all of those things you have to take into account at that point.
And again, if you can win the game at any point,
Win it.
yeah. If I go, hey, there's a play, you are inches away from winning the game. Your offense is the best in football. You can go for it and win the game right now. Do it. Do it.
Just go win.
And that was Dan Campbell's thought process on it. We can play that for people too, by the way. He did say, Greg, it was important for them to end the game with their offense. This was Dan Campbell justifying that final fourth down.
Push news back, take some calls here. Do you want to hit news here or push it back? Yeah, push it back.
So there you have it. Let's
Let's
get fans in the mix. You guys have thoughts. Let's get to Paul in Grosse Pointe Woods. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. I don't mind going for it on fourth down on those situations. It's the thing that I don't like is the play call necessarily, because I don't like handing a ball off in the backfield like that. I like the quick hitters, like if you put a fullback in or just run the quarterback sneak with Jared Goff, because it's too risky when you hand the ball off in the backfield. The penetration is just too much. And everybody talks about Dan Campbell going for it, but believe me, he's on the headset talking to the offensive coordinator. Okay, if I go for it here, what play are you going to call? So it's a dual decision by both the offensive coordinator and Dan Campbell. But
Absolutely.
I think it's great that they went for it.
You just didn't like the play call. I saw a lot of that too last night, John. The people just didn't like that it was, you're going 5 yards back in the backfield and hitting the edges. But people might not realize they mugged up the A-gaps.
It was right behind Penei Sewell. Are we talking about the
that's
one?
off tackle. But yeah, right? If it's off Penei Sewell, it's outside run. I'm not saying this to criticize it. What I'm saying is, John,
I'm not going to get into a semantics thing about whether it's outside or not. It's not a sweep.
My point is the interior on that play, and
it's still a downhill run.
Okay, and up the middle though, direct A gap, which I think what the caller wanted was plugged up. They condensed the formation. They had 3-4 bodies between the guards. They were selling out to stop sneak, dive, right up the gut plays.
Who's your best offensive lineman?
Penei Sewell, run behind.
Where are you going?
I'm not criticizing.
Answer said.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to Terry in Birmingham. Terry, what's up?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Dan Campbell has elite, almost unprecedented ability to lead men and to motivate. And he's the perfect person for our team. And I really pray that we do win a Super Bowl. But, there's a big difference between fourth and goal and going for it and the two other calls. Now, Keith talked about going for it on our, own 30. That actually was fourth and almost 2. I think it was fourth and 1.5. That one I can even understand to some extent, but the fourth and inches one, statistically, the chances that you fail to convert that, we're caught up today in the euphoria of a great win against a division rival in a conference game. But the percentage chance that we don't make fourth and inches there is maybe 18 to 20%. And then everyone is saying, this reminds us of San Francisco. The chances that with no timeouts, even Jordan Love, who's a very good quarterback, can take them from the 30-yard line to field goal position and set up a field goal with no timeouts. You just have to guard the sidelines. It's very difficult. Obviously Chicago is the opposite example of incompetence of being able to do anything with 30 seconds and a timeout. But with no timeouts, 30 seconds, the chances that Jordan Love gets them down to field goal position and they convert a field goal is maybe 1 to 2%. That's a big difference from 18%. If we don't make that fourth and inches, like Jared, fell and made a miraculous handoff there. But there's an 18 to 20% chance that he doesn't convert fourth and inches, and then we're talking about overtime. And if we lose in overtime, everyone would look at that and say, my goodness, what are you doing?
Terry, of course, if it doesn't work, you're always going to set yourself up for blame. To your point, you're trying to just take it out of the result and focus on the decision itself. And you're giving us some numbers. I can't verify them, but I would tell you, even if those numbers are accurate, it doesn't factor in what defense the Lions have on the field on that day. That Lions defense is not a typical NFL defense. It's borderline an NFL defense.
We're not living in an NFL where it's a 1 to 2% chance the Packers are getting in field goal range. They only needed 3. I agree. If it's 7, A little bit different conversation, but
Correct.
they only needed 3. I'm convinced the Packers would have gotten a field goal attempt. I think we live in an NFL now when you have a above-average quarterback in a good offense,
Indoors, kicker.
indoors, right environment, that getting, 30 to 40 yards and getting a field goal attempt, I actually think they probably would have gotten a field goal attempt last night. You're bringing into play pass interference, all those kind of things. This is the go for the kill, analytical move, future football. I'm
It
still
would have
getting
allowed
used
Jaden
to
Reed to maybe have a catch.
Exactly. Poor Rico.
Well, Jaden Reed did it to himself, right? And I talked to you guys about this before the show. He was on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast. I think it was in October, I think I saw. And he made the statement. In response to the way Amon-Ra showed up, the Lambeau leap that Amon-Ra did, all that stuff. Wait till I come to Detroit. Well, we waited.
We're still
waiting.
Still waiting.
That's kind of like when Clyde Drexler back in the day, he said, this series isn't coming back to Detroit.
Yeah.
And it didn't. The Pistons won all 3 out there.
All right, we're almost jam-packed on the lines. We'll try to get as many of you guys in as we can here. If you have thoughts following that game, 248-539-9797. It's a Victory Friday. It's 97-1. Tim Patrick hadn't scored a touchdown since 2021. He scored 2 of them last night in a huge spot against the Packers. Lions win. It's a victory Friday, and it feels just as good as a victory Monday. The Lions have won 11 straight. They're 12-1. They've clinched a playoff spot, and they did it with a defense that is a shell of itself. It was missing key players up and down the front 7, and then lost Aleem McNeil in game. Didn't matter. Still found a way to win, and they used all 4 downs. Much to the dismay and nervousness of Lions fans, they used all 4 downs, including a 4th down from their own territory with the lead. Didn't get it, but late in the game, drained the clock with another 4th and inches, another move that may have made you nervous, but it's who Dan Campbell is. And I thought in this game, with that defense and with this offense, it called for it. It was necessary.
Yeah, and maybe you're nervous whether they converted or not, but you're not nervous about the decision. You knew he was going to go for it. And I know on the broadcast they were talking about not going for it. Oh, well, they're going to call timeout. They're going to bring out the kicking team. You go up 3, and there's only 40 seconds left. There's no timeouts. Okay, they're giving you every advantage that the Lions have at that point, but there's no context of how many times has this, when you give away the advantages, you give away the momentum. And yeah, there is some momentum in kicking a field goal, but there's a lot of momentum that Green Bay picks up because they stopped you. They forced you to kick a field goal, and they earned the opportunity to go tie it or win it.
We're going to play Dan Campbell's full locker room speech as the show gets going here. We have a snippet, a teaser, if you will. Yep. This is Dan Campbell addressing the team afterwards.
Team of Destiny. Not the first time we've used that moniker this year.
Says we're destined for this, and says that the pressure, they're built for this.
Well, how about Jake Bates?
3 game winners in his first year.
And I referenced, I think you were in the bathroom this morning pre-show.
Oh.
I said to Jim, I go, he actually looks a little bit like Kerry Carpenter. He does.
A little bit? I guess if you squint.
Yeah, you got to. Kerry Carpenter's skinnier in the face, like John Jansen skinny. And then if Jake Bates' hair is longer, but if you really look at him like facially, they're kind of.
Think about it too, by the way. 3 game winners, all against playoff teams: Packers, Vikings, Texans. This team of destiny. I mean, I don't think it's really a big ask of the fan base. Do you feel this? Because I think we all kind of feel like they are going to win the Super Bowl, right? That they are well on their way.
Oh yeah, I mean the 12-1, they clinched a playoff spot. And right now you're looking at, okay, you're just simply thinking about how do they finish this off and get the 1 seed. And we talked about it this week, right? And we'll have 10 days to talk about the game up to the Bills. But if they lose to the Bills, they still win the tiebreaker.
Yeah, all of them.
And you look at the rest of their schedule, and you're like, okay, yeah, there's not a game on there where they're all NFL games. They're all NFL teams. But at the Bears, at San Francisco, Vikings, been there, done that.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell's thought process is 4th and Super Bowl. Dan Campbell is showing the fans in Detroit and everywhere there is more than one way to grate a hunk of cheese, and he is changing the game. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
The way LaFleur acted last night, it's like we faced Ryan Day twice in 1 week. John is 100% right. That's right for you. This one says, John's 100% right. You either like the aggressiveness or you don't. You can't judge it whether it's successful or not. I can live with it since I've lived through the dark days. Monty Clark, Dale Rogers, Eminem, etc., all of them. I've prayed for a coach like this. That's Dave K.
Yeah, I mean, being passive, it just hasn't worked for generations here. Now we got a guy that just, you know what? It's literally, I'm just going for it. Like, I want us to be the ones that win or lose the game. I don't want to put this in somebody else's hands to say, oh, well, okay, yeah, we're lucky they missed a field goal. Or we're lucky we got the coin toss.
Lions took 5 years off my life on that last fourth down, but I'm here for it. Franchise record win streak. It's working. People need to stop bitching. Ryan and Lake Orion.
About quality of life. That last 5 years probably weren't going to be your best 5, so enjoy it now.
Heather, what were the nerves like for you and Colin?
Oh my gosh. You guys, I was so into this game. I almost had tears in my eyes afterward. Like we were so into it. And
this team has moved you to near tears.
Yes.
How about Colin?
He did not cry, but he was
not in front of anybody. Yeah.
At home later.
Yeah, I gotta go use the restroom.
Yeah, it was so exciting.
What time did you guys get home?
Really late. Like I was telling you during a commercial break, I didn't have any drinks because I knew I had to wake up at 4:30.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm hungover.
Sure. I mean, you had about an hour and a half or 2 hours of not high quality sleep.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you did exactly what I did with the Cleveland game. You just
Yes.
spontaneously did something yesterday, and look at you. You're like, you love it. You
You're
feel like
beaming.
garbage, but
Yes.
who cares?
As long as I get a little nap today,
Oh, good Lord.
then I won't care. Just a little one.
Hey,
All adrenaline.
It was
It's Friday.
it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was worth it. I'm so glad we went. It was such a great game.
Was Colin able to see the last the field goal go through the post?
It was tough because everyone was standing up, right? So it was really tough. But he
Now,
was.
Was he on the
but-
seat?
Did you put him on your shoulders?
Yeah, I did. Actually, that's why I was almost crying because I was like, "Oh, dude, I can't do this anymore."
Colin up so the little fella can see.
So, John, when you go to these Lions games, they do the Simba cam. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Was that what? Colin, see?
Oh, yes.
yes.
You can see.
Oh, my goodness. You're taking this
I don't love the
unbelievable.
Simba cam.
You don't
No?
like the Simba cam?
I do like the Simba cam. I don't love infants at games.
Okay, I mean, I get that.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, these are events. You don't have to leave early. Kids can't make it the whole game sometimes.
Every time they show a baby, I'm like, put that baby to bed.
Kid's
Yeah.
not going to remember being there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get some phone calls in. Let's get to Mark in Oak Park. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Mark, good morning.
Mark, you got some other stuff going on. Let's
Yeah.
get to DeVal. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
That's good. So here's the thing: with people talking about they good with it sometime, and with Dan Campbell gambling, not the others. The whole nature of gambling, okay, is that you going in, whether it's cards, casino, lottery, whatever, dice. You know that you're gonna lose more than you win. You know that going in. The fact that Dan Campbell gambles and he wins way more than he loses, I'm good with that. It's just that some of the losses that he did on gambling, they just pop out and stand out and glare a little bit. But other than that, by him being good with it, these are calculated. Now I can see if these were all willy-nilly decisions. He's doing it on. He's not. These are calculated decisions.
Yep.
He's discussing it with people. He knows what he had. I go back to the San Francisco game, which pissed me off initially, but the more I look at it, he gambled, but he actually thought about it. We were in a position to succeed. Josh Reynolds dropped the ball.
Right.
Okay?
I defended it at the time. I'll defend it to this day. It's 4th and 2. You're playing to win, short yardage, high percentage, catch the ball and hit him in the hands. Like,
Yeah. As a player, all I wanted was a coach to put me in position to win and then believe in me that I'll get the job done. Now, you're not going to be perfect. No one expects perfection. But you, as a player, you want to know that your coach believes in you, and then they put you in the best possible decision for success. Josh Reynolds, he was in the best possible position for success. It just didn't work out that time.
Campbell's gambles, where are you at on him? 5 fourth down decisions in yesterday's game. And then the comment afterwards, team of destiny. Do you feel that this is a team destined to win the Super Bowl? It's 97.1. End of year. Start making some plans for the holidays. Also start looking around, maybe getting a new vehicle. Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long. It's their Red Tag sales event. So get off the sidelines, get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 all-wheel drive Blazer EV for $199 a month. Are you kidding me? 24 months, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at moranexpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
he obviously plays that line, of what he wants to do, and but certainly we're aggressive, and that's kind of been our thing for a couple of years. And I think it does change the way teams have to prepare. They have to prepare for fourth down and fourth and short, and have ideas of what they want to do. And I think he's done a really good job of deciding when to go and when not to go. And certainly because it worked, everyone's going to say, you guys are going to say, great call. And if it didn't work, you guys would be crushing them. And that's the game he plays. And that's why he's the guy with the big stones, and we trust him.
Dan Miller's call. What a game. Just an epic football game.
Yeah.
Dramatic. The Lions win. They do it shorthanded. They find a way to get it done again.
It was so much fun. So much fun to watch that game. And then to go back and, there's so many different ways that you can watch highlights. And you don't have to, fast forward through some of the game. You know what you want to watch. But to be able to relive it so many different ways and so many different times last night is just, and this morning again, it was so much fun.
Some of you got up early. Some of you have been waiting on hold far too long. Let's start talking to people. Kyler in South Lyon. Kyler, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. I just wanted to bring up a point that if, Dan Campbell doesn't go for it and punts on that 30 on our own end zone and you punt it down, that wastes 5-6 more minutes that we might not have at the end of the game. So it's a smart call to go for it when you have a vulnerable defense.
Yeah, I think he really had to factor in what he had defensively. And knowing, we talked about TOP, time of possession. They had 36 minutes of possession, and it's because of keeping drives alive. Now, they didn't get that fourth down, right? They didn't get that 4th and inches from their own 31-yard line. And people are going to go, you can't do that, because conventional wisdom is you punt the ball with the lead from your own territory. But this isn't a conventional football game. John, their defense is anything but conventional. Who are these people? Who is Zeke Turner?
Yeah.
We know Pat O'Connor because he went to EMU, but seriously, who's Pat O'Connor? He coached that game for the personnel he had.
You look at the box score, and you look at all of the guys that had an impact. Now, we know that Broderick Martin was a draft pick.
Yeah.
Did anybody even know he was off IR? He had 2 snaps at the very end of the Chicago game. That's all he's had this year, and now all of a sudden you look at it going, he was a factor in that game. It was Jonah Williams, Pat O'Connor, Mitchell Agude. It's Miles Adams.
That's the guy you said the other day, and that's not real. You're messing with me. No, but he is a real person. He was on Seattle most recently on a practice squad. These are practice squad players.
So you have guys that are stepping in. And when we talk to Dan Campbell, and he's mentioned this a number of times throughout the course of the year, when Hutch goes down, hey, it's next man up. But it's this week, he talked about, you're not on this team unless you're a football player. And they're counting on their football players to go out there and perform. Now, I don't think anybody is looking at, even Zadarius Smith, we're not asking him to be Aiden Hutchinson. We're just asking him to be the best version of himself. We're asking Broderick Martin to be the best version of himself. They were all chosen to be here for a reason. Other guys could have been here. They chose these guys. Now just go out there and be the best version of yourself. And Dan Campbell has said, if they do that, we will win.
They're chosen to be here. Some would say they were destined to be here, John. Let's get to Heather in the news.
Well, Thank you. There we go. There was a brief tsunami warning on the West Coast after a 7.0 magnitude earthquake rocked the northern coast of California. So the earthquake struck late Thursday morning. This was off the coast of Humboldt County, and officials said that it occurred at a depth of 8 miles, which is below the ocean floor. So it was, in the ocean, obviously. Tsunami warnings followed right after that in the areas including San Francisco. Public transit put on hold. Zoos evacuated. Like, this was a big deal, right? But thankfully, the warning was eventually called off. There were no reports of injury or damage. So great news.
Good.
As the search extends into its third day, authorities are still trying to uncover more and more clues as to who the killer of that United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is. Police have released some new photos of surveillance footage that shows the suspect having this flirtatious moment with a woman at the hostel where he was staying. And in that flirtatious moment, he takes that face mask down. You can see his entire face. You can see him smiling. They're obviously hoping that photo is going to be a big clue. Like, does somebody recognize him? Somebody must recognize who this guy is. Police also found a burner phone and a water bottle at the scene of the crime. They believe belonged to this man. They were able to lift a print from the water bottle, but they said it was smudged, so it's not a great print. They're hoping maybe he drank out of the water bottle. There's some DNA. They know that he traveled by bus, a Greyhound bus from Atlanta to New York. They know he used a fake ID and cash to get his hostel room when he checked in. So they're working hard, but they still have not got this guy.
I don't want to gloss over that. We have a picture of his face.
Yes.
We think it's him.
Yes.
Because he was spitting game?
Yes.
Because he was trying to hit on somebody?
He was flirting with the woman behind the counter.
Caught being horny.
So they say.
It's gonna get him.
That smile, you'd guess. Who knows? Michigan State Police are investigating a suspicious death of a Macomb County 18-year-old who was found with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound on Wednesday night. Now, police say while they were interviewing the teen who actually called 911, they discovered that it was her boyfriend who made the phone call. And then they started noticing there was a lot of inconsistencies in his story about what led up to the shooting. They're not really giving any more information about the death, obviously, or what made it be suspicious to them, but they are investigating. If you're thinking about getting a tattoo, now could be the perfect time.
Oh, really?
Because there's a tattoo company in Detroit that's trading free tattoos for new donated toys to help families during the holidays. So the Motown Tattoo Company is hosting its yearly Toys for Tats event later this month on December 21st. Anyone who donates a new unopened toy with receipts will get a free tattoo of equal value to the toy. So it depends what you want to get
You're
done.
spending it either way.
If you want a small tattoo, you could
get a small toy.
Exactly. But if you're going for a full sleeve, you better come with a boatload of toys, right? So last year, the event supported more than 120 families. The goal is to reach even more than this year. They also say Herman Moore is going to be there to make a little guest appearance as well.
Oh, is he going to get some ink?
He might. See how many toys he shows up with, right? Pretty cool.
It's Heather with the news. Lions fans, you're on hold. We'll hear from you next. It's 97.1.
Well, the Detroit Lions are officially playoff bound as they defended home turf against the Packers with a 34-31 victory at Ford Field. Dan Campbell gambling on 5 fourth-down attempts and converted 4 of them, including one in the final minute to burn the clock and set up the game-winning 35-yard field goal by Jake Bates. A veteran receiver, Tim Patrick, caught 2 touchdowns, his first in 3 years. Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery also found pay dirt in the game. Injuries were unkind again. Defensive tackle Ali McNeil exiting the game with a head injury at halftime, was also evaluated for a concussion. The Lions now have the best record in the NFL at 12-1, and they gain a half game on the Eagles and Vikings in the race for the NFC postseason's bye, which is the goal for this team, according to Dan Campbell. The Red Wings were able to go to about 40 seconds, and then they fell short of a third straight overtime game. Ottawa's Josh Norris scoring in that final minute to give them the 2-1 victory. Goalie Ville Husso probably deserved better, stopping 30 shots in the loss. Detroit also killed 5 Senator power plays, but still could not get the win. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
They had the plums in a wheelbarrow. Dan Campbell, 5 fourth down decisions converted. 4 of them. Lions win. They had a dilapidated defense, and he called the game accordingly. We'll talk about Dan Campbell's gambles and what he said to the team afterwards, that they're destined for this. Are you feeling that way? As it does not matter who gets injured. It does not matter how good the opponent is. It doesn't matter what mistakes they make in game. Jared Goff had a very bad interception yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It hasn't come up at all today. They overcome all of this. It does feel like they are destined to win the Super Bowl.
Well, one of the things that we know about Jared Goff is it takes a lot to rattle him and to keep him rattled. He has, for 3 years now, whenever there's been moments, and no quarterback is going to be perfect, even though we've seen him have some perfect rating days. You throw an interception. What does he do? He did the same thing against Green Bay on the road last year. You throw an interception, and then the next drive, you take him down and score. Like, this is, I don't know how many times we could say it, and to the value of Jared Goff and the experience that he has. And I'll even talk about it on the fourth down at the very end of the game. He gets stepped on. He does everything. He knows how important that handoff is. He stretches as far as he possibly can. His focus was simply on getting the ball to David Montgomery. He did. They converted, even though he was stepped on by Graham, going down, knees on the ground, hands the ball off, and it's just, hey, we'll run out the clock.
Yeah, we focus on the late moments because they matter a lot. That conversion sealed the game. Zeke Turner, big stop in the red zone the previous possession. But, John, you're right. It's the drive after the interception from Jared Goff. I also think it's the drive after the Packers' first touchdown. So, remember, Green Bay goes on a 12-play drive. 10 of them are runs. It's 7 minutes. It's physical. We go, oh, no, this was our nightmare. Now it's 10-7. Detroit has 1 possession before the half. They use all the clock. They walk down the field. 4th and 3, touchdown. Like, that was a hell of an answer to stay up double digits at home, and they were able to use their offense to win the game.
Yeah, and I told myself not to do it, and I just did it in regards to glossing over, the big play was the fourth down conversion, and it was Jared Goff getting stepped on, being able to hand the ball off. It was Laporta coming across the formation and knowing that he's got to have good leverage on his block. I thought that was the key block. You know what you're going to get from Penei Sewell, and to get a double team from Sewell and Zeitler, like that was money in the bank. But when you think about, okay, instead of just saying you run out the clock at that point, no, you still have to have a game-winning field goal kicked. And Jake Bates, I was very reserved. What did I say, at the time? Is, do you have confidence? I said, well, for now, and I kept saying for now. And then you see him go out there against Minnesota on the road. First game-winning field goal. Got to have it to win the game, and he goes out there and nails it. And then you see him against Houston. Got to have it to win the game, and he goes out there and he nails it. Even every game, there's going to be more and more pressure that builds on moments like that. And, some of it was taken off because Dan Campbell put it on his shoulders by going for it on fourth down. But now you got to send your kicker out there, and you've got to have it. It was tied, so you weren't going to lose it on that one, but you were going to be very vulnerable if you don't. Jake Bates goes out there and absolutely nails it.
Look, I love what I saw from him in the preseason. I'm not going to take a victory lap because this is even better than I anticipated.
Yeah.
John, I knew he could give them the leg from 50+. It was a complete unknown how he would be consistently with pressure in the NFL. Guy's got 3 game-winning kicks, and we're not done yet.
And in his first year as a full-time kicker.
Yeah, and again, against playoff teams in big spots. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're in Troy and you're on 97.1. Sorry, Greg, actually it's you. Hit the wrong button. Greg, what's up?
Sweet. Oh, man, talking about Victory Friday. Man, goodness sakes, this is incredible. My thing is I'm sick and tired of hearing the phrase Dan Campbell. We have to look at all the dynamics that play into this. Dan Campbell was a great football player, great leader, came up through the ranks as coaching, sat under some great coaching minds, got under a good owner, Sheila Ford, with a great GM. So with all that, what I'm saying is he sees things from a player's perspective, from an assistant coaching perspective, and now ultimately from a coaching perspective. He sees that he has all of these Mustangs in his garage. Why? It would be a great disservice not to utilize what you have, and that's all he does is utilizing what he has, and what he has done is breaking a mindset that like you mentioned earlier, about the previous coaches for the Lions, a mindset. But the mindset is broken with the talent that you have. And the talent that we have is nothing like the NFL has ever seen. It's so much talent, it would be a great disservice not to go for fourth down. Remember, guys, quiet as kept, we should be defending Super Bowl champions if you leave it up to me. If you leave it up to me, we should be defending Super Bowl champions.
Well, I think a lot of Lions fans would probably like to make that claim, but we're not. And let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because we've seen, and I know there are some people that do not like the term Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
But when you're one of one, is he one of one?
Yeah. And I don't think it's a bad.
No, I'm not saying that, but he is.
Like Dan Campbell's not a dirty phrase. It's not a bad thing.
But
you got to take
I don't
chances.
think it gives him enough credit for the decisions that he's making and why he's making them.
So, okay.
And he's never going to sit there and pat himself on the back and say, well, these are all of the things that I was thinking about.
Do you think it implies that he's just
injuries.
like a degenerate? Like it's more calculated than people give him credit for?
I think it is much more calculated than people give it credit for. But I he's not going to care. I certainly don't care. But, we've seen coaches take chances before, but not to the length that Dan Campbell has. And I do think that he right now he's one of one.
Bob and Troy, let's try this time. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, when Goff was turning to the sideline at the end of the game, putting his hand out up and down, telling the coaching staff, I got this. And then he turns around to his players, and they were all circling because the Zebras were doing something stupid again. And he's like, come on, guys, let's get together. And he does it. That's cool about that. But with the 4th and inches, I was only one tiny question about it. I thought Montgomery would be in there because he carries the pile. When Gibbs was in there, he inflicts pain, usually to the outside. I was just a little disappointed that we didn't see, Sonic and Muscles in there.
Knuckles.
I thought Knuckles. I don't even know the nickname. I don't even know. But
you're trying, Bob.
Knuckles,
that's all that matters.
Yeah, I never seen whatever it was. But I really thought Montgomery could have just – because he gets hit with 4 guys and he carries them 6 yards. We only needed an inch.
You're talking about from their own 31 because they used him at the very end, but you're saying the one before that if they had gone – David Montgomery.
But I was screaming. I go, you better go for it, Dan. You got it. The defense is reeling a little bit. Back-to-back touchdown. If they didn't get back-to-back touchdowns, I highly doubt, like Tom said, that he would have done it.
Yeah, and in fact, it was 3 touchdowns on the 4 previous possessions. They had 1 before the half, 2 coming out of the half, and then a 3 and out. But it was clear the defense was going to be given ground, and Dan didn't want to concede an inch or a yard, and they went for it. Now, John, he says Montgomery go up the gut. Again, I think people need to go back and watch how Green Bay's front lined up for that 4th and inches. Yeah. Running up the gut. I'm not telling you they couldn't get it, but you would have been running into the strength of that defense.
I think some people are looking at that going, whether it was Dan's call on the play to run or it was Ben Johnson, you don't always have to be the smartest man in the room, which is why I love what they did to seal the game at the end on 4th down to set up the field goal to win it and salt away the rest of the clock. I think everybody in the world thinks going behind Penei Sewell. But you can't simply do that every single time until you prove that you can. And they've proven running behind Penei Sewell and Sam Laporta. And I've talked about it a little bit this morning. We think of Sam Laporta as a pass catcher. That block was the game-winning block. He was unbelievably important on that play, and you got what you expected from Penei Sewell. And I got what I expected from Sam Laporta, but I think most people don't give him enough credit for what he does in the run game. The timing it took, some of that's on Goff. Some of it is on him to slow down at the right time to make sure that he gave himself the right angle to get on the inside and allow Montgomery to cut up in there.
Just the last time they went for it, and people are getting – the people that are against it are the people who say the Green Bay can't score with 30 seconds and no timeouts. They had two 19-17 losses in Dan Campbell's first year. I saw firsthand in person Lamar Jackson get a pass interference call that set up the 66-yarder. They also had a loss in Minnesota that year where they left the Vikings with time and they went down and kicked the field goal. The modern NFL, it's more likely with 30 seconds left and no timeouts that the team will move the ball some. And especially when Christian Watson was kind of eating them up on those intermediate to deep routes, something about him. Plays very well at Ford Field for some reason.
It does seem to. Let's get to Karen in Canton. Karen, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Holy cow. I can't believe it. I was at that game last night, and my sweet husband had bought the tickets for my birthday, so we were right on the 50-yard line, like 20 rows behind the Lions bench.
Damn.
I think that Dan Campbell is the best. And you know what? All these people, these naysayers that, he shouldn't have gone for it, he shouldn't have gone for it. Look where we're at now because he always goes for it. He knows. So I think what he did was stupendous. And I look forward to watching the game 10 more days.
I agree. I can't wait for this matchup against Buffalo, Karen. And where were you sitting? Where were
She's
your
at 50
seats?
yards, 20.
50 yards. Okay.
Yeah, then 20 rows up.
Yeah, we were in section 106, and it was so amazing. I couldn't believe. I'm still hoarse from screaming. It was a great game. We sat around really nice people. I know I was listening to your coworker say that that one guy was over the top, but we didn't have anybody like that. And we had a cheesehead sitting 2 rows down. It was obviously a house divided because the guy she was with had the Lions jersey. She had the Love jersey on, and everybody was kind of teasing her, but she took it in stride. It was all good.
Yeah.
Well, good. Yeah, I love this rivalry that the Lions have going with the Packers right now. It's fun to win. They've won 6 of the last 7 against Green Bay. And I love the guys who have the cheese grater heads. And I love the Lions fan who brought an actual cheese grater and a block of cheddar, and he's just going to town. That's the game summary. For anybody who missed it, it's a cheese grater and a block of cheddar cheese. That was the game. I love it. The Lions find a way, get it done yet again. 248-539-9797. Celebrating on a victory Friday. It's 97.1.
It's the wintry driving season again, and there will be reckless drivers everywhere, and they just can't seem to keep their own cars under control. So if you get injured in an auto accident during this or any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive with the insurance companies. Injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Dan Campbell said after the game they are destined for this. 11 straight wins. Sure feels like it. Beat up and battered on defense. Still found a way. Lions get it done. 12-1, clinch a playoff spot. It's a victory Friday here. John, we've been talking about Dan Campbell and the decisions, and you mentioned Dan Campbell. You don't necessarily love the connotation there because it just implies like he's just flippantly making these choices. Texter says Dan Campbell sounds good. Really, it's more like Dan calculated risk, but that doesn't flow off the tongue quite as well. And then someone says, what about Danalytics? It's analytics, but done Dan's way.
Sure. I mean,
you don't care.
People can call it. Yeah, no, I don't. They're all fun, and they're all much more creative than I could ever be. But I just, the calculated, the ability to know his team best. I don't know that there's another coach that knows his team as well as Dan Campbell.
Let's get to Craig in Detroit. Craig, you're on 97.1.
Oh, how you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
John, you just hit on what I was just going to say. We both Wolverines, go blue. I want to make a point when everybody's talking about how he's going for it on fourth down. He has his team believing in every decision he makes. He has his locker room in his pocket. I mean, when you got a team and guys that say, hey, our coach believes in us. We want to go for it on fourth down. He believes in us. When you got your team like that, the Super Bowl is foreseeable. I can see it. I had to call my brother and tell him, man, this guy got his team. He got his team. They're going there and play for him on a broke leg or broke arm. They'll be like, I want to get in for you, coach. When you got your players feeling that way about you, all the decisions we saying about him going for it, that doesn't mean a thing when you got your team and your locker room the way he has it. And I haven't seen that in football in a while.
The buy-in is special. Yeah, Craig, it is. I mean, he's tapped into something. Want to talk to Brian Baldinger?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. Part of our Fridays, we talk football with Brian Baldinger, and you just got a little sample from Lions fans there. Everybody's in a great mood. What did you take out of that game? Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, I broke the 4th and 1 play down with 43 seconds to go. It was perfectly executed. Goff almost didn't get the ball to Montgomery there. He tripped over the left guard Glasgow's foot, but they still got it done. You can debate those things all you want. I mean, they missed one at their own 30-yard line in the third quarter, allowed the Packers to go get the lead. So there's always the gamble there, but you got to make those decisions when you're the head coach. We saw it backfire in the championship game a year ago, but last night they finished the game off in a way that they wanted to finish with the ball, and they got a chance to do that.
Were you surprised at all at any of the decisions that Dan Campbell make, right or wrong, whether you or I agree with them? Are you now at this point of watching the resume that Dan Campbell has put out there, what he's called, does it ever surprise you when he goes for it on fourth down?
No, he doesn't, John. I mean, like I said, at the end of the third quarter there, I mean, it's 4th and 1 at the 30-yard line. You're up 3. You got control of the game. Like, do you want to risk giving the Packers that kind of field position? That backfired, but to answer your question, I'm not surprised whenever he goes for it at this point. They were 4 for 5 last night on fourth down conversions, and probably the last one most important. So I'm not surprised, and I don't think it's going to change.
Any surprise in the game plan by Green Bay? It seemed like it took them a little while to get to the run, and I know they got Jordan Love, and I know they got a good wide receiving group, but with as banged up as the front was, especially when Aleem McNeil went down, I thought we would see more than 99 yards rushing by Green Bay.
Me too. I mean, they ran for 140 back in week 9, and it was, I thought they would do a whole lot more of that. But honestly, John, they didn't have a great deal of success on first down when you looked at it early in the game. So I think that played part of it. But we all know that Josh Jacobs, like the great runners in this league, they just get better as the game goes on. So I thought they could have pounded it a lot more than they did early on and really tried to build up, just steam, just pounding it. And I thought I'm like you, I thought that would have been a big chunk of the game plan to start.
Talking to Brian Baldinger. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. The Lions defense, clearly shorthanded. What did you make of their effort?
It was unbelievable. I mean, I don't know when they signed Quan Alexander. You know better than me, John. But, I mean, Quan Alexander's out there starting. You look at all the different guys that played up front, whether it was O'Connor or Williams. I mean, I thought it was a fantastic effort all the way around. Now, they gave up, 31 points still, and so you go, okay, was it great? But they made the stops when they needed to make the stops with guys that weren't on that roster very long ago. So it's a credit to get those guys, whether it's Adams or O'Connor, the linebacker out there. I'm trying to think of his name.
Turner.
53, like that. Yep. I mean, those guys, they came and they played well as a group, and so it was good to see. I think Carlton Davis back in the lineup. He's been out for a while, and so I think that helps a great deal because he's a good player. But I guess the big concern defensively is just the number of penalties, especially coming from Arnold this year. I don't know in a big spot. I mean, I love the talent. I think we all do, but I mean, there's a lot of penalties committed by Arnold this season, and that'd be a concern just going forward in a big spot right now.
When you look at this team and how they position themselves at 12-1, obviously that game pretty much sealed the fate of the Green Bay Packers. Like they're not going to have a chance to win a division. Now it's Minnesota, but more importantly, it's the Eagles for that one spot. How big of an advantage do the Lions have now, knowing that their toughest game coming up, other than the Minnesota game at the end of the year, is at home against Buffalo in 10 days?
Yeah, I mean it's a playoff game, John. It's probably gonna determine a lot of seeding when you get to the postseason for Buffalo and for Detroit. And so there's an awful lot on the line here getting ready for this game. And so it's going to determine. I mean, Philadelphia, I'm sure, with Carolina, at home this week, and, they go to Washington. I mean, they've got some games where, they should continue to roll here. But regardless, this is for probably the number one seed, in the NFC right now between Detroit and Philadelphia.
He's Brian Baldinger.
Minnesota. I don't want to leave Minnesota out.
No, that's okay. We'll leave him. We can leave him out.
We'll leave him out. They'll
It's Detroit radio. Yeah.
Dispatch them in Week 18 if necessary. Baldy, good stuff. We love checking in. Obviously, next Friday we'll be breaking down that Bills game.
Love to. Thanks, guys.
248-539-9797. Lions fans all show long. We've got those open lines. We want to hear from you, your takeaways from this football game. And if he waits, I think we have the Brad Holmes sound-alike ready to weigh in as well. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
You guys, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for the 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And you guys, it's pretty incredible that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been thinking about going to see him, go do it now. He's going to have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And I'm telling you, the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies just keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B will create a custom plan that's specifically for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
A fourth down touchdown, one of two.
Yeah. And when you have speed like he has, when you hear Dan Miller say that was a sick route, it was every bit of that. It's unbelievable.
Well, because he's so elusive in the open field, right? It's one of those angle Texas routes, right? You go one way and then you break hard towards the middle, and
he
hard for a linebacker to stay with him.
Oh, yeah, he sells it so much. The linebacker turns his shoulders, and then obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs knows where he's going next. He sticks his foot in the ground and then changes directions and accelerates yet again to be all alone in the end zone. It looks so easy. It's not, but he makes it look easy.
They've made this look so easy. It's not supposed to be like this. When you lose all these guys, eventually you're supposed to get got, but this team keeps finding ways to win, and they pick themselves up. The defense has led. The offense has had to step up, and I thought yesterday the offense did step up. They had the ball for 36 minutes. They finished in the red zone. They converted on key fourth downs in the red zone. Got to have its spots, and they win the game.
I can't wait, and we're gonna have to wait 10 days. I can't wait to see, one, who's back for Buffalo.
Yeah.
Because it changes a lot of things. But I want to see the game plans on both sides of the ball, offense, defense, special teams. Hey, that's something that's going to be unique in and of itself. But I want to see Aaron Glenn and how he constructs a game plan to slow down Josh Allen. And I'm more intrigued to see what Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, this offensive staff is going to put together for this offense. It has been so much fun to watch from an X's and O's standpoint. And I could break down that fourth down play from now until until Christmas. And there's just so many things that you pick up on, but it was the perfect formation, the perfect motion, but more importantly, it was the execution that was so beautiful.
Ticket Texter says, lifelong Lions fan here. Just watch Dan Campbell's locker room post-game talk. Chills. Say what you want. He says, teary eyes to such a damaged team. They pulled out another key division win. Coach of the year. Proud of these guys. But Dan Campbell calling out Skipper was hilarious. Now, John, this video dropped.
I haven't heard it. I've seen it, and I've kind of read the text they put along with it, but I haven't been able to hear it because obviously we've been on air.
They didn't release it until we were on the air. We're going to play it in its entirety after we take a couple phone calls because people have been waiting, and I teased that we had the Brad Holmes sound alike.
Oh, yeah.
Corin in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, how things down in Columbus?
Listen, it's great for me. I love these new Ohio State fans are miserable. I love it, man. But no, I know we're talking about Dan Campbell in the offense, but I really, really want to talk about how great the defense was for us. I know you look at the points and you're wondering, how you give up 31 points, but to 3 of 7 in the first half and 7 points was incredible with guys that are getting in on Saturday and Sunday and just instilling the offense. And to go back to that, the fourth down that we didn't get on their own 30. The two things that's clear that they installed was their first 2 possessions on defense, what they wanted to do, because it was their most exotic kind of looks and stunts to get the ball back to our offense to get the lead, and red zone defense. That's where we've been great. I think when you have new guys coming in, you're more open for explosives. So Dan Campbell is more apt to give them a 12th defender, which is the back end of the end zone, because you're not going to get beat deep, which is that's their strength with Christian Watson, and really just shrink that field and really try to give us our best shot. And you got to remember, that wasn't a PI on Terrion Arnold. He's not facing him, but he's not impeding him from catching the ball other than just having his hand up. That should have been a red zone interception for us. So they get the ball back at the 1. They get 6 tries to get into the end zone, and then they finally get in. But I just think what Aaron Glenn has done with these guys is insane. And I think to have them, it's almost like you can just see that we're never going to get out of our scheme because of what we're trying to do. We're going to give you the best defensive package that we have in the first and second quarter. We did it against Chicago. I think Caleb was 2 for 6 for 40 yards or something like that. And we did it again yesterday with Jordan Love, who was playing outstanding football. But then you see in the second half is when they've been able to kind of get it going, because we're firing everything on defense in the first half, get up 2 scores, and then let the offense take over. So just a great job by the team there.
Yeah. The defense is being graded on a curve here
Yeah.
because of all the injuries. But you're right. Their start, even if they were healthy, that was a hell of a performance, especially when you're banged up. John, he made the comment about Terry and Arnold.
It was pass interference.
It was pass interference.
Yeah,
okay,
that
thank you.
was one of the most obvious calls. Is pass interference.
Receiver can't catch the ball because he's impeding him. Yeah.
Draped all over him. I mean, it's just and with experience, he will hopefully be able to be in position, but then turn his whole body around. And that it could have been an interception. Should have been an interception. Yep. He was in position, but I think there was just a brief moment of panic, and he impeded the receiver.
Let's get to Matt in the car. Matt, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, 3 things. First, the Packers, I'm glad they lost. And LaFleur acting like a big sissy because fans were hype about their team. Like, if you can't handle it, then maybe your team should be better. Second, the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. My job is sending me to New Orleans for the next 6 months, so I'll be there for the Super Bowl, and I might buy me a ticket if I can find one cheap enough.
Well, good luck with that. I'm not sure what cheap will mean. I mean, if you're looking for anything under, $7,500, that might be cheap.
The cheapest one I found from looking yesterday was like $4,200, and I'm going to make some serious coin in New Orleans, so I could pay for it.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, if you got it, let it roll.
And then lastly, your U of M. I was a Buckeye fan, but I am giving up my team, and I am switching because I'm sick of it. The last 4 years have given me high blood pressure. So it's not an upgrade, but I'm going to root for Michigan State.
We got to for what? For what? You said for Michigan State?
I can't root for U of M, right? That's the enemy. And I respect you, Jansen. I love you, man. I love listening to you guys every morning. This is my daily listening on my way to work and back and forth. So
you're allowed to make one bad choice in life, but now 2 of them?
Yeah, well, at least I ain't rooting for Ohio no more. I'm going to root for Ohio to lose.
Hey, safe travels down to New Orleans, and I hope you get a chance to go to the Super Bowl. It would be amazing.
Me too. Oh, the one last thing. The only other game I see Lions losing 15-2 would possibly be the Bills. Now they could prepare and win, but I hope they don't lose. But that's the only team that I see giving the Lions another loss. Other than that, 15-2 for the season.
Yeah, could be a Super Bowl preview. And if they lose that one, they still have the tiebreaker. If Philly doesn't lose at all, they still have the tiebreaker against Philly for the number 1 seed.
We don't have the time to properly break down what he just said. Switching from an Ohio State fan. And I thought he was going to make the unthinkable switch to being a Wolverine fan, which, like, how are you an Ohio State fan to begin with if you could ever do that?
You heard me. I was about ready to celebrate, and then in the middle of my celebration, he said Michigan State. What? What?
Also, not exactly a hot commodity to be hopping aboard right now.
No.
5-7. There's not really a lot of buzz going on there. Anyway, Lions are the story of the day. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell, full locker room address to the team. Have you ever heard him that fired up? That felt like even on another level for him.
He had another one it was the week, not last week, but the week before where he was really fired up.
Yeah.
Like he might have gone Ric Flair mode last night in real life. Seriously.
But it was,
I'm ready to go, John. I know you are.
Oh, yeah. When you listen to that and you pair that with what you saw in the game, what we knew going in, and he referenced it. I don't care who it is. You're here for a reason. You're football players. We expect you to go out there and play, and they did, and they came through. And it wasn't always perfect. It wasn't exactly the way it was supposed to be done, but it's exactly what they needed to win the game.
We live in pressure. We don't have to talk resilience. We live it. Like, he's foaming at the mouth in that locker room speech. Like,
Yeah.
and you can tell he feels it.
He doesn't have to say that they're a tough team like some coaches.
Right.
And listen, he put it all out there. He put the plums in the wheelbarrow. Like, we're going to go for it. We're going to live and die. Some of these decisions you guys might not like on the outside. It's who we are. We're going to live and die with this football team. We're going to live and die with this. Yes, Stoney. Phone calls, ticket text. You want to talk gambles? You want to talk outcomes? It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's all-day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, we got plenty of them going on right now with our football team. All-day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're at home, in the stadium, or at your tailgate. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
That he is. Lions win. Just keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
Playing to win, too. Dan Campbell, what do you think? 248-539-9797. I know some of you were going, he's playing with fire. What's he doing? It's his own 31. What's he doing? Just kick the field goal. It's inside the last minute. Some of you thought he was playing with fire and may feel like he was lucky he wasn't burned. I don't think he was reckless yesterday. You guys know, I'll tell you if I think it was reckless. This wasn't 4th and 7 for the game against the Cowboys. These were short yardage. These were inches. These are a yard, right? These are goal-to-go situations early in the game. And you have to understand that it's not one size fits all. He doesn't have a defense. They got practice squad guys who've been here for days, not weeks, not months, days. Who's Zeke Turner? Who are these guys? And he's coaching the personnel he's got. He's got to play to his strength. He wants to win time of possession. He wants to play keep away. Green Bay scored points on 5 of their last 6 drives of the game. The shootout was on. You got to decide, are you playing to win? You want to kick a field goal like LaFleur at the end of the game? You're going to go for it. You're lean with your offense. John, I don't think it was reckless. I think it was necessary. I'll double down. I think it was necessary for him to go for it on those 4th downs.
It was, because you look at all of the key deciding factors. And, okay, so you're even on turnovers. And then it's the time of possession, 36 minutes to 24 minutes. It's first downs, 27 for the Lions, 17 for Green Bay. Total plays. You talk about opportunity, creating opportunity for yourself and limiting it for the Packers. 76 offensive plays run by Detroit. 76 versus 45 for the Pack.
That's the game.
That's
it's tug of war. You got to play keep away.
And we knew that going into this, you could wear away, you could wear down at the end of the game, especially when, and I don't know what your reaction was. I know what mine was. I just can't believe it. Alim McNeil is walking off the field with the trainers. Like, again, what is going on?
Well,
like,
anytime
who
anybody
has cursed the defense, yet it's not a curse. It's not. They find a way to overcome every single obstacle all season long.
We said this yesterday. I'm not saying this to pat us on the back. A lot of you were with us. A good team gets buried by these injuries. The Lions aren't a good team. They're a great team. They're a special team. There's no other way to describe what we're watching. John, other teams are losing with this level of injury, right? With this level of when your depth is challenged to this degree, good teams eventually trip up. The Lions, nothing trips this team up. Like Jared Goff throws a pick, a bad pick. No one's talking about it today. A bad pick. They respond the very next drive and score a touchdown. The best drive the Packers had all day was the first half to me. It was a 12-play drive, 10 runs, 7 minutes, man ball, trying to play Lions football at Ford Field and take it to Detroit. And that was a you're on your heels moment. It's 10-7. They just scored a touchdown. What did Detroit do? Marched all the way down the field, scored a touchdown almost as time expired at the end of the first half. Like, John, they responded every single time again, and not at their best, not at their healthiest, but they responded again.
And when you thought that, okay, Green Bay figured it out, right? They 10 out of 12 plays, they marched down and they scored. But we didn't see that again.
So they didn't run on Detroit. 99 yards for the day?
Right. And I thought Baldy brought up a good point of the ability to be good on first down. That is so important especially when the strength of your defense is the secondary. It's the healthiest part of your defense.
Yeah.
At some point with Jordan Love, you know that they feel confident in throwing the ball, Christian Watkins, all that stuff. Like, you know that they feel comfortable throwing the ball. So if you're good on first down, now you remove some of that tendency to run on second and medium. And it's second long, Green Bay's propensity to run or throw the football, it comes out. You push them into a position to do what they want to do, but it plays into what you are defensively.
That's game planning. That's coaching. That's the things we've highlighted, right? That's bringing back your OC and your DC and having a head coach that's as good as anybody in football at getting his guys up for big games. And this was a big game. Like, that's the other thing. This was a massive game.
Oh, yeah.
For the 1 seed, tiebreakers, all of it. Division, all of it.
I think Greg brought up a good point yesterday when we were talking about, hey, Philly just won't lose. Minnesota just won't lose. And now they're looking at it as Detroit's banged up. They've got 13 guys on defense that are not playing, either on IR or inactive because they're not playing. And they're from their perspective, what do we have to do? Detroit just won't lose.
I know. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
Victory Friday sounds pretty good. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, I just want to give a shout out to John Jansen. He looked and sounded great when they showed him on the intro to the broadcast.
I missed it.
You didn't see it?
No, my wife did. She texted me because I was at Ruby's basketball game.
That's right.
And
yeah.
I hadn't yet. I mean, the game hadn't started, so I hadn't turned it on yet. I was kind of hoping to see it, but
they had the crew out here the other day. And they got your mug up on the
Hopefully
screen.
I'll be able to see it on replay somewhere.
248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls in the mix. Eric in Farmington Hills. Eric, good morning.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
All right, so talking about Dan Campbell, I was at the game last night, and we have season tickets. And any chance I got to talk to my buddies who were worried we were going to lose it, I just said, "Man, be Dan. How do you think Dan Campbell thinks we're going to lose this game? When we were down, I'm like that doesn't ever cross his mind. And if you just go into all these games with his mentality, that's just how I think about it. He's the man, and I didn't lose faith. I was looking forward to seeing, a bunch of names on jerseys on our defense come out and show, and they did.
And I think he has, obviously, he's all concerned about getting the guys in the locker room, like you mentioned, to have his mentality. They're 100% bought in. It's culture, and now the fans are – you got to buy in. We talked about it the last couple of days. Do you expect them to win, or do you hope they win? I think now, going into every game, not that they're always going to win, but you should expect them to win.
You absolutely should. To his laser focus, Campbell's. He said at the podium he hadn't even realized they clinched the playoffs. He said he would have addressed that with the team, but it didn't even enter into his...
Wasn't on his stat sheet.
No.
We know he needs a stat sheet after the game, which it's not a shot. I 100% agree.
By the way, how great is... Hey, Skipper, keep throwing up or whatever you're doing over there.
Yeah. Some guys just have that reaction. We used to have a guy that before the games, if he threw up before the game, you'd hear the dry heaves and all of a sudden you'd hear the splatter. You're like, okay, we're ready. And when he didn't, you're like, ooh, I'm not sure we're ready for this game.
Was that like nervousness?
Yeah, Eric Wilson, from the area, local guy.
Oh, okay.
Love him, yeah.
248-539-9797. Garrett on a cell. Garrett, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, great job yesterday, guys. So going into the week, the main topic was injuries, specifically on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think an argument can be made that having Decker out played more of an impact. We rushed for roughly about 1.5 yards less that yesterday's game than we have all season during any game. And then also I want to give you guys feedback on, if you guys have any context. What was going on with LaFleur and that fan? That was odd. FPP, go Lions.
Yeah, so Garrett, before DJ Reader went down, I was all over. I think Taylor Decker is the biggest injury. And then it's just a matter of attrition defensively, and then Aleem McNeil goes down. I think there is a lot to be said for you. I think against Buffalo, you really need Taylor Decker back. And in regards to the fan, there's somebody that was supposed to be holding the flag before while the anthem was going on. He did the throat slash and was, spewing some things at the Packers sideline, specifically at Matt LaFleur. And, Matt LaFleur took exception to it, which at that point, I don't have a problem with his reaction.
Yeah, we like the fans who are unruly and create a hostile environment, but there is a line.
Yeah.
If the situation was reversed and Dan Campbell was saying that to a fan on the visiting or a home fan, we would eat it up. We'd love it.
Yeah. I do love the chippiness of this rivalry. I like that St. Brown doesn't like these guys. I like that they jaw back with us a little bit. Mac and cheese over there, Kraft trying to get his comments in. I like how it's become this big rivalry. And I also love that the Lions have won 6 of the last 7, so FTP. Yeah. That is the beauty of it. Bring your cheese graters out. And there was that fan who had a block of cheddar cheese that he had smuggled into the Ford Field with an actual cheese grater, and he's sitting there just going to town, kind of like the Lions were. All right, we got what?
Beautiful.
It was beautiful. 248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to. We will continue to talk about Dan Campbell's gambles and the fact that this football team just doesn't know how to lose. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions have never won 11 straight games, and they've never been 12-1. Well, now they are. They're locked into a playoff spot as well after that 34-31 last-second win on the leg of Jake Bates after several gambles throughout the game. Jared Goff called Dan Campbell the guy with the big stones. Make it 2 straight years in the postseason. Dan said he didn't even know until he met with the reporters afterward and wish he would have told the players. But his sights are set on another division crown and ultimately the 1 seed in the NFC. 2 of their final 4 home games are against teams over 500. Their next game against the Bills at Ford Field, and their final game of the year at home versus Minnesota, who are trying to chase them down in the standings. As for the Red Wings, who were under the radar while playing at the same time as the Lions, it seemed like they were going to go to overtime for a 3rd straight game, but the Senators had other plans. Ken Cal's call over on WWJ, a heartbreaker as Detroit fails to earn points for just the 2nd time in 6 games. Dylan Larkin says their mentality has to be to get 2 from here on out. They play again tomorrow at home against Colorado. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two things. One, if you know the cheese grater guy, have him call in. Would love to know how he got in with the cheese grater.
I just asked that question. Like, how did he get that in?
Yeah.
How did he sneak that in?
Who knows? It was awesome.
It was.
And, you know, I'm not surprised at all that Dan didn't know winning would clinch a playoff spot because he's not focused. That's not the goal. The goal isn't just to get into the playoffs. That's great. The goal isn't to win the division. Like if they seal the division, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not aware of that. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's the focus. Working back from that, it's the 1 seed. To get the 1 seed, you need the division. To get the division, you need to be, you go right down the list of goals, you got to get into the playoffs. His focus isn't on just getting into the playoffs. So I'm not surprised at all he didn't know that was a clinching game.
7 games. 4 in the regular season, 3 in the postseason. 7 games. That's the focus.
This last 4 have gone quick. When he dropped that, there's 11 games left. And now to sit here and say 7.
Well, do you realize why it went quick? They played 4 games in 18 days.
Right.
And they won all of them. Think about that. In the NFL, to play 4 games in 18 days with half a defense and to win all of them. And by the way, these were not all against bottom feeders. Green Bay's a good football team. Houston's a good football team.
Yeah, and they came out smelling like a rose.
Yep.
And at the beginning of the year, we were talking, hey, in the first quarter of the season, right? Go 3-1, which they did.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it was, well, if Green Bay on the road and this team and this team, well, if they come out of this 2-2, that's going to be best. They go 4-0, and they just keep winning. They keep overcoming challenges, and it's all led. From the moment this season kicked off to where it is now, it's led by Dan Campbell, but it's assisted heavily by the fact that Brad Holmes has been able to go out there, David Long Jr. I think that's a great signing. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable how he has been able to find guys that fit the culture, the mindset, and how guys want to come here and be a part of it.
To the phones we go. Steve in Oxford, you're on 97.1.
Yeah. I want to talk about Dan Campbell's integrity and his philosophy because he hasn't changed one bit. When he first came, if you guys remember, when we were terrible, he used to do the 4th down thing, and I could never understand. We're terrible. We're in a hole, and you're going for it on 4th down. But he had a vision, and he had to convince these guys, these players, that we can make it, and they do. Now, I'd like to know the percentage of how many what are percentages of going on 4th down and making it and not making it right now as of last 2 years, because these guys are all for it. I think they get fired up as soon as he calls 4th down. They're going for it. I think they get fired up.
Oh, hell yeah, they do.
They want to do it.
Yeah.
And I just, it's awesome because he's just, I have so much confidence in them. And, my son got upset because of the one that they didn't make. And I says, no, man, that's Dan Campbell. He says, they're expecting it from us. And a lot of NFL teams are now starting to go on fourth down, if you've noticed that. I've watched other games. It's like, no one ever went on fourth down. They're going to punt it. But, nope, not Dan Campbell. And I tell you one thing, I think our team gets fired up because they're going on fourth down. I think it's hard to stop us because of that.
And I think they win. I think they win because they go for it on fourth down. Like that's what gets lost in all of this. Is like, it's aggressive, but it's winning football.
Well, you set that mindset in year 1 and year 2, and you get guys to believe, you get them to buy in, and you can even go to things that guys have said in losses. What did Taylor Decker say after they lost to Buffalo on Thanksgiving? This is not the same Lions team, and they haven't lost back-to-back games since that.
No. And again, these are decisions where if you're going to win, you're going to need to score on that fourth down in the red zone, and they did twice. If you're going to win this game with this banged-up defense, you're going to need to extend possessions. They converted 4 of the 5 that they went for. The one they didn't get was from their own 31, which is unconventional, and I think a lot of people were uncomfortable with it.
What did we see last week? We saw John Harbaugh do it from his 17-yard line. And everybody was talking about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Would Dan Campbell ever do that? Well, Dan Campbell did against Kansas City. I think maybe it was the 18-yard line. He went for the fake punt.
And I think people were upset at the play call. Like they wanted something up the gut, a sneak or something right over the center. Green Bay came out with double-A gaps. They were stacked in the middle. So what do? You're going to have to try to run
outside the tackle.
Sure. So run Penei Sewell side and try to get it. And it didn't work. It's not always going to work. It's not 100%. That's why it's a gamble. But if it works more than it doesn't, if it plays to the strength of your football team, if it leads to wins, like these are things that we've been waiting. Lions fans have watched a team be afraid to make the mistake for years, right? Dan Campbell's not afraid to make a mistake.
No.
And I think it only emboldens the team. To the caller's point, these guys are fired up. Tim Patrick said after the game, Coach told us, if it's fourth and short, we're going for it. And that also speaks to a game plan during the week, right? You know what you're working with. If this is the peak of this defense, if they're 100% healthy, Hutch is out there, secondary's been remade, Alex Anzalone's playing with Jack Campbell. Yeah, all right, maybe with a lead in your own territory, you punt the football. That wasn't the case yesterday.
No, and it just was a thing of beauty. There's no anxiety of guessing what Dan is going to do. There might be anxiety in, are they going to convert it, which they do more times than not, but the anxiety has been removed. Fourth and short, going for it.
Ticket text and phone calls. Let's get to Josh and Warren. Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. And with that depleted defense, I'm pretty sure the Packers didn't even get 100 yards rushing. Am I correct?
You're right.
99.
So that's another staple right there. But I think Dan Campbell completely has changed the NFL because Matt Day, Ryan LaFleur, they're the same guy. So he's completely gotten into their head. I'm convinced, and you'll never convince me otherwise, that fourth down play at the end of the game, the Packers were told, don't jump off sides. They did not expect that ball to be snapped. How did you not give up? It was a 4th and inches, and you gave up 7 yards. You got blown off the ball on a broken play, by the way. The Packers you'll never convince me they were not coached to be prepared for that snap. Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell is in his head so bad, he stood there, and if you can go back and watch the replay at the end of the game, they show LaFleur's face when they got the first down. He just stood there and stared at the screen. He had no idea they were going to snap that ball. I'm convinced.
I don't necessarily know that they were convinced they weren't going to snap the ball because they know what Dan Campbell does. And I know if you're listening to the broadcast, listen to Kurt Herbstreit. He said, they're going to run this down and then kick the field goal. So they don't. And then the offense comes on the ball on the field. And he says on the broadcast, they're probably going to run this down, see if they can make some motion, Goff use some inflection to try and get them to jump off sides. Then they run the play. And the only thing that was broken about the play was that Goff started to fall down. This was, when you get to this point of the game, you know what a defense is going to do when you line up in a certain formation. So they put Laporta in the wing on the left side. And they've got Tim Patrick standing up outside Penei Sewell. They did this so that they could create a double team with Zeitler and Penei Sewell. They got the 3 technique. If you put Laporta on the ball next to Sewell, probably you get a 5 technique, and then that double team goes from inside guard and tackle to tackle and tight end, which, okay, it's still Penei Sewell's a part of it, but you have much more of an advantage when Penei Sewell is coming down. Tim Patrick, all he does is a distraction block. He cuts across the outside linebacker's face, and then all of a sudden that outside linebacker gets whammed by Sam Laporta and Zylstra. A lot of Z's in this one. Zylstra. And it was the perfect formation, play call, timing, execution. They got the Green Bay Packers to line up how they wanted to, and they used it to their advantage.
People, you have to understand, I've watched John watch this play like a dozen times this morning, and you've eaten this up because you love the formation and then the execution, the play call, all of it felt perfect. And maybe Green Bay was a little caught off guard because, John, while I'm certainly not mad that he went for it, I thought there was a possibility they were just going to run the clock down and kick the field goal, right? It's inside the final minute. I think conventional wisdom is you take the 3 there. I'm not mad that they went for it. I understood why he did. He didn't want to leave any time for Jordan Love against a beat-up defense.
And I have it paused right here as Frank is snapping the ball. Green Bay was not passive on this. They were firing off the ball. They were ready to play this down. They were just outsmarted by Ben Johnson, and then they were just out-executed by the players.
Dan Campbell's gambles, 4 of 5 on 4th down. 2 of them, the last 2 of them, you might have thought he was playing with fire. You can be honest with us. What did you think of those decisions? And what do you make of this football team? Dan Campbell said, we're supposed to be here. We're destined to be here. I can't imagine there are many people who are holdouts at this point. This team's winning the Super Bowl, right? It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. You don't want to gamble with this one. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS. All right, here we go. 90-19, FanDuel Jansen. We all love Monday Night Football, and this week's matchup, FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on the Bengals versus the Cowboys Monday Night Football game. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the Bengals-Cowboys game. You can bet on over-unders, spreads, player props. There's so much. Plus, if you win, you're going to get paid instantly. No waiting. So download America's #1 sports book by visiting FanDuel.com/Jansen to take advantage of a profit boost today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to get signed up. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms or for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
3, 2, 1. Moran Chevrolet is closing out the 2024 year with awesome pricing all month long during their Red Tag sales event. So get off the sidelines and get into the game at Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Equinox EV for just $119 a month. That's 24 months, $999 down. Prices like that, that's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com. Check them out. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. And the second one, this one's for the Blazer. 3, 2, 1. Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long during their Red Tag sales event. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 all-wheel drive Blazer EV. Listen to this price, $199 a month, 24 months, $999 down. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com. You can shop online, or you want to go out in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Didn't get it, went for it. 4th and inches, your own 31. What's he thinking? 248-539-9797. He's thinking, I don't want to punt the ball. It's a shootout. My defense is beat up. They're winning at the time, so I think it's super unconventional.
Well, and if you believe that, okay, our ability to stop them is limited, would I rather they score on a 30-yard drive, or would I rather punt the ball and Jack Fox get them down inside the 20, 15,
sure,
and they go the length of the field? Now you've burnt up that much clock,
which they needed at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And again,
and this team has been good in the red zone.
Very good. Packers scored 4 touchdowns in their final 6 possessions, scored points on 5 of the final 6 possessions. Dan Campbell played the way they had to win that football game. They had to keep their offense on the field. They had to win time of possession. They had to keep Jordan Love off the field. They had to keep their own defense, which is full of guys who had just shown up from practice squads. They had to keep those guys from logging major snaps. Didn't want them to get exposed. That's good coaching. That's your offense is the strength of your football team on that day. It's 4th and inches. For crying out loud, it's 4th and inches. It's not 4th and 5 or 4th and 10. Right. It's 4th and inches. And I think you trust this personnel. And it worked 4 of the 5 times that they converted on 4th down yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe you have the best offensive line in the NFL, And you could make an argument for Philadelphia.
Sure, debate it, whatever.
I would love for anybody to have that argument with Dan Campbell. I would love to listen to that argument because there is nothing that you're going to say, do, or show that is going to make him believe that he doesn't have the best offensive line in the league.
Lions didn't punt in the second half. Jack Fox went up to the suites. He was serving hors d'oeuvres. They did not punt in the second half. And I think that's because of the game script. That's because, first of all, they didn't have any obvious fourth downs. But I think it's also because Dan Campbell knew that's the way they had to play to win the game. And I don't think he would do it if Hutch was healthy and Alex Anzalone was healthy and they had this entire defense playing at full strength. They'd probably punt the ball in their own territory with the lead. That's not the way it was set up last night. 248-539-9797. It's why, listen, I've said calls that he's made are reckless. This one I thought was necessary. 248-539-9797. Dan and Warren, get your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
What's up?
Good. How are you doing?
Can you hear me okay? I don't know if I got a echo feedback or audio reloop, but can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you.
Loud and clear.
What you got?
Okay, cool. All right. I just want to say, touching on this, I know we all know that the end game is Super Bowl. Obviously, we know that, and I think last year we played ourselves out of Super Bowl contention in that NFC playoff game. I think Dan Campbell even knew that we had playoff implications on the game, but he knows, as a good coach knows, we can't put the cart in front of the horse. We have to take care of our business this week, or that's not possible. Plain and simple. Yeah. I mean, every coach knows the pulse of their team, and they will respond to that. And ultimately, the guys are responding. I mean, they're responding. I honestly, last night going into that game, as beat up as we were, my doubts were less than 30% winning that game, honestly. I mean, I didn't think we had a chance because we've been so decimated on our defense.
And yet, here we are.
I know. It's amazing. It's great. I mean, it's great to be a Lions fan. But again, I think it speaks a lot for Dan's accountability on the team, you know. He's like, I'm not asking you guys to go do anything more than what you're capable of giving me.
Yep.
But what he's giving them is pulling everything else out of them to set that bar higher and to achieve higher standards.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that he'll own it at the podium too, by the way. If a call blows up and they lose the game, he's not afraid to go to the podium and own it. Now, they won, so there was really no owning it that needed to happen.
Yeah.
But he's not afraid of that. The accountability is what he just referenced. That's why I say that. He's not afraid of that.
No, he's not afraid of it all. He's not going to shy away from any tough decisions. And what he is doing, whether on purpose or not, is deflecting any pressure off of his team and putting it all on himself. Because if it doesn't work, who's going to go to the podium and say, it's on me? Dan Campbell.
John, you said something earlier today that I hadn't thought of with these fourth down decisions. And everybody focuses on the NFC title game, and everyone goes, oh, that 4th and 2, and he killed it. Josh Reynolds dropped the ball. I liked that Dan Campbell went for it on the fourth downs in that NFC championship game. But you highlighted something from that game that you think he may have learned from.
Oh, yeah. It's the final possession of the first half. And we talked about it a couple of days later, and Gov was the one that brought it up, thought that was one that he may regret not
settling
actually going for it. Yeah. And he ends up settling for a field goal. And at that time, it was, what was the score? It was, I got it right here, 21-7. They get a punt from San Francisco, and they go on a 17-play, 68-yard drive that takes up, basically the rest of the first half, 4:52. They get down inside, and it's 1st and goal from the 7. They don't pick up anything. It's 2nd and goal from the 7. They pick up 1. They take a timeout. It's 3rd and goal from the 6. They pick up 3. Take another timeout. Now it's 4th and goal from the 3. He decides at that time that he's going to kick the field goal. And, I mean, we all know that they ended up losing by 3 at the end of the game. They had a 17-point lead going into halftime because they kicked that field goal. But what if it was a 21-point lead?
Yeah, there's this thought that Campbell was too aggressive in that game, but some could argue he wasn't aggressive enough.
Right, and I think that's one where he looks at it and says, you know what? I gave somebody else the power in that game. I did not keep my foot on the gas. I didn't take advantage of every single opportunity. Now, there is the thought that maybe he doesn't convert, and they go into halftime up only 14 versus 17. Sure, there's that threat. But your team knows that you want to go for it. Everyone else knows you want to go for it. And he didn't, I don't think he felt like he followed who he is or what his instincts were.
And the same situation similar situation presented itself last night where they had a chance to settle for a field goal, 4th and 3, goal line, end of the half, and they went for it, they got it, and they were up 10 points.
But to take advantage of the momentum I have, I'm not going to give somebody else the power. I'm not going to give somebody else a chance. I am going to take a hold of this game right now, damn it, and F you guys.
Sure does. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's a car dealership in Livonia that had its license suspended after selling used cars as new. Okay, so Michigan officials are suspended the license of LaFontaine Motor in Livonia due to numerous violations of the Michigan Vehicle Code, including falsifying documentation so it could lease used vehicles as new. And officials said that the staff at the dealership continued to violate state laws even after the state office reiterated to them what makes a vehicle used under the Michigan Vehicle Code. So they kept doing it even though they were told, hey, we know what's going on, you need to change this. And officials say that these violations created an ongoing imminent threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the public, requiring emergency action. And the Secretary of State's office is now considering turning the case over to the Attorney General for a possible criminal investigation. Yikes.
No joke.
A Lincoln Park man is behind bars after authorities say a road rage incident led to a high-speed chase downriver. So Wyandotte police say that it all started when a woman actually flagged them down and told them that a complete stranger in another car was chasing her and trying to run her off the road. So police tried to pull the suspect over. Obviously, this guy refused to stop. The chase reached speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Eventually, they were able to catch this guy. And I guess it says that he spit blood in an officer's face while they were trying to arrest him. Now he is in jail awaiting charges. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Really gross. We all saw this coming. Mattel is being sued for the packaging on their Wicked dolls that included that link to an adult website. So there is a woman in South Carolina that filed a class action lawsuit after she purchased one of these dolls for her younger daughter. The lawsuit claims that the woman's daughter visited the website printed on the back of the doll's packaging and whoop, got an eyeful there, was shocked by what she saw. Mom was shocked as well. So the woman claims that she and her daughter had experienced emotional distress due to this error, and she wants to recover damages.
Saw that coming a mile away.
We knew it was there. We knew it was going to come. Okay, so forget about fine dining. There's a recent study that found that men in Michigan are most likely to choose Chick-fil-A for a first date. And then, if Chick-fil-A isn't maybe where they're going to go, the second best, most popular place, Dairy Queen.
DQ?
Followed by Pizza Hut.
Really?
Yes!
Pizza Hut. Okay. How many Pizza Huts are even available anymore?
I don't know. But, okay, if that's not, kind of shocking.
So what's your response as a woman? This is a cheap date?
Yeah, okay. That's me. I'm like, what? You're not taking me to a fast food. But listen to this. The study also found that 66% of women would be all right with a fast food first date. So they're okay with it.
I guess it's easy to get out of that situation.
So,
it's kind of like going to grab coffee, I guess.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
It's a quick date. And it's cheap.
It's a low investment. Yeah, if this doesn't work out, I didn't blow a whole paycheck on it.
Well, so when I was on the dating apps, that you could do a drink, whether that's alcohol or coffee.
Yeah.
That's low pressure. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But to take someone to a fast food place, to me, it's like you were gonna take them out to dinner, but you didn't think they.
Like if
that's
I met
almost
somebody,
insulting.
if I met somebody, I'm like, oh, we're really clicking. I really like this guy, and finally he's like, all right, let's go out. I'd like to take you to dinner. Want to go to Chick-fil-A? I'd be like, not who I thought you were. Like. It's not for me.
Yeah.
But I'm not single, so it's all right. I guess so. A man in Canada would do almost anything. Well, actually, he would do anything to protect his wife, and he proved that by jumping on a polar bear to save his wife from being mauled. So this couple was at their house Tuesday morning. The bear was there in their driveway, ready to attack. As the bear lunged towards the woman, the husband just leapt onto the animal and like tried to obviously pull the bear back. Instead, he was attacked, had serious injuries, but non-life-threatening injuries to his arms and his legs. Finally, a neighbor jumped in, shot the bear. Bear's dead.
Of the bears, the polar bear is the last one you want to mess with.
No, I'm not messing with that, but
Yeah.
do anything for his wife.
Yeah.
Yep.
Save the day.
Mm-hmm.
Polar bears are no joke. Heather with the news. It's 97.1. And look, you look outside, it's snowing right now. It's cold. It's miserable. If you want to go somewhere warmer, how about heading out to Vegas? Dive into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience designed for the sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a massive view of a 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Sounds good right about now. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big football games, any of the big games, really. You got hoops coming up, especially when we flip the calendar. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, a non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot with the cozy day beds, private cabanas. Wherever you are, though, grab a lounge at the center of the action and reserve your place today. 365 days of sports, poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. That's Stadium Swim. All sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. That's circalasvegas.com. Into the month of December we go, and the cookie jar has a Christmas theme for the next 3 weeks. Today, we begin with a classic debate.
Okay.
Real tree or fake tree?
So this one, I'm going to give you a little bit riding the fence. I would always defer to real tree, except right now with Teddy's age and he would love to pick apart a real tree. we can't have one, so we're going with the fake tree for now. But when the time is right, we're going to go back to the real tree because there is absolutely nothing like the scent of a real tree in your house.
I'm all about the fake tree. I've never had a real tree. I'm not opposed to it, but I would not have one. I like the ease of having the real tree. I can set it up as early as I want. I don't have to deal with pine needles falling. I don't have to deal with the water. I've had a weird fear of fires and Christmas trees, and there's a bigger risk of fire with your lights on it with a real tree. I don't know why, but I always have been scared of that. So no, I like the fake trees.
So I grew up initially with the real tree. I remember vividly picking out the tree and taking it home and watering it.
That's cute.
That's awesome. But they are a pain, and even growing up, eventually we phased out of the real tree. So right now, team fake tree.
Yeah.
No hassle. You still get all the lights, still get all the good without any of the bad.
Yeah, but we have one that's pre-lit, and it's easy, right? But to me, it just doesn't look the same as when you hang the lights on the tree. It's just too uniform, too manufactured.
Okay. For your Christmas lights, do you like the white lights or the colors?
You look at me because you think I'm going to have a strong opinion. I do have a strong opinion on this, and it's different whether you're talking about indoor lights or outdoor lights.
Oh.
So indoor lights on your Christmas tree, I am all about the white lights. I've got white lights on the tree, white lights. We have some like garland on the mantle with lights, all white. Outside, go for it. Do the colored lights, do whatever you please. I used to not love the colored lights at all, but I do now. I like the colored lights outside.
So our fake tree is pre-lit with white lights, and we like the white lights on the inside. Now Lisa will add some colored lights with the big glass bulbs on the tree inside, which I like. Outside, I'm all about the colored lights, and I like the old school. You can get the LED lights now with the big, and they're plastic bulbs, so they last. You can bang them around while you're putting them up. I really like those outside.
I have a stronger opinion. What about you?
Colored lights.
Inside too, on the Christmas tree?
Yes, and our current tree, yes, it has the all the variety.
Yeah. I like the big colored lights. I don't like the little ones that come on the pre-lit tree. I just don't like the little colored lights.
You like the big bulbs?
Oh yeah.
See, I have a bigger opinion on I don't know if I'm going to call this right. They're the old school iridescent lights.
Yeah.
And then the new LED lights.
Yeah.
Like I like the old school, more warm colored lights than I do like the cool LEDs.
Yep.
Do you guys have a preference back there?
Yes, as Hatchet once said, colored is fine.
Okay, then.
Agreed.
We're going to do some of this with movies and songs for the next few weeks. F, Marry, Kill, and I'll give you 3. Christmas movies. Elf, Home Alone, Christmas Vacation.
So just a brief little tutorial here.
F is intercourse, John.
Yes, I understand that.
You've never played this game,
No,
John? Come on.
So that's obviously the one that you like the most?
It depends.
Well, no, you might
Sometimes
want
you
to
just
marry
want
the one you like
just
the
a
most.
one-off?
Yeah. Just want to get your rocks
All
off.
right.
It depends on what you want.
Okay.
Jeez.
So
your choices again are
Elf, Home Alone, or Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to kill Elf. I can't stand that movie. It annoys the hell out of me. I guess I'll F Home Alone, and then Christmas Vacation. I'll marry that one because I could watch that one every day.
Heather?
Okay, well, I'm also going to kill Elf. I'm going to marry Home Alone because Home Alone to me is like my high school sweetheart, except it goes all the way back to elementary school. I have loved this movie since I was a child. I still love it today, so I think that relationship will last. I love Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
I always enjoy it, but it's not.
It's more of a one-off.
Yeah.
I am so proud of this show that we are all killing Elf. I'm also killing Elf. It's so cringy to me. I know people love it. I would kill it in a heartbeat. And then Heather, I like you would marry Home Alone. And Christmas Vacation's funny. And it would make that the F. All right. For Christmas songs, same game. All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. White Christmas and Jingle Bell Rock.
Kill All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey. I like the song. I don't like her. Don't like listening to her sing this song, so kill it. I guess I'll marry White Christmas because that's my favorite. I will sing that one all day, every day. And then I'll F Jingle Bell Rock.
This is hard because I like all of these songs.
Got to kill one.
I know. I want to kill All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. Just don't.
No,
the
don't do
urge is
that.
there.
But I
Just do it.
I kind of am leaning to Merry White Christmas. It's
Okay.
like a classic that I've
Yeah.
always loved.
By Bing Crosby.
Yes. It's got to be by Bing Crosby.
Yeah.
And then I think maybe I'll F All I Want for Christmas Is You.
I'm going to marry All I Want for Christmas Is You.
That
is quintessential
such a tool.
Christmas.
You're such a
Mariah
tool.
is the queen of the season.
No.
I
She's
will.
the Queen of Christmas.
She is, and I will.
Self-proclaimed.
I'll F White Christmas, and then I will kill Jingle Bell Rock. All of them are very good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys have any crazy takes
I'm with
on
John.
this?
I align perfectly here. I was going to go back to the movies quick for you and ask if it was, you would marry it if it's Home Alone 2, right? Because of the cameo in it.
Oh, stop it.
Come on. No. In fact, Home Alone 2 is not even close to Home Alone 1.
I will F All I Want for Christmas Is You, marry Jingle Bell Rock, and kill White Christmas. Come on.
Oh, come on.
So drab and boring. Come on.
You're such a Scrooge.
Who's the hardest person in your life to shop for Christmas gifts?
Oh, it's certainly my wife. I mean, there's no question. I think most people would probably say their spouse.
You think so?
Or I think most guys would say their wife, because you just, one, you want to get the perfect gift. And, I mean, it just becomes very difficult unless they tell you all the details of what they actually want.
I agree with you. The reason for me, though, is that we have been together for so long that to come up with something really creative every single year gets difficult.
I get that, but you know your partner.
You do.
You're around them all the time. You can pick up on little things that they would like or they haven't bought. What makes it so tough is like my wife will buy whatever she wants for herself, and then I can't. But for me, it's my dad. I think guys are hard to get gifts for. He's got everything he wants.
Well, your dad, because kind of like what Heather said, you've been buying gifts for them, whether it's birthdays, it's Father's Day, it's Christmas, and you're like, does he need another tool for the garage?
Or socks.
Right,
Another tie.
hat and gloves. I mean, come on. What about you guys?
I'm going to say wifey. When she wants something, she doesn't put it on a Christmas list. She buys it from Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm aligning with Jim here. I think the father and father-in-laws are easily the two hardest. They have everything they want. I have no idea what to get them. They are the gift card people in our family versus my wife. I can at least try. She might take it back half of the time because it sucks.
Yeah.
But she at least likes the category of gift that I selected it from.
Right.
I buy a shirt. She doesn't like it. She go gets a different shirt.
Right.
Right.
Last one. Eggnog. Great or gross?
I mean, you've got two extremes here. I'll drink it. I don't necessarily think it's great, but I certainly don't think it's gross. So I guess I'll go with great.
I don't know if I've ever had eggnog,
Really?
but I want to say it's disgusting.
Oh no, you
It's
should
nasty.
try it. You should try it once.
Do you put alcohol in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this still a thing?
Eggnog?
This seems like from the 1940s.
It is
Who
very
makes
much an older
eggnog?
thing. No, I don't think anybody really makes eggnog. You can buy it at the store. You get
I
it
think
at the
more
liquor
people
store
know
pre-mixed.
what Bronner's is than eggnog. Like across the country, not just Michigan.
You're probably right. I have never had eggnog either, but it does gross me out.
Yeah,
The idea of it just doesn't sound good to me, so I'm going to go gross.
I have no problem with it.
All right, and there is your cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got the holidays on the horizon. We've been talking about it. And if you want to start a great, healthy relationship with fitness and get in shape, you got to go to the Judgment Free Zone, and that is at Planet Fitness. Right now, they have a great deal going on. Hey, $15 a month. That's all you got to put down, and then you get a place that's going to be open all the time. And at no extra cost, you're going to get fitness training. It's for every membership that they have. And if when you go there, you fall in love with it, you want a little bit more, they've got the Planet Fitness Black Card, and you can enjoy all the amenities that they offer, including unlimited use of the Black Card Spa, featuring hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, and there's tons more. You can also have access to 2,500 locations worldwide. So if you travel, or if you're just around Metro Detroit, there's plenty of places around here. You got access to all of them. If you don't like going alone, you also get unlimited guest privileges. Right now going on. Don't miss the Black Card membership sale that they have. You can save big. Just $1 down gets you everything you want. I mentioned all the spots in Detroit. They got a new one on 4th Street, in Corktown. Briarwood Mall has one. They're all over the place. You see them all the time. So if you want more information, you can find it on the web at planetfitness.com.
What a game that was last night. Back and forth, high stakes, down to the very end. Game-winning kick. Jake Bates with 3 game winners in his rookie season.
Yep, Minnesota, Houston, Green Bay. And they only go up in pressure.
Dan Miller's call. And John, we've highlighted it all show long. Dan Campbell spoke to the team afterwards. We play that audio every single Victory Monday. Today, a Victory Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And we played that earlier for people. But we have, how would we put this? A different version.
Yeah. Little Ric Flair.
It was a wrestling promo after the game. It's not much more dramatic than what it actually was.
I like throwing a little Ric Flair in there. That's nice. A little background music.
Next week's going to be Hogan.
There we go. Brother. Man.
Macho Man. Stone Cold.
We've had a lot of text the last day or two comparing Dan Campbell to Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I see it, yeah. I mean, he has more hair, but...
Do you think he'll, Dan Campbell at the parade, crunch a Budweiser on his head?
I don't know what that looks like, but I can't wait to see it.
Have you started to I have started to think about that a little bit, what this is going to look like. I'm not sure Woodward can handle it.
I haven't put any thought into it. The only thing is, like, okay, after last year, right, we get down to the NFC Championship game and you start thinking, okay, what if that happens? Like, you're so much closer. All I know is what we saw at the draft will pale in comparison to what downtown looks like if the Lions win the Super Bowl.
Look, we've openly talked about the Super Bowl since August.
Yeah.
And Dan's talked about it. Want the whole enchilada. And Brad Holmes hasn't run from it. That's their expectation, to win the Super Bowl. We're getting down to it where, like, as a station, we got to start making some plans, right? New Orleans hotel rooms and...
Yeah.
Who's going?
Station's playing. I'll throw my hat in the ring. I'll put I'll put a number in there and pick it from a hat. Let's go.
Yeah, I do. This
That'd
show,
be amazing.
This show. Let's just say it right now. We want to be there.
Yeah, we're the one that talks to Dan every week.
That's right.
We built up the relationship.
Do the show from the team hotel?
Sure. As it should be.
Listen, I'd say once in a lifetime, but it feels like we're just starting to get into the good times for Lions football, but you never take it for granted.
Enjoy the moment that we have in front of us.
Exactly.
You know, real quick, back on the parade, the aesthetics of a downtown, I think, are great for a parade atmosphere. You know, the tall buildings, the personality of a city, and really you run that from, about Wayne State all the way to the river. And I think that's great. I honestly really, the last time I was down there, I was kind of just checking. I don't know if it could handle this.
Oh, it's going to have to.
Because I love the aesthetics part of it, but from a realistic standpoint, it's like you almost would need to shut down the airport and just have it there. Big, humongous, wide open space.
Yeah, but
just
you need
parade back and forth.
You got to be in the city.
Buildings, you need streets. Yeah.
How about we shut down 75?
I think it might be shut down for them. They might not have a choice. I mean, if the Lions win the Super Bowl, all bets are off.
Yeah, it's going to be bunkers. But the lead up to it, the every moment along the way, and we got so many things that we can look to in regards to moments, right? Open it up against the Rams, And
overtime win, yeah.
The overtime win. And then the drive in overtime. I think part of that is probably as well why Dan didn't want to leave it to overtime. You don't want to lose a coin toss.
Yep.
But it's the cold weather and what you did in Green Bay. It's the mounting injuries. There have been so many moments that you could point to throughout the course of this season and obstacles that they've simply overcome.
Yeah, a lesser team loses.
Yeah.
A lesser team can't overcome these injuries.
Not mentally tough enough.
Lions aren't a lesser team. I mean, John, it's mental, but it's also physical. Like, it's guys stepping up. I mean, Ezekiel Turner is making a key red zone stop on the final Packer possession.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are practice squad players. I mean, Quan Alexander just shows up. Jamal Adams just shows up. I mean, these aren't guys who you would... I mean, come on. The opening day lineup compared to what the lineup is right now on defense, it's a testament to what they've been able to do.
Well, even on top of it last night, you think about division opponent and the juice that Green Bay came in here thinking that they were going to come in and win. Aleem McNeil then goes down. Now you've got Zadarius Smith, who didn't even start the season with the team up front, and he's the only starter you have up there.
Right, because after Aleem McNeil goes down...
You've got Broderick Martin, you've got insert any other lineman's name, but it all goes back to the preparation for this season. It's building the roster to be able to withstand as many of these as you can. It's complementing the roster when you have to, with guys like Zadarius Smith or David Long Jr. or insert any guy that they have signed to be able to step in due to injury, but it's also Dan Campbell constructing his staff. Hey, you see that you can improve at a position group. Terrell Williams.
Yep.
Come on in. And the defensive line has been an absolute strength of this team.
Pat O'Connor, a name that I thought played well last night. But again, a guy who, we know Eastern Michigan connection, but that's not a guy who before the season was an NFL player. And here he is playing key snaps in a big NFL game, prime time against the Green Bay Packers.
When your number's called, you step up and you fill a role. We say it in college football all the time. The expectations for the position, not the player. And I think it's held very true for this Lions team.
Let's go. Let's go.
Did you get to watch Uninterrupted last night?
So, yeah, I crushed the honeydew list.
Well done.
Then I sent out an unfortunate tweet. Really regret sending it out.
Oh, because you couldn't. I did see that. You couldn't see it was a little pixelated.
I know the game was on Fox 2. That's not the question I asked. I just asked, does anybody else have pixelation issues on Amazon?
It's funny because I almost called you in bed
19
like,
out of 20
dude.
responses were, the game's on Fox. Just turn on Fox. I'm like, I know it's on Fox. The 4K Primecast is what I wanted to watch. And
you get the new TV,
these are
right?
seriously first world problems. I get that. But, I mean, the snark that came back at me, hey, dummy, you should know. Nobody tell them it's on Fox 2. And I'm like, I know it's on Fox 2. But I didn't. The way I worded the tweet was just anybody else having pixelation issues on Amazon.
I almost called you
and said, "Hey, dummy, it's on Fox."
I'm like, "Hey, dude, you don't have to watch on Prime."
Like it was basically. Don't tell her I said this, but it was basically like having a conversation with my wife. Like I asked one question and she answers something else, and then we get in a fight.
Doug, you feel euphoric today. You're in a great mood.
I am in a great mood.
I want to put that to the test. You have this deep-seated fear of Jordan Love. Can we put that to bed now?
Yeah, kind of. Look, it was a paranoia. There's no question. Why is Milliken pointing at me behind the glass? He looks upset.
He's menacing.
Yeah, he is menacing. When he gets mad, does he get mad? I think he's mad at me.
Yeah, and it's
you mad at me?
I think he's proud of you. You proud of him?
Oh, I don't have my headphones on.
Oh, it's okay.
We'll repeat to you.
Yeah, we're supposed to wear those in this business, Gator.
He just called you Gator.
What?
I just called you Gator for not wearing headphones.
Oh God.
You're burying it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, good for you. Yeah. Amen, brother.
Yeah, look, I admit it was a paranoia. It might not have been steeped in logic. It was steeped in what
I
could
really
possibly
started getting
go
sick of hearing it after they won in Lambeau earlier back in November.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if they win this game, Doug has to put this to rest. Would they have Stafford now?
Wait,
we
what?
have Rodgers.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and look, they win the division. They win this division. Well, I mean, Minnesota still needs to be taken care of. But if they win this division, then we can safely say we have taken over the division. You have to do things 2 years in a row.
Kings of the North. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that.
and then
Yeah.
once you do it 2 years in a row, then everybody should. It's not just a one-off. Still work to be done, but your guys' show ended 2.5 minutes ago. I apologize. I'm just fired up.
That's
it's all right.
This is one we could talk about all day. I'm not going to, but
You want to stick around?
We're off the clock.
I'll go home.
No, I as well have a to-do list, and today's the day.
Crush it.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Yeah, Gators out today. It is the Karsh and Anderson program, and the Detroit Lions are 11-1 in the National Football League and in firm control. Well, not in firm control, but they have moved beyond the Green Bay Packers. Sorry, 12-1. Did I say 11-1? The Lions are 12-1 and have all but eliminated the Packers. The Lions would have to lose their final 4 games, and Green Bay would have to win their final 4 games. And that is unlikely to happen because Detroit holds the tiebreaker. So if Detroit went 1-3 and the Packers went 4-0, Detroit would still hold the tiebreaker over the Pack. So put them in the rearview mirror. Now it's just about the Minnesota Vikings, eliminating them to try and win this division. And now, look, it may come down to the last game. Still some heavy lifting to do, obviously, with games with Buffalo. I mean, look, if San Francisco's not playing that well, but there aren't punch button wins. But sometimes this team makes you feel like there are punch button wins. The Detroit Lions, that was not one last night. In fact, their last 2 games, they've won by 3 points in each of them. But this one was understandable. The defense, there were 4 guys that played defense for the Lions last night. Think about this. That were not Detroit Lions 1 week ago today. 1 week ago today, they were not Detroit Lions. Last night, 3 of them started. You had guys that played significant snaps defensively that have been here for less than a week. Less than a week. Jonah Williams started and played 25 snaps. Miles Adams played 19 snaps at edge rusher. Jamal Adams played 8 snaps, started the game. It's crazy. But Quan Alexander played 17 snaps. It's amazing. Miles Adams, did I mention him? 19 snaps. These are guys that have been here for less than a week. Less than a week. And what did the Lions do? They beat one of the better teams in the NFC, a division team, a team that was going to give Detroit their best punch. And look, over the years, let me just say this about Green Bay, okay? I'm enjoying beating them, and we've really talked about trying to send a message. And the reason you send a message, what does it really do? Well, teams that are doing what the Lions are doing are teams that are around to stay. These are teams that are going to compete for Super Bowls when you're winning multiple back-to-back division championships. And they haven't done it yet, but they have a chance to do it. And yesterday they took a big step towards doing exactly that. So here are the Lions at 12-1. And look, all the analytics stuff, I heard Wojo in the Fox 2 pregame there with the Birchie Kid and TJ representing for our station, looking great guys. And they dress up nicely, don't they? Wojo was the one that said the whole analytics thing. They have 80% chance at the 1 seed with a win and 40-something% chance of the 1 seed with a loss. Even with a loss, they would still be the favorite by the analytics to win the 1 seed. But now they're in great shape. They're in great shape to win the 1 seed. And we all know the significance of that. There are a lot of teams last night that found themselves rooting for the Green Bay Packers. And look, the Packers are good. They're really, really good. And Jordan Love is really, really good. But simply put, right now, they're not as good as the Detroit Lions. Not as good as the Detroit Lions. I have a lot of respect for that team and that organization. They have run this division for 20 years. But the Lions are doing a lot of stuff to let the Packers know that the run is over. It is their division now. And got to close the deal. There's a lot they got to finish the job. And I heard that a lot last night in the postgame. Finish the job. Got to finish the job. There's still work to be done. But man, did they nut up and make some plays last night, didn't they? With the game on the line, specifically offensively, they made some plays. And they did enough defensively. Like, credit the guys that were out there battling to make plays defensively. There's some interesting trends from that game defensively. But most importantly, in the end, the Lions use all 3 phases to win the game and survive in advance. And look, they should get healthier. They should get guys back. When you talk about guys that are not on the IR, but just out, because, we all saw what happened last night. Brian Branch has to leave the game late. That was cramping. Lee McNeil had concussion protocol stuff. I read concussion protocol. They were very specific. It was head injury during the game, but they weren't calling it a concussion. DJ Reader was out. He should be back. Levi Onwuzurike out, should be back. Josh Pascal out, should be back. Eman should be back. Taylor Decker should be back. Other guys, do they get Derek Barnes back? Do they get Rakestraw back? Do they get Malafambu back? Do they get Alex Anzalone back before the end of the regular season? Jalen Reeves-Maben. There are guys that can come back and help this defense. Because when the Lions are firing on all cylinders and they bring the roster, the whole roster, nobody brings the whole roster to a fight, but when they bring more than they've got to a fight, that's when they start to look like that any given Sunday proof team. The one that can and will beat all the teams they should beat, and can and will act and execute as if they're the best team in the NFL. But as you sat there and watched the game last night, and you see more guys get hurt. When Aleem get hurt, Kevin Zeitler ended up in the tent. Branch got some cramps late, and you're just like, come on, man. It's if there weren't so much on the line, and they keep pushing up against the boundaries of what they are expected to do and keep winning games without their starting players, it's almost comical how many guys have been hurt. Like that stat yesterday, that the team with the second most defensive players on the injured reserve, I think it was the Rams with 7, and the Lions have 13. Almost twice as many. So you go, all right, there's skill involved, there's luck involved. They're not doing this with any luck because they've had bad luck. They've had bad luck as it pertains to injuries. They still get the job done. They still get the job done. What a win. And I know if you were there last night, would love to hear from the people that were there on the elite, what appeared to be an elite atmosphere at Ford Field. For what might have been the biggest game of the year. Now, we haven't even talked about what happened at the end. The fourth down call by Dan Campbell. We will get to that coming up, plus your phone calls and feedback. It's a Victory Friday here on Carson Anderson. Gators out today. Talk to you next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, it was awesome. Want to get Kang's thoughts in a moment from behind the glass. We'll get to your phone calls in a moment. I do, seriously, the people that actually tried to help me last night with the Amazon Prime feed, I do appreciate it. It was eventually a tweet I got from Jim Harkness, who told me to reset the router, and that's exactly what I did, and it worked. So Jim Harkness, Central Michigan University, 1990 in Lanesburg, Michigan. Thank you very much. And yes, I knew the game was on Fox 2. I was just trying to get the Amazon 4K feed.
Did you watch the rest of it in Prime
I watched the
stuff?
Prime Vision cast for the first half, and then I flipped over to the regular cast.
It didn't distract you at all?
No, I really like it. It's a completely different view.
Yeah, it is.
And I like to sample it, and I watch it for some time. I don't know if I could watch it. Well, I could watch it for a whole game. I watch it for a half, but yeah, I do like it. But at one point, I'm like, all right, let me go back and get the regular. Because what I'm one thing you realize when you're watching a game is while it can be good, I also want to know what most of our listening audience is seeing, and it's not the same as the Primecast, is my guess. But do you not like it, or do you like it?
I like it, but in small dosages. Like you took a half. That's probably too much for me. You know, I wish it was maybe an easier flip back and forth kind of option. But yeah, it definitely brings something new to the table, and it's very informative. But as far as just sitting down and watching a whole game like that, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
For the regular way, I guess. But you know, it definitely brings something to the table. I like that they have that as an option.
All right, real quick, your thoughts on the game before we get to the calls.
I mean, what a game, right? What more can you say? We kind of saw this coming. It's going to be a shootout. I thought the defense actually held a lot better than I expected the first half, but then they started to show some leaks.
Yep.
Lee McNeil leaves the game, and that was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? At
And
this
Green
point?
Bay starts running it.
Yeah, and I'm okay. And then so they show some leaks, gave us some points, but they were handed a short field for one of those touchdowns. But they did what they had to do, and I still knew this was going to possibly going to happen with the defense. But we felt that the offense was the elite side of the ball, that they had to lean on the offense, and that came true as well. And in the end, I chose the Lions to win because I just believe in the culture they built, and that Dan Campbell says it over and over. They are built for this. They are built to do stuff like this. And that's what happened last night. They were built to plug and play guys that just got here literally this week that probably need name tags for their teammates to even know who they are. And they came through. And they came through in Lions fashion, which is, yeah, it's going to take some guts and some grit. But if you're all on the same page, and they have enough talent now, too, to execute these game plans, they came out on top. What a great game.
It's wild. It's absolutely wild the way that they are, the way that they're playing and the way that they are coming through under circumstances that I think would kill most teams and previous Lions teams, and just in terms of the number of injuries they've endured. But good for them and good for us. Let's talk to the people. D is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, D?
DK Kane, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, bro, check this out. Do you realize how hard it is to win 11 games in any sport, let alone football, DK?
Mm-hmm.
Think about for just 1 minute, bro. 11 games in a row, on the road, at home, in bad weather. That got to be a sign of a dominant team. You got to agree, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's look, we could. I mean, we don't have to we don't have to revisit all the stuff that's gone wrong historically, but there is so much that's gone wrong historically, and now it's. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I bet you watch Lions games, D, thinking how are they going to find a way to win, which is the inverse of what it used to be.
DK, you hit it on the nail. Hit the nail on the hammer. Hey, take this one more thing. Hey, bro, people are still. I'm working with a couple of people right now that are saying, yeah, Dan Campbell is going to cost us. Dan Campbell is going to blah, blah, blah. Bro, whatever Coach Dan is selling, I'm buying. And I advise everybody to do the same. But whatever he sells, don't question it. Don't doubt it. Because remember, we've had Monty Clark, Darryl Rogers, Marty Morningwig, Steve Mariucci. Who else I'm forgetting about? Rob Marinelli. None of those coaches, and I'm 54 years old, bro, none of those coaches gave me the confidence like Coach Dan does, bro. I'm so damn glad we got him. Hey, DK, we on the mission, bro. But before I go, 11 games in a row, fellas. Hey, one more thing. Quan Alexander, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I watched the game last night. Fast, physical, fierce. Quan Alexander and my man Jamal Adams, they are going to be godsends for us, bro. I don't know why I feel that way. Zadarius Smith already proved to me he's good. But I'm telling you guys, Quan Alexander and my man safety, Jamal Adams, they're going to be a big part of our future, bro.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm wondering when they get healthy, because they got a lot of guys that are like emergency break glass roster additions. When they get healthy, are these guys just going to get released? Are they going to be back on the practice squad? I mean, it's hard to know. Thank you for your contributions. And if I were the Lions, I'd tell them, don't think about tomorrow, just think about today, because the Lions are going to have some difficult decisions to make. And if I had to bet, will those guys be part of this season when everybody healths up? I would bet no. But I mean, that's unfortunately that's the reality of life in the NFL, right?
Yeah, that's another thing you got to put into account. Like getting these coaches are getting these players to come in and give it everything they have, not knowing if they're really going to be on the roster the following week or at the end of the year. And of course, they're putting out tape for other teams to see as well, so they're doing themselves a disservice if they don't give everything they have. But
Sure.
But still, to get a guy who just came in off the street to lay his body on the line essentially for a team that he might not be here, like you said, the next week, because this happens all the time in the NFL. Guys get put back on practice squads, get released, then brought back, things like that. It happens all the time. Well, Alexander was active last night, and he was released earlier this week.
Maurice Alexander, the punt returner. Yeah, they released him, brought him back, which has got to be a tough. Like, you probably feel like I want to be as dedicated to this team and do everything I can for this team to win, and yet being on the end of the roster it's tough life, man. When you get released and brought back the same week, when you want to be a part of this. And this was going on in real NFL towns with real teams forever. We just never experienced this desire to be part of our team, to be part of what's going on here. It's so fresh. It's way cooler.
And to go this deep too, by the way,
What do you mean?
As far as injury wise, like I think they've been more active than most teams have been as far as practice squad pickups that are contributing and playing the very next week.
Yeah, I would agree. Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, boys. Happy Lions Victory Friday.
Yes, sir.
I was at the game last night. My wife surprised my son and I, he's 9, with tickets to his first game. And I got to tell you, what a crazy environment. We had pretty good seats. There were some Packers fans kind of sprinkled in. And I didn't know it, but Packers fans are obnoxious. I always heard good things about people that go to Lambeau. Apparently, the ones that travel are not so fun. But at the end of the day, what an incredible game, awesome experience that I got to share with my son, and I'm jealous of him. At 9, he's been really into football for 3 years. He thinks Michigan makes the playoff every year. The Lions are the greatest team ever, and just his sports experiences thus far. His first Tigers game was Parker Meadows' first game, where he walked off in the 9th.
Wow.
His first Red Wings game, they smoked the Devils like 7-4, 7-3, and then last night walk-off field goal for the Lions victory to go to 12-1 and clinch a playoff spot.
Well, it's funny, Dan, you mentioned that, because John Jansen during the morning show came out, and I'm in the office and I'm putting the show together, and he and Costa come out, and John goes, "I skipped to the front of the line," and Costa was like, "You skipped to the front line. I skipped to the front line." Those guys are just got their morning show together and working together, and look what they get to do. And nobody's mad at them, but it is true. They did skip to the front of the line.
Yeah, I think we should start a GoFundMe page and get my son a ticket to the Super Bowl.
Is that what we should do? You want us to pay for your son to go to the Super Bowl?
I mean, he's had some pretty lucky experiences thus far, so I don't think it'd be a bad idea.
Well, I imagine that people will be trying to start GoFundMe pages to pay for themselves to go to the Super Bowl. If they get there. Let's not count chickens. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Buffalo. On to Buffalo. Actually, on to resting up. Priority 1 is health up. This is a good time to get the long week. And all of you just sleep in. and go get therapy and stim and ice baths and more stim and therapy. It's Carson Anderson. We will get to the fourth down decision at 11:02, but in the meantime, people just reacting. It's a victory Friday, 34-31, Alliance 12-1, 97-1 the ticket. There you go. That is Dan Campbell following the Lions win over the Green Bay Packers 34-31. And yeah, the defense, look, I mean, it's patchwork. It's a skeleton crew. They did enough to win the game. They got their first turnover in a couple of weeks. They got a sack on the first play of the game. That was it for the game, but they did enough. They did enough. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Rick is next on 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick.
You got me. Yeah. Hey, baby. I was just on hold forever. First time I ever called.
Oh,
Check it
welcome.
out. Hey, thanks a lot. The noise meter, I go back to Silverdome, 30 years. The noise meter hit 15.8 last night towards the end of the game. Up on the screen there, flashing. Loudest I ever heard in my life. I couldn't even hear myself think. That's crazy. Number one. Number two, you guys talked about people selling their Green Bay tickets. There was just a spattering of Green Bay fans around me. I couldn't hardly even see the green at all, so nobody gave up their tickets. People behind me sold their regular season tickets, $500 a pop for Green Bay tickets last night. So that's what I got for you guys.
Thank you for the phone call, Rick. 248-539-9797. We go to Darren. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Darren.
Hey, haven't heard much of the show this morning, but hey, I just wanted to add, obviously the patchwork on the defense you just mentioned. It's impressive that AG and Campbell are getting these guys motivated to play, but not only that, Anzalone goes out a few games ago, and you got Jack Campbell, second-year player, calling the plays as the green dot for, what is this, his second or third game? Was it only Thanksgiving and last night, or was it the one before that too? I think that's just as impressive as all the rest of it.
When did Anzalone get hurt? Anzalone got hurt. Was it the Jaguars game? So it was Colts, Bears, Packers. So I think it's been 3 games.
Okay, 3 games, and I mean he's a second-year player, and there were a few times I think it was either like a third or fourth down or maybe on the goal line where Green Bay, I think they scored because the defense wasn't set.
Yep.
But for the most part, Jack Campbell's got these guys like they've been playing with him all season. It's crazy.
He can handle the job. He's a hell of a player. And, I was a big fan out of college, as some know.
Oh, yeah.
And
Iowa linebackers and tight ends. I don't know.
The thing about Jack Campbell is that there's no doubt that this organization loves the fact that he eats, drinks, and breathes football. Like, he is a football guy,
absolutely,
through and through. He's
he's
out
Campbell,
of, you know what
I
he
guess.
is? He's out of central casting of what a middle linebacker should be. And
absolutely,
he is, the guy that is slowly, played more and more. And it wasn't even that slowly. He's just playing more and more. And he's the linebacker of the future and the heartbeat of this defense, I hope, for many years.
Yep. He's a Campbell guy.
Yep. No, he's awesome.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Darren. 248-539-9797. Bill, you're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Doug. First of all, I want to say you and John do a great job at the Michigan games. I always turn the TV down and listen to you guys. It was great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Still reeling from last week's victory. That was incredible. But this Lions team is, I date myself. This is the best ever in my whole life for Lions that I've enjoyed it. I'm enjoying this thoroughly. And my only thing is I'm sitting there last night a little bit nervous. And when Dan Campbell goes for it on fourth down, I always get nervous. Well, he makes it 80% or 90% of the time. But that one fourth down play was like, that's too deep in your territory, Dan. You can't go for it. You got to punt it. And he went for it and they didn't get it. And that's what led to a Packers touchdown. It's like, that kind of makes you mad. I mean, they won the game. But those are the kind of things that, like, I love Campbell, really do. But, man, sometimes he goes just a little bit too far when he should really punt it. And it's just that was my thing last night. But they won, and it's great. So,
well, all of his, I mean, if these decisions were easy, everybody would make them.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you make tough decisions, and they're not all going to work. You have to get more right than wrong, and he does. And quite frankly, I think it's more, I don't even think it's as much. I don't think you can judge Dan Campbell based solely on his fourth down decisions without looking at the bigger picture and see what those fourth down decisions over and over and over again have done for the organization. I think it's helped change their DNA, their culture, the way they think, the way they approach the game. And so in the moment of time, you might go, what is he doing? But in the big picture, when you zoom out and take a 30,000-foot view of the culture change and now what the Detroit Lions have become, I think this is part of the reason they become what they've become. And we'll get into it in depth at the 11 o'clock hour. I just want people to sound off. But because there are critics of it, not everybody's going to like it. It's all part of the Dan Campbell experience, though.
It's a hell of a ride, man. It is a hell of a ride, the Dan Campbell experience. And even though we know how he's been ultra aggressive. This isn't something new going for it on fourth down, but these situations when they come up, and last night it was a little different compared to the other ones because, of the situation, the final play, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it you pucker up and you just hope for the best, whether you agree or not, because we're all hoping for the best. We may not all agree with the decision, but it's a wild ride, Doug. It is wild, man.
It is. It's incredible.
He still shocks me,
Yep.
and I'm not even saying I disagree with his decision. I just still like to do what he does. It's still
it's like he's finding new ways to surprise us with fourth down decisions. But again, we'll go in depth in the 11 o'clock hour. People just sounding off right now. Let's go to Tommy next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing great.
All right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, after the game, I was listening to some of these national pundits, and one guy brought up a good point, and he was like, when we get to the playoffs, chances are the Lions are going to play Green Bay or Minnesota, and just say we beat Minnesota for the second time this year. We would have beaten Green Bay both times and Minnesota, and it's very, very hard to beat a team 3 times in one season. And I don't know, maybe Ken can look this up. How many times has a team in the regular season beat a team twice, then they met again in the playoffs, and then that team that lost twice to them, they got the revenge and beat them? The Lions are probably facing that. They're probably going to have to face Green Bay or Minnesota again in the playoffs, and it's hard to do. It's hard to beat a team 3 times. You know what I mean?
It's hard to beat anybody in the playoffs.
Yeah, but let alone in a season 3 times too. That's like because they know you, and it's like.
Let me ask you this, Tommy.
Yeah,
would you rather be playing at home, having beaten the team twice, or playing on the road against a team that's already beat you twice?
Oh, obviously at home, yeah. But I'm just saying, Green Bay kind of, you could see Green Bay feels comfortable here at Ford Field, and if we got to match up with them again, tell you what, Doug, it's going to be, it's going to be another game like it was last night, and I guess we'll keep our fingers crossed. It ain't going to be easy. It never is.
I would argue that literally everything you just said applies to every team in the playoffs. They are probably going to be close games, and they're not going to be easy. And I don't know that.
My point was, it's hard to do it 3 times to one team.
Yeah, I'm not that. I mean, if they make the playoffs, they're a good team. It's hard to beat any team, and I'm not. The fact that it would be the 3rd time is almost a nothing burger to me. Maybe a little bit. They come in a little bit more edgy, but
I mean, if you had a batter up at the plate and game on the line, would you rather put some up there that's 10 for 10 or 0 for 10? The 10 for 10 guy, because he probably is pretty good. I think it's hard to win 11 games in a row, but you don't keep trying to win every game.
Yeah.
It's hard to win any game in the playoffs.
At this point,
I don't care how you've done against them.
If Detroit is the 1 seed, they would play the lowest remaining seeded team, which could be potentially Minnesota, because right now Minnesota lines up with Atlanta. I mean, so much is going to change. It's probably pointless in doing this. But, yeah, I mean, this is – I'll take our chances. I don't think that the Lions' path to the Super Bowl becomes that much more difficult than it would be. It's going to be hard. Like, I expect playoff games to be like last night, which is terrifying, but that's the reality of how the playoffs are. Completely different animal. You're playing really, really good football teams. And, I mean, Kansas City last year had a relatively easy first game and then 2 one-score games to get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. The year before that, all they played was 1-score games. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, beat Philadelphia. All 1-score games. And that's the team that's one of the best in NFL history. So, yeah, I expect last night, regardless of who they're playing, last night is probably what a playoff game is going to feel like. You don't want it to. You want to just think you're going to roll. But I don't think it matters who the opponent is. Buckle up.
I think people also think this is like, this is a game of skill. They're not just, hey, try to roll the same number 3 times in a row. Yeah, that's pretty hard to do. But when you can control things like in sports and football, yeah, if maybe you're just a better team than them. That's why you beat them twice already, and a third time.
He can feel however he wants if he wants to worry about that thing. That doesn't register much with me at all. But let's get to more of your phone calls and feedback. We'll get to the 4th down decision late at 11:02. There's a lot to say about it. Hey, still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with a Kinetico K5 drinking water system. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs too. You can save 10% on the Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Do what we did. Call 855-339-4242. What an addition he is. I mean, every time I see that, seriously, last night I was like, touchdown Brad Holmes. Oh, another touchdown Brad Holmes. Our GM goes out and finds guys. Look, the organization has been run so incompetently for so long, and we all know it, that every time something goes right, I want to celebrate it. I want to talk about it. I want to dissect it. I want to bring it up, and then I want to bring it up again, like, because it's the opposite. It's the opposite of what we've dealt with for so many years, and so when you see a Tim Patrick, who basically they're like, okay, we lost. So we got this guy off the street, Josh Reynolds, had him for a few years, couldn't afford him anymore, lost him. So what do? They go out and get the next Josh Reynolds guy off the street that becomes a very reliable third target, and last night was his night. And it was awesome. It was awesome. And it's just another example of our guy finding guys. And look, I'm not sure they, like, defensively, they went out and found great players, but they found enough to win this game, which is all that was, that was they knew the assignment. Find enough guys to win this game. And after that, who knows? Who knows if Jonah Williams and Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams are going to be here to see who's healthy and who isn't. They took care of business, and we are grateful for it. 248-539-9797. Mark is in Detroit, and he is next. What's up, Mark? Mark, are you there? We'll circle back to Mark. Go to Ben and Jackson. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ben?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great.
Happy Victory Friday, everybody.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, I just wanted to say, has Dan Campbell earned the right for us to all shut up about his fourth down decision making? I mean, they were 4 for 5 last night, 1-0 when it counted to put the game away. The defense had its struggles. Keep your offense on the field, the best offense in the NFL. I think Dan Campbell's kind of earned that right to put the earmuffs on.
Well, I don't think he should listen to anybody but what he's thinking. I think one of the harder things to do in this day and age where there's so much accessibility and coverage is to cocoon yourself and just be true to yourself. And I think those that listen to outside voices, just you be you, and you be you, and lean into being you, and don't let anybody stop you from being you. And that's why, I don't. And I think he does a really good job of that. And I think there's some examples of some coaches that don't. And we go back to last Saturday and Ryan Day. But if you really, truly believe in your plan, then lean into it. And he has. And it's, it's part of the Dan Campbell experience. And we kind of realized it. I don't know if it was early last year or late the year before. And we just said, look, if you don't like it, buckle up, because this is the way he's going to be. And if... it's also, I think it's gone a long way towards reprogramming this entire organization.
I agree. I mean, you listen to the fans, you're going to sit with them. Last night was for sure a playoff atmosphere. I've never been to a playoff game, but just from the beginning to the end, the fans were in it. I mean, that was the loudest stadium I've ever been in for sure. It was electric.
Sure was. And it came through on TV, and it's freaking awesome. 248-539-9797.
Did you watch the Amazon Prime the whole time, or did you switch to Fox 2 eventually?
It was on Amazon Prime.
Okay. I thought that, I forgot who posted it last night. Oh, Louis Riddick. He said that it didn't sound as loud as he knows it is in Ford Field. What did you think of the sound? Because I agree with him, actually.
Well,
and I know Ford Field was rocking. I know it was. But I also thought it didn't sound as loud as I think it should.
Okay, so look, I told yesterday I had that to-do list, and part of the to-do list was setting up the sound bar that my son bought, and I don't know if we don't have the settings right or whatever yet, but the crowd noise drowned out the voices, the play-by-play.
Oh, okay, so maybe you had some kind of different setting on. Yeah, okay.
So I'm
really?
Probably the wrong person to ask. At one point late in the game, my son goes, do you like this, or would you rather have it be cinematic, or this is sports? And he starts hitting all the different settings. And I'm like,
gaming
whoa,
settings, all this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, it messed with me a little bit. But
stereo, mono, all this stuff going on. Yeah.
I don't know if they have mono.
I don't know what you got, Doug. Maybe bought it out of in a parking lot out of the back of a van.
That's right. These are water cooled sound
exactly.
bars. No, so I had plenty of sound coming through.
Okay,
for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. Rex is next on 97 a Ticket. What's up, Rex?
Hey, just calling to say kind of what your last caller said. All these people complaining. I've been listening to you guys all morning about Dan and his fourth down calls. I love it. I love the energy. I love what it does to the team. He puts confidence in his offense by going for it. He puts it on their back, yet if something goes wrong, he takes the hit. That just gives the offense so much confidence. They know they're going for it. And it also messes up other teams. When you saw Green Bay line up to go for it on fourth down, not once did you think they're going for it. Everyone was like, they're trying to draw them offside. When you see Detroit line up to go for it on fourth down, you're like, they're going for it. I get where people are nervous because 50 years of watching them lose, if this was the same team 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? But it's Dan Campbell and the Lions, and you might look and go, okay, I don't know if I would do this, but you have faith. And I can say he's brought that. He's definitely changed the culture and the mindset. It's just taken the fans a little bit longer to get on with that whole change of the mindset because we got to get used to winning. It's a whole different thing.
Well, I'd say this all the time, Rex. Fans can feel however they want. Like if it makes you uncomfortable and you think it's foolish, that's fine. There's another side to it though that I don't know that people. I think all fourth down, as it pertains to Dan Campbell, I don't think fourth down decisions are made in the vacuum of just that play. I think he's reprogrammed the entire organization, and part of it is, I'm going to do this, and you're getting on board, and it speaks to my belief in both my offense and my defense. I believe my offense will get it. I believe my defense will stop them if they don't. And I think it's reprogrammed them. We'll get more in depth, like I said, in the 11 o'clock hour. I do want to answer our guy's question. So if you are playing a team for the third time, and this was as of, let me see, the data that's been done on this was done last January, thanks to Amato, who found a story because the Eagles, I guess, had to deal with this. If you've swept the team in the regular season and you're hosting them in the postseason, that has happened 19 times. Kang, I want to get your take on this. If you have swept, if 19 times teams have gone 2-0 in the regular season and played that same team at home in the postseason, out of the 19 times, what do you think the record would be? That where you go, okay, it is hard to beat a team 3 times.
I don't think it is hard to beat a team 3 times.
I know, but how many wins do you think the 0-2 team would get on the road in the playoffs?
The road team?
Yeah.
The road team, I think, goes 6-13, 4-15, something like that.
Road teams in those situations are 6-13.
There you go.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Yep. But considering that the team that won 13 won all of the games, whereas at 1,000% winning percentage in the postseason they have a 684 winning percentage. So it's tough, but it still favors that team.
Yeah, they doubled the wins.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But you'd rather be the team that beat that other team twice.
Yes.
There's a reason you beat them twice.
Yes.
And then you get a home game?
Yes. So there's the data that the caller asked for. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll go in depth on the fourth down decision. It's getting national attention. It was clearly unconventional. When you thought Dan Campbell had done every possible unconventional thing you could do, he goes unconventional to the power of 10. And did it make sense? We'll try and put it in context. At 11:02, more your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The best news for the Lions is that they now have 10 days before they need to be back on the field again. Plenty of rest and healing for this team, which has lost their final original lineman from the beginning of the year, Ali McNeil. He was ruled out at the half with a head injury and had already gone through concussion protocol earlier in the game. We'll see how that goes. Dan Campbell is not slated to address the media today. We'll see what he says next week. So what's on the line for the 12-1 Lions going forward? They are playoff bound, and they're going to host the 10-win Buffalo Bills. Might be 11-win. In 2 Sundays from now, the Bills do play the Rams in LA this Sunday. Scoreboard watching for that number 1 overall NFC seed. The Vikings face the Falcons this week, and the Eagles get the Panthers in Philly. Both teams are now 1.5 games behind the Lions in the standings. Also, if you want to check out the MAC Championship in downtown Detroit, you can still grab tickets for the game at Ford Field, which is at noon tomorrow. Miami of Ohio and Ohio University are this year's participants. And tonight, the Mountain West Championship between Boise State and UNLV will play, as is the AAC Championship between Tulane and 10-1 Army. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay, so look, I don't. One thing I've come to discover is everybody wants, and me included, you want everything to be perfect. You want everything to go exactly the way you would do it, and you want it all to work out. And sometimes that means your team doesn't have the game plan that you would have, or your team makes it harder than they need to, or your team doesn't celebrate correctly, or your team makes a bad draft pick, or your team makes a bad trade, and I would never do that, right? You want it all to be the way you would do it, and you want to win all the championships and all of the games and all of the accolades. And so there are times where you look at things and you go, well, I disagree with that decision. And that's okay. That's okay. That's what's fun about sports. We all like to participate in decision making. I would do this, I would do that. This is a deal. So here we got Dan Campbell, and the biggest play of the game was the 4th and 1 with 43 seconds to go. And one of the morning show listeners texted in that he doesn't rely on conventional wisdom. He doesn't rely on analytics. He relies on Danalytics. These are Danalytic decisions, and I like it. And he went for it 5 times on 4th down, and some were easier than others. The first one, it's 4th and goal from the 2, and Jared Goff finds Jahmyr Gibbs for the touchdown. That little route he did, just quick, easy pitch and catch. Second time, it's 4th and 1 near midfield, and Jared Goff gets it on the quarterback sneak. It was there, he took it. The third time, it's 4th and goal from the 2.5, and Goff finds Tim Patrick in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. So here he is, 3 for 3. The 4th time, it's 4th and 1 on his own 31. And Jared Goff goes to the line and says, kill, kill, kill. I'm going to guess that's because it was a quarterback sneak and Green Bay had stacked the middle of the line. Kill, 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 which means go to option 2, which is run outside, toss sweep to the right, and Jahmyr Gibbs gets stuffed. And I'm sure people go to the well too often, or that's the worst place to go for 4th down, in your own territory like that. And given that they had the lead, but that's part of the Dan Campbell experience. And then the last one's 4th and inches with 43 seconds to go, and you're in field goal range in a tie game. You're in field goal range in a tie game. Means you kick the field goal, takes 4 or 5 seconds, Green Bay's going to get the ball back. And Dan Campbell said, screw that. I don't want him to get the ball back. I'm going for it. And he went for it after some, he let the clock tick down to 43 seconds. They called the timeout, and they put the offense back on the field. So you can't call back-to-back timeouts. You could take a delay of game. But it's the first time I've ever seen a coach do this. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. It's the first time I've ever seen a coach pass on a go-ahead field goal late in the game to say, I'm running more clock. I am backing them into the clock corner where they can't get the ball back. It's the first time I've seen it. So I've said this about Dan Campbell for a while. I don't think you can judge his aggressiveness on fourth down without zooming out and looking at the big picture. And I think the big picture is he has changed the DNA of this organization. I think his fourth down risks and his fourth down decision-making is all about instilling belief in his offense and his defense. I think he's telling his offense, I think you can get this. And they have started to think we can get this. And I think he's telling his defense, if we don't get it, I think you're going to get the stop. But I don't think you can judge him alone on what it means in that moment of time. I think one of the reasons I should say, that the culture has changed and that the Lions' DNA has changed is because of Dan Campbell's way of coaching. And that doesn't mean he's always going to go for it. I'd always endorse it. Like there's still season to be played. There are still big moments where he's in the process of building them up and instilling belief. If that were a Super Bowl, I'm not, because there is no next game after that. There's no more other big game that you're preparing for. It's the biggest game. I think he might have kicked the field goal there. But there are still big games to be played, and there are still going to be fourth downs that they need to convert. I also think there was a little bit of calling the, like, I don't think the Packers expected them to go for it. I think the Packers, a little bit of calling the bluff here, lined up, and I will bet money that deep down in the recesses of the brains of the 11 guys that were on the field for the Green Bay Packers, they had just stuffed the Lions on a 3rd and 1, and earlier in the second half, they stuffed the Lions on that 4th and 1. I'll bet deep down if each one of those 11 guys that was on the field asks themselves, did I actually expect them to snap the ball? Or was I more concerned with not jumping off sides, which is what I think a lot of people thought they were trying to do. I would bet that each Green Bay Packer, when asked, did you fire off the ball with the same intensity that you did on the previous play and the 4th and 1 earlier in the second half? I don't think you get 11 for 11 saying yes. I think that was the checkers to chess moment where, this doesn't make sense. He's trying to get us jump off sides. We're not going to do it. Holy crap, he ran the play. Because not only did they make it, it looked easy. The Lions had many short yardage situations and many runs where they didn't get much. Green Bay's run defense is legit. And the Lions had run right on 3rd and 1, didn't get it. They ran right on 4th and 1 and didn't get it. And they ran right there. And it was relatively easy. But here's the other thing that Dan Campbell did in that moment. This team has strengths and weaknesses, especially with the roster and the team that they put on the field last night. You know what Dan Campbell did? My best unit is my offense. I'm going to win this game with my offense. I'm going to put it in the hands of my best unit. And this goes back to, putting the basketball in the hands of the best player in the last play of the game. Or putting your top power play unit out there.
Oh, the golden bat rule with Major League Baseball, Doug.
Right.
Putting your best hitter up there with the game on the line.
Right. So he has one incredibly strong offense. I mean, right now, statistically, the best in the NFL. And he's got a defense that's taped together. It's a skeleton crew that does an incredible job with what they're putting out there. And credit Aaron Glenn. And you could still win it with the defense and special teams. But the best thing he puts on the field is his offense. And he said, I'm winning it with my offense. Now, I always say it's part of the Dan Campbell experience. It's a fascinating analysis of since Dan Campbell took over the Detroit Lions. According to Fox, the Lions have gone for it on 4th down 140 times since Dan Campbell took over. That's the most in the NFL over that period of time. As one might expect, the conversions, 77, Most in the NFL in that time. When you're in the opposing team's red zone, well in field goal range, Dan Campbell's gone for it 39 times. Most in the NFL. The number of fourth down touchdowns, they had 2 last night. Where you go for it on fourth down and score a touchdown, the Lions under Dan Campbell have done that 17 times, most in the NFL. But here is, I think, the most telling stat, how Dan Campbell thinks. Because you know who usually goes for it the most on fourth down? Teams that are trailing. When you have to go for it. Teams that are losing in the second half of games, down 2 scores, down 1 score, down 3 points late. Those teams get forced to go for it on third down. When you're losing, you're more likely to go for it on fourth down than when you're winning. And this is the most telling thing about Dan Campbell. Since he has taken over the Detroit Lions, fourth down attempts with the lead. The Lions have gone for it with the lead under Dan Campbell 61 times. The most in the NFL. He is a kill shot kind of coach. He is trying to finish you off. And you know what? I kind of feel like saying, if you don't like it, that's fine. But you better get used to it.
Yeah, you better get used to it. But even last night was a kind of a shocker to those. And I feel like I am used to it, Doug. I know what Dan Campbell is trying to do, what he's done since he got here. You talk about the belief that he installs in his defense and offense, and whoever is out there, hey, I believe in you to get the first down, and I believe in you guys to stop them if we don't.
Yep.
That started as soon as he walked through the door at Allen Park. He's been doing this. You read it off all the numbers. He's been doing this from the very beginning. So that belief started a long time ago. So now it's just a part of their DNA, and that's who they are. And you also mentioned everyone wants the perfect plan, right? The perfect ending, all this stuff. He's going for the perfect ending. You know what the perfect ending is? There is no time left on the clock, and we decide whether we win, lose, or draw this game. We will decide it. You will not get the ball back. He's trying to do the most perfect thing you can possibly do, and that's why he went for it last night, because we're ending this thing no matter what. You're right?
Yep.
No time left.
Yep.
That's who they are, man. And it's I think it's absolutely debatable, because I know there's a lot of fans that don't agree with the decision, even though the outcome worked out.
Well, I think that in the big picture, they're better because of these decisions. Not because they make it all the time, but because the way it's changed the culture and the way it's programmed the players to think. I actually think because he does what he does, it brings out the best in them. Not everyone agrees. Some national voices have sounded off. I want to hear from you. 248-539-9797, 34-31. Lions improved to 12-1. And all but eliminate the Green Bay Packers. Rest up, on to Buffalo next. 97-1 the ticket. No, they couldn't. And I got to tell you, I think in this case it was brilliant. And it's not going to work every time that way, but this was a big game. And I think part of what made it brilliant is the fact that I don't think Green Bay really expected them to snap the ball. Because compared to the other short yardage situations, they made that look easy. I think Green Bay was like, we're not going to jump. They're not making us. Oh, wait, they snapped it? And I bet deep down, if those guys asked with True Serum, did you fire off the ball with the same intensity as you did the other short yardage situations? But the answer is no.
I think you might be right. Some of those players might have, eased up on the gas pedal a little bit, thinking the Lions are just trying to draw them off sides. But I also think if you ask Jared Goff, he'll directly tell you nothing is easy, Doug. Nothing is easy in this league.
You're right.
We may make look easy, and you may think it's easy, but it's not easy. And I think that's because they executed. That final play, Penei Sewell blocking inside, then going and getting, kicking back outside, Tim Patrick blocking his man, Laporta, the tight end, Zylstra. Everyone did their role. Montgomery only had to get, a yard maybe.
Yep.
But they made it look easy because they executed.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
So I get sick of people coming up with failure scenarios for the Lions. I mean, you look at the statistics. You look at, they're 12-1. They're 12-1. There's enough body of work out there. Statistically, you just mentioned their success rate on fourth downs. Yet you get callers coming in and, oh, what if we have to play Green Bay a third time? We'll probably lose that. Oh, what if, we don't make a fourth down? Everyone's always coming up with the failure scenario for the Lions. And maybe it's just inbred, from the years of failure or whatever. But so what happens if, you look at the NFC Championship game last year, Josh Reynolds drops a ball. There are times when good receivers are going to drop balls. It cost us the game. Does that mean the Lions suck? Does that mean they're a failure? Does that mean last year the Dan Campbell model didn't work? What if we make it and win out this year and get in the playoffs and we're in the second round and we lose a tight game? Does Dan Campbell suck all of a sudden? Do we second guess when he didn't make a fourth down call in that game? It's just ridiculous. You got to look at all the statistics and the data, and they all support that he's doing a good job and he's doing the right thing.
Well, Jason, you're right. Like the totality of his work has been an overwhelming success beyond anything any other coach in our lifetime, I guess I don't know how old you are, but in most people's lifetime has ever seen from the Detroit Lions. The totality of his decision-making, it is a net plus every way you look at it. And I guess I don't blame people for striving for perfection and saying, no, this doesn't make sense. I don't want him to do this. But if you just take a step back and go, wait a sec, what he is doing is working, I can accept it. I was wrong about something with Dan Campbell. When he first took over, I thought he went for it because the other guys had more talent and he was looking for a strategic advantage because he didn't have as much talent as the other guy. And that wasn't it at all. It was the early stages of him being him and trying to set a tone. And at the end of the day, this is overwhelmingly working, and he's making difficult decisions that not everybody would do. And I think because of those decisions, they are clearly better.
This was from the very beginning. He was trying to set a tone, a culture, a mentality here in Detroit. And that part of that was, yes, we're aggressive, but I'm confident in you guys. And I think, of course, that's part of the DNA of this team now. They've established an identity, right? And they know who they are. Everyone in that locker room knows who they are, and they know that, hey, we're going to go for it, and we don't get it, the defense will step up. But with that being said, I do believe there are situations, and every game is different. Every game is a different entity, right? And I think last night, him going for it, Doug, part of the reason was he had a skeleton crew on defense. He had a glorified practice squad on defense. And he said to himself, listen, because he him and hawed a little bit in that last fourth down call. And then Goff confirmed that basically said they took the timeout, kind of thought about it, said, F it, we're going for it. Because I think he knew, I want my best players, my best part of the side of the ball to end this game. I'm gonna put the ball in their hands, and we're gonna finish this off.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Jason. 248-539-9797. Roger's next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Roger?
Hey guys, good late morning to you.
You too.
Yeah, just on the Campbell front. I mean, tell me, can you think of a coach that, clearly has established this identity? Just listen to his post-game addresses, right? When he hands out game balls, etc. But tell me, historically, I was thinking of Parcells or whatever, but what coach has really come into the fold as a rookie, mind you, laid it out on the line with that initial press conference and basically, has this team truly emulating his identity. And I can't think of a coach, success or not, that, right in front of our eyes in a matter of X amount of years has done this.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably guys like Mike Tomlin. I would imagine that it gets heavy buy-in. And he that was his first head coaching job. Campbell had been a coach before on an interim basis down in Miami, but I was wondering today about this ride and about what was the tipping point where the guys in the locker room said, hold on, I'm going to ride with this guy no matter what. I'm going to do whatever he says, because there is a credibility that needs to get established. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's absolutely when you're playing for a coach for a first time, you can believe in him, but you really don't know until you get in there and get in the trenches with him. I wonder when that tipping point was over his 4 years here in Detroit, from the 3-13-1 season to the 9-8 season to last year and this year. Where did it become a thing where everybody was buying into Dan Campbell? Because I'm not. Remember when they got Matt Patricia? I wanted Vrabel because I thought Vrabel was really good at selling guy one on the roster and the highest paid guy on the roster to the lowest paid guy on the roster to embrace their role and do it to their best. And I think that's the biggest thing you need to be able to do in a locker room anymore, is get everybody to pull in the same direction. Because if you're a backup, you want more opportunities so you can score that life-changing contract. And if you're a starter and you've got that life-changing contract, you've already succeeded. How does that coach get the best out of you when you've already gotten what you want out of the career? And I think Campbell's brilliant at it. I think he is brilliant at it.
Yeah, and if I can just add, I mean, that play by Branch last night, right, on that blitz, where, he just came in and basically leveled Jacobs.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, to me, you did see how far back Branch was, at that point. But, once that happened, again, right away, I'm all about Campbell on that. I mean, just about that mentality and, again, what he said initially at his press conference, where a lot of people joked around about it and some of the words he chose. But it's truly the identity of this team.
Thank you, Roger. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We are celebrating a huge win last night and looking forward for our team that is one step closer to the 1 seed, one step closer to securing home field throughout the postseason, one step closer to what we hope is the Detroit Lions' first ever Super Bowl run. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There's our guy, Jared Goff. Look forward to talking to him next Tuesday. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines. Look, I've kind of gotten to the point where I've accepted that it's the Dan Campbell experience. The totality of him is such a net positive that I'm going to accept just about everything he does. And I know that people don't always buy into that, and that's stupid. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Dan Campbell's work. And I think, just ask him. I think a lot of this has to do with how he's programmed and how he's trying to set tones and get the most out of his team. I do wonder if that was a Super Bowl if he would have kicked the field goal, because there's no more games to play. At that point, it's all about just winning that game.
Yeah, I go back to every game is different. Every game, it's its own entity. And if he has with all due respect to the guys they put out there, like 3 of those guys that were playing some significant snaps last night just got here this week. And he had a skeleton crew on defense, a glorified practice squad, as I called it, in the front 7, basically. It's Jack Campbell and the rest of these guys, right? I mean, when Lee McNeil went out of the game, you're like, oh, my God.
And that's when
Green
Bay started to run it.
Yeah. And so I think when that happened, I think Dan knew that, hey, all right, we got to end this with our offense. And I just played the cut of Jared Goff talking about when the coach believes in you. The Lions have an identity. I was looking at some Packers stuff this morning, Doug.
Yep.
They're questioning what their identity is. Some people are, some writers, some fans. Like, what do we do? Should we run the ball like they did in the second half? Should we throw? We have Jordan Love, right? The Lions know who they are, and they believe in everything they do. And I got to tell you, as a defense, usually in the NFL, for how many decades you've been watching football, Doug, as soon as the defense stops the offense on third down, they raise their fist in the air and say, hey, fourth down, they start celebrating. You can't do that against the Lions. You have to celebrate after the fourth down, because the Lions, they're so annoyingly, frustratingly go for it on fourth down that you know what I mean? Like, that's got to wear on you as a defense. Like, we can't stop them in 3 downs. We have to stop them in 4 downs. They literally take all 4 downs.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Great.
So I go back 2 years ago where Dan Campbell wasn't true to himself, and I don't know if it was the play calling from somebody else or whatever, but go back to the Kansas City game 2 years ago.
Season opener?
3rd and 4. We were like 3rd and 4. It was a minute and something to go at the 28-yard line. He threw into the end zone, making it 4th down. 4th down and 4, he kicks the field goal because he didn't set it up on 3rd down. He went for everything. So what they do? They gave the ball back to Mahomes, and he went down and won the game. And I think that's in the back of his mind. I'm not going to let anybody do that. Just think Jordan Love, all he needed to do is connect on a couple, 2-3 passes, and they're in field goal range to tie it, and now we got the defense that has to play in overtime. He wasn't going to let that happen, and I think he learned that against Kansas City. If you don't have to give him the ball back, don't give the ball back.
Okay, they've played Kansas City once in the Dan Campbell era, and they won.
I think they played them twice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've only played them once. But, did you get your team mixed up? Is it somebody else?
No, I think it's Kansas City.
So
they gave
2
the
years
ball back to Mahomes.
2 years ago, they played Kansas City and beat them 21-20.
So maybe it was 3 years ago.
They didn't play him 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I thought you were going to cite the Minnesota game where he tried the long field goal and Minnesota came back and won the game. But, yeah, they haven't lost to Kansas City under Dan Campbell, I don't think. Am I wrong?
No, that's the only game I recall.
Yeah.
But Dan Campbell does – the perfect scenario for any team is you hold the ball at the end with no time left for the other team. That's the strive for perfection. And if Dan Campbell can get that, he generally goes for that,
If you may recall, they were beating Kansas City. The time they played Kansas City, they were beating Kansas City 21-20. And the Lions had the ball with a 4th and 2 with 2.5 minutes to go at the Kansas City 25-yard line, and they went for it. On 4th and 2 with a 1-point lead from Kansas City's 45-yard line, and they didn't get it. And Kansas City got the ball back and went 4-and-out. They lost it on downs, and the Lions killed the clock after that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're. I'm pretty sure it's the only time they played Kansas City. I'm going to go through and double and triple check this.
Yeah, he might be talking about another game, but no team wants to give the ball back to another team with a good quarterback and a good offense. So what they do is they try to bleed the clock as much as possible. Dan Campbell, agree or disagree, may have gotten a little greedy there, but he wanted not to give the ball back at all.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, he was like, I'm going to play my card at the end of this game, and and it's the last card of the game.
That's it. That's
Game
all he
over.
wanted, yeah.
Orlando, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Orlando.
Hello, friends.
What's up?
I just want to say last night, a lot of callers have called in, but the situation last night was the Lions had the better offense because they're veterans. Green Bay is the youngest team. So it makes sense that you put your best offensive line against the youngest defensive line. Of course that puts them on their heels. Of course that puts them where they have to do a lot more thinking. So the question is not really, is he a riverboat gambler? The Detroit Lions did their due diligence and actually coached a very good team because they did all their homework and knew that the Green Bay Packers was a lot less efficient because of their age. I'm out.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, but interesting theory nonetheless. 248-539-9797. We've gotten to the point where Dan Campbell knows his team. It's a young team. The Lions have a young team. Goff isn't, but he's also not decrepit either. This is a young roster. We have our quarterback is our quarterback is older than their quarterback. But let me find this because I think the Lions are in the lower quadrant of the league in terms of the age of their roster. Had some guys that have been here for a while, but yeah, this is a relatively young squad.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the youngest in the league, and specifically the core is extremely young. That's why we've been seeing all these huge contract extensions being handed out, and they're not done.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got Hutch, right? I mean, there's a decision made on JMO. I'm picking up his fifth-year option. Yeah, they're not. They got guys, Brian Branch. They got to make. Yeah, they're young, and they're going to get paid.
Now, Green Bay is young. But Thank you for the phone call. Phillips in Detroit, and next on 97.1 a ticket.
Hey, how's it going, Doug? How's it going, Kane? Yo, for me, and that's not to discount everybody's analogy or description, of what Dan Campbell is and what's going on. For me, it's just as simple as that. It's part the player, and I know there's been many coaches that were former players, but for Dan Campbell, when I look at him on the sideline, there's moments in the game when he looks like a player on the sideline. Then there's times when his demeanor switches to a coach. So I think his brain, in some instances and some of his decisions, is split between coaching and then being a former player. You would see a cartoon, like on Bugs Bunny cartoons, you have the devil on one shoulder, then you have the angel on the other shoulder. So for him, it's like, I know it's a crazy analogy, but it's like on one shoulder, his coach is speaking to him. The coach side of his brain is speaking to him. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. And then the other side of his brain is speaking to him as a player. After that, as a player, I believe in my players, and if I was a player, I would want to go for it. So he's kind of sometimes he's thinking like a coach, and then other times I think he's thinking like a player, a former player and whatnot.
Well, I think the former player influences the coach. I don't know if I'd say he thinks like a player, but I agree with you in the sense that I would describe it, and I wonder how he would describe it. Like how much is he make his decisions based upon what he would want to play for.
Exactly.
Yeah, and exactly. I think there's some of that. Yeah, I think there's some of that. And look, this roster responds to him. So when he does something unconventional, which is like 3 times a game now,
Right.
I think the guys.
Exactly.
I think the guys
Last night was
respond to
just so crazy. Yeah, it was like last night was just like unreal. What did it, they were successful with 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Fourth downs, 4 out of 5 last night. It almost put me in the mind of I can't even think of the daggone movie with the Coyotes and the coach that left at halftime, and then one of the former players took over. He was a quarterback that got hurt, and he ended up coaching the rest of the game or whatever. I forget the name of the daggone
It's all right.
movie.
Movies are not my strength, so
Right.
somebody will remember and know what the heck you're talking
Is it
about.
Varsity Blues?
There we go. I knew it was something blue. There
Yeah,
it is.
there it is.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. But yeah, it just kind of put me in that mindset. But it just goes back to, like I said, and I agree with you. You know, some of it was part, like part player, part coach, and whatnot. But yeah, it's great to be refreshing and have a coach like Dan Campbell that coaches the way he does and thinks the way he does and has the trust that he does, which is why I believe the players played the way they play for him. So,
Thank you for the phone call. Appreciate it, Philip. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, did you run the turkey trot? Are you working to burn off some of that extra helpings of stuffing you had last week? I respect that. And you should be running, walking, and lifting in workout clothes from Show Some Respect, a Michigan-based company with a mission to make the highest quality workout clothes. And I got to say, the long sleeve performance t-shirt I have is one of my favorites. Show Some was founded on respect. Respect everyone with the courage to compete on the field or in life. Go to showsomerespect.com and use the discount code Doug. We know that more and more people are going to this website and checking it out and buying the gear. So check it out for yourself. And again, use the discount code Doug. Showsomerespect.com. That's SHOSUM respect.com. Yeah, they did. Dan Campbell made the difficult decision, the tough decision, the unconventional decision, and it worked. You may disagree with it, and I understand. Look, he's doing things that you go, oh, this is dumb. This shouldn't do this. But quite frankly, the totality of his work is a net positive, and I think he's winning more of these tough decisions than losing more of these tough decisions.
Yeah, I keep going back to every game is its own entity, and like every game is different. Dan Campbell all week apparently told his players, if it's 4th and short, we're going for it, right? 4th and 1, we're going for 4th and 2, we're going for. That's the type of game we're going to get involved here. Do you think a guy like that has to tell his team they're going for a 4th down? Like Dan Campbell's done that since he got here. They know what his DNA is. They know what the team is, but he told them for a reason. And I think he knows as much of a great job AG's done on defense and Campbell's done and Brad Holmes getting players in here. It's a skeleton crew, man, and they only can last so long. Like, they did a pretty good job in the first half, and they started to show some leaks in the second half. So he knew that, hey, I want to end it with the best part of my team. And if you could pick your best players, Penei Sewell, David Montgomery, I'm going to go with that every time. Ben Johnson calling the play. If he's going to go out on a shield, that's the shield. I don't think he wants to go out on, hey, who is that guy that was in, supposed to, he missed an assignment who just got here this week on defense.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. Yeah. Damn it, Jonah Williams didn't bring him down.
Right?
We would have won the game if Jonah Williams had made the play. Miles Adams, if he just, you're right. He played to his strength. He won with his best unit. Nordo's in Brighton and he's next. What's up, Nordo?
All right. Hey, Doug, I love you. You're a Michigan guy. I'm a Michigan guy, class of 95. You did a good job. But we got to give a shout-out to the media group. They're putting good content out there on Lions.com. And NCDC is the leader. I mean, he has brought the Lions together like Democrats and Republicans. Sparty and Wolverines are getting along. He's uniting the state. I mean, he should probably run for president. But my point of contention is you said, hey, I'm 4th down in the Super Bowl. I don't know that he doesn't kick a field goal. Dude, at this point, last year San Francisco, I questioned it. But now, after listening to the players talk about how they love going for it, he's going for it. He's going for it in the Super Bowl against Mahomes. Yeah, go for it. I don't want Mahomes back on the field, so go for it. And then as far as Green Bay not firing out, I just watched that play a couple of times, and they were firing out. They just called a great play off tackle. And if you get anyone from Green Bay to admit they didn't fire out, they're going to be cut.
Yeah,
and
nobody's going to admit it.
Dude, on the KC thing, that was hilarious.
Yeah, nobody's going to admit that they didn't fire off the ball. It was so easy compared to the other short yardage situations. I bet some of them didn't. And look, the other thing about whether or not in the Super Bowl, one of the questions, and Kane just brought it up, who do they have on the field defensively? Because not being down so many players defensively, that defense might have been vulnerable to giving up that drive. So he's like, I'm not even going to give him the ball. Let's go to D. You're on 97 Want a Ticket. Hi, D.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hi,
I'm
Dee.
a long-time listener, first-time caller.
We appreciate it.
I just wanted to say thank you to Sheila Ford Hemp for hiring Dan. I've never heard anybody say thank you to her or even really talk about her. But I just wanted to say thank you to her for taking on the Lions, because before then they were just horrible. And now there's a team that, people actually want to come here and play for.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, D. And people have brought it up, but there was a story that I was told when Calvin Johnson, when it was, they were honoring him at Ford Field. I think it was during Dan Campbell's first or second year, and she knew she was going to get booed, but she thought it was her duty to go because she had just taken over and nobody had a real sense. She went out and spoke about Calvin to a chorus of boos from the Ford Field crowd because she was the next Ford that was going to let us down. And I was told that it really, really hurt her, but she thought it was the right thing to do was to get out there and to speak. And I didn't speak to her. This is a secondhand story, but she deserved thanks. And she has a chance. Yeah. She has a chance to be like immortalized in Detroit fan history because she might be capable. She might be responsible for bringing in the people that have that get us. She might be that get us to a place we've never been before. She might be.
Exactly. I mean, we're already at a place we've never really been before.
Well, you're right. They won home playoff games. They won back-to-back playoff games last year and went to the NFC title. We've been there before, but it was the first time that the Lions I don't know if it's under Ford. It probably is, yeah, that they ever won back-to-back playoff games. So, yeah, D.
So I just wanted to say, a shout-out to Sheila for, taking over the helm and being strong enough, and having the courage.
Well, making a good decision.
To bring in people that, are really what Detroit and Michigan is all about. Grit, blue collar, getting out there and just really wanting to do excellent things. And, guys, shout out to her. Just say thank you.
Yes, you did, D. Good points, all good points. 248-539-9797. Daryl is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going great.
I had 2 points. I talked to your screener there. I feel the beginning of the season I called Laporta and Campbell to have breakout seasons. Obviously, Laporta cooled off from last year, but still playing great ball. But Jack Campbell last night, I mean, he was getting all the linemen. A couple plays I saw him, hey, scoot over. You're wrong gap. And I thought that was just great. Him just keeping everybody in was just fantastic this night.
Yeah, he did do that. He had others. Zadarius Smith at one point was, I don't know who the tackle was, but he's like, bro, he's clapping his hands over here. And
hey, move. Come on.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah, which shouldn't surprise us. Shouldn't surprise us at all.
No,
There were four
guys
contributed last night in the biggest game of the year that weren't Detroit Lions 1 week ago today.
Yeah, guys coming in Monday and they're suiting up. I love it. And
crazy.
I don't understand the difference in the play calls for Montgomery and Gibbs. I mean, Gibbs has had a phenomenal year. They're both fantastic, but it seemed like they were running Gibbs into the wall last night. He'd get a yard or two, and Montgomery was just getting, chunk yardage, it seemed, compared to him. So I don't understand. They're both great runners. You give them the same kind of sets and let them go to work. It was working.
Yeah, I mean, they ride the hot hand air a little bit, and we've asked Jared Goff about the difference in play calls, and he says there is no difference. He says we call the same offense with David Montgomery in the backfield and the same offense with Jahmyr Gibbs. I think you're kind of overstating the case. David Montgomery carried the ball 14 times for 51 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs 15 times for 43. Neither of them were particularly effective. So.
No, I think that's that's run blocking sometimes. Whatever the line gives you, they can take. And I think those guys take a lot, right? As far as, before last night. I mean, they've been great. And last night, it was just kind of grind it out, ball control, right? Take time possession. And also, Gibbs caught like 6 passes last night. So there's a lot of swing passes, check downs. So those guys do a great job. And I tend to believe Goff. And they call this similar type of plays. I mean, they're just different type of backs, though. Essentially, they both can have big plays, but in their own way.
I don't give out a lot of gambling advice, but I did say take the over on receiving yards for Gibbs. Now
it took 6 catches,
dude. I gotta tell you, he had like 4 catches for 14 yards. I'm like, how do you have that many catches for so few yards?
Because was it over like 20 and a half or something?
It was 20 and a half. Yeah. I didn't even play it when it was all said and done. I didn't put my dollar down, but I was happy. There. I was happy in the rare times that I give you gambling advice that they came through for me. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Adam and Taylor. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Adam.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Long-time listener.
Thank
Great
you.
show. Great topic. I have a couple points to make. I don't understand a couple things, and maybe it's just me, but why and what are you going to accomplish by going for 4th and 1 on your own 31 when you got a whole quarter and 2 minutes left in the game? I love Dan Campbell. I love the grittiness. I love how he goes for it. He makes it 95% of the time, 98% of the time, but what are you accomplishing by going for it for 4th and 1 on your own 31 when there's a whole game and you're winning by 3?
You think that you need to steal possession and you think you're going to make it?
Well, I understand that in a critical game when you're down to the wire, but when you got a whole quarter against a team that is playing you pretty decent, I just don't feel like that's a good time to go for it. Now, all the other times, great. He makes them. I'm all for it. I'm on the bandwagon. To me, you're not accomplishing anything that stage.
Would you have gone for it at the end of the game?
Absolutely, because you have to. Well, no, if you're winning, absolutely not. You kick it.
No, I'm talking
all
about
day
the
long.
scenario. No, the scenario that played itself out. They were tied. They were in field goal range, and they went for it.
That was dicey. I tell you, that man, he carries those things around in a wheelbarrow because it's amazing.
There's a little bit, Adam. I got to be honest. I'm hearing because that was dicey, and they made it. And the time that he went for it when it was, in his own territory, they didn't make it. I'm hearing a little bit of only go for it when you make it.
No, not at all. Only go for it when it makes sense that's going to, provide something out of it. Because let's look at it. If you're at your own 31, you got a whole quarter left, you're ahead by 3. If you don't make it, they do what they did. And they turn around and score. Now, we came back, and it was a battle. I get it. I love it. But I just feel that in a critical game, just like last year when you guys were talking about San Francisco, how we went for it in our own territory, and we didn't make it, and I felt that cost us the game. Now, that's just my
I'm not
opinion.
surprised you felt that way. I will respond to this. We're up against the clock. We'll get to it at 12:02. 97.1, the ticket. All right, we're up against the break, so I didn't have a chance really to respond to Adam and Taylor there at the end. Adam, you can feel however you want. Not mad at you at all. You're uncomfortable with the fourth downs. You liked all the fourth downs that they got. You brought up last year's fourth down that they didn't get against San Francisco, and you didn't like that one, and you didn't like the one in their own 30. The one last year in San Francisco wasn't in their own territory, and they in fact called a play that was there to be had, and they didn't execute it, in that a player dropped a catchable pass. There was, at the beginning of the call, I thought there was some undercurrent of, I only like the fourth downs that they get. And at the end of the call, I'm pretty much convinced that you only like the fourth downs that they move the chains. That's not the case, fine. You said you don't do it in unconventional times. Well, doing it at the end of the game was an unconventional time. And doing it in the San Francisco game wasn't really at an unconventional time. They were in San Francisco territory and weren't backed up against their own goal line. I would just say this. My advice to you is to buckle up. And because this is the way Dan Campbell coaches. And the totality of his work is such a overwhelming net positive. And I'm not convinced. In fact, I fully believe that one of the reasons they are so good is because of the tone he sets. And part of setting that tone is, I'm going to be aggressive on fourth down. So if you want to not like the fourth down calls that they don't get, well, I don't know what to tell you. You will never be wrong. The only ones they should go for are the ones that they convert. Never the ones that, when they don't convert, they shouldn't have gone for it.
Yeah, he was saying everything that he wasn't admitting to. You know, like, when they work, I love it. Really? No kidding. And then when they don't work, I'm not so sure. But
he said he liked them all.
Yeah, that worked.
Except the one that they went for in their own territory. Because the one they went for their own territory was too unconventional. But at the end of the game, it was very unconventional to pass on the go-ahead field goal to assure that you get to play your card last and kick a game-winning field goal. And a closer one at that. It really did. Am I wrong? Did that reek of, I only like them when they work?
No, I think that's exactly. He just wouldn't admit to it. That's what he was saying. But I will say this, though. The last one of the game, the to go for it on fourth down was unconventional. But also the one in the third quarter, early in the third quarter, because you were so deep, you're on your own 30-yard line. And in many ways, that might have been the riskier one because you're going to give the ball to the other team in great field position. And the one at the end of the game, you were trying to end the game, right? You can't. Yeah, it's a kill shot.
Fourth down.
You can't end the game in the third quarter on that fourth down call like that. That's not ending the game. But then again, you leave yourself room. Like, hey, Dan Campbell's like, we don't get this. We got a whole, the rest of the game here to fight back, and that's what they did. Obviously.
They're amongst the best team. They're not the best team in the NFL of fourth down conversions. I think they're tied for sixth in terms of successful fourth down conversions. But I mean, look, it's.
You can't.
I don't know that you can accept all the good stuff with that Dan Campbell and not accept the stuff that doesn't work.
Because some of the good stuff was, by the way, 2 touchdowns on fourth down.
Yep,
huge.
Yep,
huge.
Because if they don't get the touchdowns, I'm gonna guess. I don't want to put words in Adam's mouth, but I wouldn't be surprised if Adam would call and say, "You got to take the points there."
He absolutely would.
Yeah. Might be being a bit unfair to Adam, but. 248-539-9797. Kevin's in Garden City, and he's next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, what's up, Doug, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I'm looking at the situation, and I think, and I've heard a lot of comments, and they were all great, but I want to look at it from a different level. I want to make a comparison, and I think as I thought about that game last night, I'm comparing this coaching staff to the killer mentality of actually Michael Jordan. I have not, when you look at Kansas City, what ends up happening is Mahomes, he ends up creating plays from breakdowns, and we've all seen it time and time again. So the question to the off is, why do these plays
Kevin,
keep
I don't know if you're not talking into your phone, but we're having problems hearing you. It sounds like you're underwater a little bit. What's your question?
That better?
A little bit.
Is that okay? Very good. So my point is that I don't understand why we doubt Dan Campbell when the whole coaching staff, I think that they are imposing their will on other teams. I actually think so. And not only that, I think that Dan Campbell, in taking so many risks or taking so many, especially on yesterday, I think he's sending a message further down the road in the playoffs that, look, you're dealing with a team that is unconventional. The last caller said, "Oh, I wouldn't have done that." Well, sir, what do you do for a living? I would like to know that because I deliver parts, right? And so I'm not a head coach, and so right now all I can do is look at the game and analyze it. And I think that this coaching staff, man, is imposing their will on other teams. Look at Kansas City. The reason that Patrick Mahomes is so great is because their plays break down. Why are they breaking down so much? This is not happening in Detroit. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that because as I look at it, I would rather trust the coaching staff of Detroit than trust one man, i.e., a Patrick Mahomes or the like.
So, Kevin, I think that there's a lot to said that it's now the entire organization has taken on the mentality of being super aggressive. It's won way more games than it's lost. It's won way more games than it's lost. So there is, like Adam, and God bless him, but Adam had a whole, this might going to cost us in the playoffs and all that. Based upon the way this has worked out for us, if you look at the history of these calls, it's more likely it will win us a playoff game than lose us a playoff game.
Absolutely.
And that's the way I look at it.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
We have some photos. We have some photos taken of some play calls or the names of plays. I'm wondering, and then the GM comes on and Brad comes on and he says, "Well, now we know what they know." I think all of this is posturing for the postseason. I think all of this is getting ready, letting teams know you don't know what to expect when you play us, and just know that you're going to be beat. At some point yesterday, did it not seem like Dan Campbell knew that they were going to win this game regardless?
Well, whether he did or didn't,
he started going for it.
It's crazy, Kevin, because I sit there and watch Lions football, and I think to myself, how are they going to win this one? When my entire life I thought, how are they going to lose this one? It's a complete and different mentality. And I did the same thing last night. The Chicago game messed with me a little bit, but I never thought they were really going to lose that game. Even the Houston game. Still plenty of time. They don't need some crazy miracle, multiple onside kick, 2-point conversion comeback. Still plenty of time, and they won it.
You know, we focus on the fourth down decisions and the outcomes, and I get that. But we keep stressing the fact that this is part of their DNA, their culture, their mindset, their mentality. You can't quantify what that does for the rest of the game and the rest of the season. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the fourth down call is one specific call in a play, but the mindset for the entire game remains the same, and you can't quantify how this team takes that on.
You made the point too. You think Dan Campbell's forcing other coaches to do things that they're uncomfortable with?
Absolutely. If you're playing against the Lions, they don't have their identity isn't to go for it on fourth down like we do, right? Yep. But then all of a sudden they start taking on that identity because they start feeling a little pressure. They start reacting. And then they got to keep up with them. And I think also as a defense it's got to be frustrating and demoralizing to know that, hey, it's not 3 and out. It's 4 and out with this team, right? We got to stop them 4 downs.
Hey, we finally made it to Friday, and Twin Peaks is ready to host the party all weekend long. This Saturday is always one of the best sports days of the year, as all the college conferences are hosting their championships. Great matchups like OSU, Oregon, Georgia, Texas. Make for an action-packed day, and stick around for Saturday night, UFC 310, with the flyweight title on the line. Finish the weekend strong with an awesome Sunday slate of NFL football, and keep track of all your fantasy starters with up to 8 games shown at once on wall-to-wall TVs. Pair it with an awesome bar with the best food in the state, the coldest 29-degree draft beer in the state, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, enhancing that man cave environment. I don't know why you'd go anywhere else. And 'tis the season with awesome offers on holiday gift cards. For every $25 you spend, you get $5 back for yourself. Treat your family, friends, and coworkers with an awesome gift that gives back. Twin Peaks can even host your office party. Call your favorite lodge and book today. Your colleagues won't regret it. Find a location nearest you, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Okay, so look, I think if you haven't accepted this, who Dan Campbell is, that he's going to go for it on unconventional times, then this is going to be a tough ride because you're going to second guess him a lot, and he's going to keep doing this. And I will make a guarantee right now. At some point, we're going to be doing the show that Dan Campbell's fourth down decision cost them a game. I can guarantee that we will be doing that show. And until it starts costing them games, because I'll make a strong case right now that Dan Campbell's decisions have won them way more games than they've lost. And I don't mean fourth down decisions. I mean all of his decisions. Coaches make hundreds of decisions throughout the course of a game. Our focus is on the fourth downs, but all of the decisions he's made as the head coach of the Detroit Lions is such an overwhelming net positive. I feel like what he's battling here is a need for people to want him to be perfect. And if you are not 100% on your fourth down decisions, and if you do anything outside the box, then there will be people that second guess you. I am comfortable with the totality of his decisions. And the bottom line here is we're going to do that show someday.
Didn't we do that last year?
We did.
Wasn't that show the last game last year?
Yep. And the crazy thing about that is if you're to say that we have got to play, that we know we're going to have a pitch and catch to a wide receiver, it's not going to make an easy catch, but a very catchable pass. I would say then go for it. A catch that you think that receiver will catch. That I would say, yeah, that makes sense to go for it. And that's what they did, and he didn't catch it. Damn. But if you don't take those chances to begin with, I'm not sure the Lions are as good as they are right now. I'd argue they're not.
Yeah, I just go back to the fact that, yeah, we're going to break down the fourth down calls because those are big, important moments in games. But all the decisions that led up to that and all the other fourth downs that he's ever done, the mentality that puts in players and their mindset to go out to play first down, second down, third down, because there are other downs that led to it. Yeah, he's built something here that, yeah, get ready for it. This is who they are, and this is how they've been winning, to be honest with you. The mentality, not just the fourth down calls, but just the mentality of the team, the culture of the team. It's their DNA. This is their identity.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. John is in Detroit and is next. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yes, I think the fourth down, going for it on the fourth is what made this team and built this team to what it is, because you're keeping your strongest system out on the team, which is our offense. And I think, going for it on fourth is just in this blood. And like I said, that's what we built off of fourth downs and cuts. Just like the city, Detroit is built off of just being strong and going for things that people say we shouldn't go for. And that's probably one of the most hated teams in the league because of what we do. And I just want to ask you a question. That fourth down play last night, it was a great win. And I think Jared.
Hey, John, we can barely hear you, buddy. I don't know if you have us on Bluetooth. Everybody, please take us off Bluetooth when you call.
I hear one more question.
Real quick.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, did you see the play last night? That last play, Goff MVP, he fell down, but he still got the ball off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a great play. It was.
Doug, did you see it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just making sure you saw that play.
I did see it. It was important. Watch the game. So, yeah, Jared Goff got tripped up by, I think it was Glasgow's foot that stepped on him. And there are risks. There are risks every time you snap the ball.
Am I getting clickbaited here? Because on the internet, I feel like, which I hate the internet, you know this.
Yep.
I see a lot of Jared Goff. His knee was down, by the way.
People. We just had one of those go through Twitch. In the pro game, your knee can be down as long as a opposing player didn't force you to the ground. It wasn't them that tackled you or touched you while you were on the ground. So nobody touched him. So he wasn't down. And if you think that play would have gone unreviewed if the rule was the knee is down, then and you don't have to be touched, that would have been one of the greatest oversights in the history of football.
And I want to clear another thing up, too, to go a step further.
Yep.
For the people that think that's the same thing as a kneel down, it is not. A kneel down is deliberately giving yourself up.
When you give yourself up, you are down.
Yes, you are down. Yep. Jared Goff was not giving himself up.
No.
It's like if a player falls down or goes down or slides, different things.
Yep. 248-539-9797. David in St. Clair, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, David.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good afternoon. I just wanted to comment on the people who question the Dan Campbell, and you really got to step back and look at the guy and say, okay, maybe this guy is just playing checkers, but look at the record of what he's given Detroit. If you look at all the calls that went in yesterday to the game, and it leads you to kind of the ultimate moment at the end, when we're all looking at each other, wondering when Jake Bates is going to come kick, and Jared Goff snaps the ball. We weren't the only people caught off guard by that. And you look at Green Bay, I mean, what do you think they were thinking?
I think Green Bay was trying to hold their water and not jump off sides. And I don't know if they would admit it. And in fact, I'm sure they wouldn't publicly. But if 11 guys asked themselves, did I really fire off the ball with the same intensity I did on the previous play that was 3rd and 1? Did I really fire off the ball with the same intensity when we stuffed the Lions on 4th and 1 on their own 30? Or was I so convinced they weren't going to snap it and so concerned with they're really just trying to get me to jump off sides that I didn't quite fire off with the same intensity? I don't think you get 11 guys saying, no, I did it the same way, because that was way too easy relative to the other 3rd and 4th and short plays.
And that's like, I guess, a comment. Your thoughts on that, because also I think if you have to ask somebody what play are they going to run here, pause right here. Not to mention you don't have any time to think about it, because in the moment I was thinking, okay, they're going to do a hard count here. We're at the game looking at each other. They're going to call timeout. And as we're saying that, the ball snapped and Montgomery's picking up 6 yards. The guys didn't sell out because the defense, on 3rd and inches, we're saying give it to Demo and push through, and they throw it to Patrick.
The only thing wrong, David, the only thing you got wrong is in the NFL you cannot call back-to-back timeouts, and so you would get penalized for that.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I Googled that because we were talking about that. I thought you can't. Because I was Googling that as we're talking about that. That was a question we're asking ourselves. We were at the game, and you can't think clearly. I thought you could. What I found on Google is you can't do it if it's related to a kick, but you can do it out of a dead ball. I don't know. Maybe it's outdated rule I was looking at. So again, we had 20 seconds to talk about it, and it was just But my other point is,
it's just a 5-yard penalty, but it's not that big a deal. You just kick the field goal or try the field goal anyway.
Yeah. And then to me, it's so obvious that when you take a step back, in the moment you can say, hey, kick the ball. Wait a second. In this NFL, this notion that Jordan Love wasn't going to get the team down there with an opportunity to kick a field goal because there's only 40 seconds left. These guys work the sidelines. We have a very minimized pass rush. They did a great job. Those guys are stepping up, being part of hopefully a Super Bowl push. Everybody's doing their part, and Dan Campbell's got these guys to believe in that. Instead of these people coming in and looking in the mirror and say, hey, they're going to use me for a week here. They don't care. They're like, yeah, have me for a week. Let me be part of something, like he said in that locker room speech where you watch it. You're destined to do this. I just don't understand people who still question him and say, well, why? This is who the Lions are. They're making these calls. These guys, like the other callers, they only like it when they get it right. Well, yeah, but that's not the way it is. That's not who this team is. And to say, hey, let's change that or let's second guess that. Look, like your point is, look what they've got us so far. The Detroit Lions have done this.
David, it's way more positive than negative. Thank you for the phone call. Hal in Howell is next. What's up, Hal?
Hey, how you guys doing today, man? Great show.
Thank you.
Just want to come off what that previous caller said, and Doug, what you said. If you listen to the call with Al Michaels, I personally believe they were just going to try to call him off sides. I think Green Bay was definitely in the forefront of their mind. They're thinking the same thing. And then Al Michaels, he's like, they snapped the ball. I mean, he honestly seemed surprised. And if you listen to his call versus like Dan Miller, who I believe Dan thought, hey, we're going to go for this and run the game out. They're really two different versions of the same play. So I definitely think you're spot on there. I think Green Bay was just thinking, hey, don't get offsides on don't jump on the hard count. and they got caught with their pants down a little bit.
I'm not sure that it was all 11 guys. I don't think it was all 11, but I bet one or two were. And this is speculation on my part, but when you think about all of those third and fourth and shorts and how tough the sledding was on the ground, the fact that they came out and got 7-8 yards, whatever it was on that play, and kind of did it easily. That hole was huge for Montgomery to get through. I don't know, man. I bet they didn't all fire off.
No, I think the front four for Green Bay definitely was just focused on a don't jump. And when they snapped that ball, you were just caught a little bit, and that's a gap that opened up. And you got way more than you needed. And to your point, they weren't necessarily doing that on a couple of calls just previously, a couple plays previously. So great show, guys. That's the point I wanted to make. And hopefully we'll be talking Super Bowl in January.
Thank you, Hal. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Look, so the Dan Campbell fourth down, Danalytics call that he's making, that makes some people uncomfortable. It's part of the deal. And, I think the overwhelming feedback from the people that are concerned are like this, I don't want this to cost us a postseason game. When you can do something conventional and maybe win a postseason game and you do something unconventional and don't win that postseason game, it will feel like an absolute disaster. And I was trying to think of like some of the ballsier calls in like Super Bowl history. And you know what popped into my head? The first thing that popped into my head was, remember the Saints in the Super Bowl opening the second half with an onside kick? You remember that? That was the 2009 season. The Saints opened the second half of the Super Bowl. They're down 10-7. On that Saints roster was a guy playing his final season in the NFL. He was on injured reserve. His name was Dan Campbell. And he was there when they took one of the riskiest moves, one of the ballsier calls in Super Bowl history. And it worked out for Sean Payton. They came back and won that game. They're all not going to work. They're all not going to work. But if it's going to happen in Detroit with Dan Campbell, rest assured, he's going to do something that makes you uncomfortable. But ask yourself, are they winning more games or losing more games because of Dan Campbell and his decision-making? I don't think there's any question at this point that they're winning more games. Last night, when the Lions were in that fourth down late in the game, the Saints had a chance to get the ball back and go tie or win the game. Well, why were we even tied to begin with at 31? Because Dan Campbell twice on fourth down didn't take the sure points and went for it and converted. So, that's something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. In fact, one of those drives that he went for it on fourth down, they went for it twice on the same drive, once in their own territory at their own 49. So his fourth down decisions led to 17 points. Now, does it make the sense when you're fourth and goal from the one? Yeah, most coaches are going to go for it, fourth and goal from the one. Are most coaches going to go for it on 4th and 1 from their own 49 or 4th and goal from the 3? 3's a little different. And certainly most coaches would have kicked the go-ahead field goal last night. And he gave 7 points back if you want to credit the when he went for it in his own territory. That's still a net positive.
Part of all these decisions, they always say, like, hey, we're built for this. So whatever scenario comes up, we've been working towards a possibility of something like this coming because we're built for this. We're built for the fourth down, crazy tight scenarios. We're built for injuries. We're built for guys coming off the practice squad. Hey, nice to meet you. You're starting at, linebacker today.
My name is.
Yeah. I know they take things one game at a time, but I think some of this, honestly, Doug, is if you run into a Patrick Mahomes in the future, you don't want to give the ball back. And if they have to go into a scenario where, hey, we're grinding it out, we're going for it, we're bleeding this clock, they've done it before.
Yep.
We've been through this. We know what to do. We got to execute. And I'm reminded of that crazy Bills-Chiefs game where the Bills scored a touchdown and go up 3 with 13 seconds left in the game. And they had to kick the ball back to Mahomes.
Yep.
And he drove them down to kick a game-tying field goal in 13 seconds.
Yep.
Dan Campbell doesn't even want,
he doesn't even want to give him that.
No, nothing. He wants nothing. He wants to end it on his own terms. Kill shot, like you said.
Let's go to Mike, who is in Rochester and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. Hey, King. Called in a few times. Hey, I love this team. This team is just amazing. But Doug, I love the fourth down calls that Dan does. I think the unpredictability is great, and I think it's pretty clear Dan and Ben do not like to give up the football. They like to be on offense and keep it away. And when defense goes out there, I think they're charged to get the ball back. So I love the 4th and 1, 4th and 2, wherever it is. Next thing is I noticed, maybe you guys noticed the same thing with the defense, some new faces out there. A lot of teamwork, telling new guys, hey, you're lined up here, pointing over here, be over there. That's your guy. This is my guy. I mean, I saw them kind of helping each other. I thought that was pretty cool to see that.
Yep.
And then lastly, Doug, these post games with Dan are legendary.
In the locker room?
I think we got to put these in the locker room. These things are just amazing. And I think that they should string them together and make like a montage of these things. We should all watch them. We'd all be better people.
I got to tell you, when he told Dan Skip throwing up over there, you just keep doing what you're doing. That was so stinking funny when Dan Skipper was down on one knee and Campbell referenced him. Do we have that, Kang? We do in the system somewhere. I'm pretty sure. We should play it for people who didn't hear it. It was so damn funny.
It was funny. And, right before he walked in there, one thing, I don't know if you saw it, Dan had the presence of mind after the game to go hit the hand sanitizer machine.
That was funny.
Which I
saw
thought
that.
was funny. They caught that on TV. I think they know why. They're all throwing up in the locker room.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Mike. Yeah, the post-game stuff is really, really good. Really good. We'll play you when we find it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Leon in Livonia. 97 want to take it. What's up, Leon?
Hey, guys. How's it going? I've called in several times. I was calling. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. First of all, it's just hilarious to me. All of the Friday morning quarterbacks calling in for a game that we won. It's just funny. I'm one of the biggest critics of Dan Campbell as far as game management goes. I've criticized him on air before, and I've always said that you coach your players to run through a brick wall, but you manage the game so they don't have to. Well, yesterday, Dan Campbell taught me a master class because I love the culture. I love the culture he's built as a coach. But his decisions throughout the game, especially in the second half when the defense started leaking a little bit, was he put the offense on the field to run through that brick wall so the defense would not have to. And that was that's the take I took on it, that he was putting his offense in a position that they had to do the hard, heavy lifting so the defense would not have to. And I had zero problems with anything he did yesterday as far as how he managed that game. And that's all I got.
No, I mean, it's a valid point, Leon, because, at the very end is the example at the end of the game where he just said, my best unit's my offense. I'm going to try and win the game with my offense. I could kick the field goal, and then my defense is on the field. And while those guys have battled and done the best that they can, he decided to go to the mat with his strength, and that was the Lions' offense. And the short yardage stuff had been dicey, but he stuck with it, and it paid dividends. And there's going to come a time where it doesn't work. I know everybody likes to point to the San Francisco game last year. That was I believe it was a 14-point lead early third quarter. It was in their territory. It wasn't that unconventional, but it was a fourth down call that didn't work, and it led to a lot of second guessing. And we're going to do it again. I guarantee we're going to do it again. But I'm the net of Dan Campbell's decision is a positive. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. I think that Fox Sports data on Dan Campbell is really interesting. Since he's taken over in the NFL, they've gone for it 140 times, most in the NFL. They've converted 77, most in the NFL. When you go for it the most, you might you might also have the most that you didn't get. Fourth down attempts in the red zone, 39, most in the NFL. Fourth down touchdown, 17, most in the NFL. I think the most telling stat as I interpret their data on this, teams that are trailing are just simply more likely to go for it on fourth down, right? You have to. You're down in the second half. You got to find a way to come back. There's no point in punting. You go for it. Down a couple scores, early fourth quarter, you go for it. Down, something like 12 points where a field goal doesn't help you all that much to get you down 9. Fourth down, you go for it. Since Dan Campbell's taken over the Detroit Lions, he has the most fourth down attempts with a lead. 61 times he's done it with a lead. That is the most in the NFL. And that speaks to his mentality. He's got a kill shot mentality. Ed is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Ed.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yes, I'd like the fourth down play and all that. It worked out great, but I want to touch on a couple other points. Something that you mentioned earlier, Doug, about the Lions. What are they going to do? Well, first off, I thought the defense played excellent. I mean, Green Bay scored on 2 very short fields, and I got to believe one of those scores don't happen if things turn out different on those 2 different plays. The interception and the miss going forward on fourth down. I got to believe that. And to your point, what you said earlier, I mean, what do they do with these acquisitions once the rest of the team gets healthy again? I mean, my point is, I think you got to try to make room for some of these guys. I'm not all, but some of these guys got to stay here or try to find room for them, because if this year has taught us anything, is that you can never be deep enough, especially on the defensive side of the ball, as it's proven,
Keep in mind, you have a 55-man roster. You can only have 55 men on the roster. So which guy that comes back are you going to let go of to keep, Jonah Williams? Are you going to let Levi Onwuzurike go? Are you going to let DJ Reader go? Are you going to let Josh Pascal go?
Yeah. Well, I get that. I understand it, and it's that's a decision that's going to have to be made. Who can stay healthy? Who can stay on the field? I don't have that answer. I don't want to single anybody out. I mean, if I had to, Josh Pascal, he's been hurt the last 3 seasons. He's missed some time. Every year he's been here, just about. I mean, if I had to choose one.
So you would let Josh Pascal go when he's healthy to keep. The example I used was Jonah Williams.
Well, I mean, like I said, I hate to single people out, but I mean, if you're going to force me to make something like that, I mean, that's a decision for these guys to make. I understand it, but just the depth, what they need, and like I showed, right now they have no depth on their defensive side of the ball.
Thank you. Look, I'm. They don't have depth because their starters are hurt and their backup guys are playing. And I'm not sure that there's anybody that they brought in the last week that has done anything to justify them taking a roster spot from a player that, I mean, maybe a David Bada, somebody near the end. But Aleem McNeil's coming back, DJ Reader's coming back, Josh Pascal's coming back, Levi Onwuzurike's coming back. None of those guys that they have signed in last week would I keep over. And the guys on the defensive line were Miles Adams and Jonah Williams. I unfortunately for them, thank you for your service, but these guys probably get their roster spots back as they should. If Derek Barnes does make it back or Jalen Reeves-Maybin makes it back, I'm not so sure we're going to see Quan Alexander, and I don't know that we'll see Jamal Adams. You only have 54 roster spots. You only do. And so you can't just hang on to guys. You can put some on the practice squad, but then they're They can get plucked by other teams if they want to put him on their 54-man. Okay, we got the sound. This is in the locker room after the game when Skipper's down on one knee in the corner and Dan Campbell references him. It's pretty funny if you haven't heard it.
Skipper's the. When's the last time Skipper played this many snaps in a game? Right, like he's probably dying, dude.
and the funny thing is, the camera pans to him, and he's on one knee over in the corner, and he's not laughing.
No,
like, he's not.
By the way, Skipper on one knee is still 6'4". But the thing is, after the game, he was celebrating when they got the the fourth down. He was celebrating. They go kick. He was celebrating. Between then and the locker room, something started to come up with Skipper there.
Yeah. It's so great. Keep throwing up over there, whatever you're doing.
Good for Skipper though, man. He held up.
Yeah.
I was worried about pass pro with Skipper. He held up.
Goff actually did a great job moving around in the pocket.
Yeah.
Keeping his eyes downfield, moving around in the pocket when the pressure was there, and delivering the football. He did a really good job.
And he dumped it off to Gibbs 6 times, swing passes, things like that, the touchdown pass. So, Ben Johnson knew what he was working with, and he called a good game. And those fourth down calls, man, they ain't easy,
Nope. Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1 Ticket. Hello, John.
Wow, it's a great pleasure to listen to you guys, and that's a great clip. I appreciate talking with you. One of the things that I just glimpsed some of the staffing and the talent and everything. I've been a fan for a long time, but the one thing that I really appreciate is the way he's built their mental capacity, not just with their bodies and everything, but I think about a comment Gary Danielson used to have years ago with his show about momentum. He wasn't a big believer in it, but when we saw Green Bay come back out on the field and get those scores, I think the momentum stopper is what Dan has done, and that's with practice risk-taking in game situations. So when these guys have to do something, their blood pressure is, I would imagine, at a lower level. They're able to focus more. Goff always sounds like that. And I think that's something that we haven't seen with this team in years. And we can identify with that. It's easier to see it on the offense, of course. And I know the defense must have some plays and the way they prepare for what they think is coming. But it's a great lesson for us in life about this practice risk-taking, which builds confidence. And then when that other team's got the momentum, you can go out there and get that job done because you've been here before.
John, I can almost guarantee no one on the offense is surprised when they're going for it. I would suspect that everybody would probably be surprised if they put the punter out on the field in some of those situations.
Well, it's just a real treat to see this, and it's something to enjoy because I can't. We're always so flinching in years past with, how are we going to turn things around? And you're thinking about, and again, going back to Danielson, he didn't like the term momentum, but, sometimes you got to change the flow. You got to, and these guys have been practicing it, and they're doing it in game time situations. We don't know what happens in practice, of course, but it's just something to see during game time. And
John,
like you said,
you're going way back to that Gary Danielson debate. I used to debate him all the time about whether or not there was such a thing as momentum in football, and he did not believe it.
Right.
And I was like, I too believe it. I think momentum is when one play affects the next. When you're backpedaling defensively and you're in trouble and the other team's stuffing it down your throat, you start to lose confidence. Meanwhile, when you're running the football and you are shoving it down another team's throat, or you're just zipping right up and down the field, you feel like you can't be stopped. And I think those things impact. I think momentum is when one play impacts the next. Gary wasn't buying it at all because he couldn't measure it, and he had more reasons to it. But I remember he was like, well, how do I know when my momentum stops or when it ends? And I'm like, when it ends. But wow, that's an old school reference. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carskater out today. Happy Friday, everybody. Lions win. It's a Victory Friday, and man, what a game. What a game. Lots to discuss, lots to unpack. Yeah, the injuries. Lee McNeil leaves with evaluated for concussion. They said it was a head injury, but they were specific in the broadcast to say not a concussion. Kevin Zeitler ended up in the tent. He came back. Brian Branch, it was reported as cramps. And with the D-line, when they lost Aleem McNeil, then they were down officially 10 defensive linemen. Aiden Hutchinson, Marcus Davenport, John Kaminsky, Wingo, Pecco, and Bada all on IR. Pascal, Levi, Reeder, and Aleem McNeil were all out. That's 10 defensive linemen. And the guys that filled in, they did a serviceable job. There was an interesting thing with the snap counts that I would not have expected, but it tells you a little bit about what they think of this player. Two guys, specifically El Quadin Muhammad, got 37 snaps at defensive end. Zadarius Smith got 21. They really like El Quadin Muhammad. And Zadarius Smith made his presence felt on the first snap of the game, but El Quadin Muhammad got 37 snaps. Pat O'Connor. I mean, Kirk Herbstreit kept pointing it out on the broadcast. People were there. I don't know if you noticed as much, but he was collapsing the interior of the offensive line. I didn't see a pressure rate or hurry number or anything like that, but I suspect it was pretty good for Pat O'Connor. And how about this? Emergency break glass linebackers. Ezekiel Turner, 17 snaps. Quan Alexander, 17 snaps. David Long, 16 snaps. Quan Alexander signed last week. Ezekiel Turner came in a few weeks ago. David Long a few weeks ago. And Ezekiel Turner had a huge play on that 3rd and long where had he not gotten Jordan Love on the ground, I think it was Reed coming wide open to the back of the end zone for the Packers. He would have been able to plant and throw. Wasn't able to do that because Ezekiel Turner got him on the turf. But, I mean, Miles Adams played 19 snaps on the edge. Jamal Adams he only played 8, but he started, which was interesting. Jonah Williams, Quan Alexander, and Jamal Adams all started that game on the defense. Guys who have just become Detroit Lions. Broderick Martin had 2 snaps all year. He started. Secondary was intact, and that's good. That might be the defense's superpower. If they have one, it's the secondary. Superpower might be a bit strong, but I really like this secondary.
They've been something they can lean on, especially with all the injuries up to the front 7 you mentioned.
You're right. And they had that stat that the Lions had blitzed on 5 of the first 7 pass drops. That's okay. We're going to have our guys in the back end play man-to-man, and the way we're going to create pressure is send everybody else or many, maybe just one high safety or whatever the case may be. But the plan was our strength as a secondary will crowd the line of scrimmage and do more up front.
Yeah, and that's leaning on Arnold and Carlton Davis and Amik Robertson, Kirby, those guys. And, I'm loving the win last night. Everyone enjoy it, victory Friday, which is something you normally don't get to do. But, with the Lions playing Thanksgiving, we have a chance more than others. But I do want to point out that they gave up the most points they have this season, the Lions defense. And some of that was short fields. And some of that is because they have a lot of new players, like you mentioned. Looking forward in 10 days here, 9 days, when the Bills come, it's going to be a tough battle, man. We'll see who's back. Hopefully, Aleem McNeil's back. Hopefully, they get a body or two here back. But it's Josh Allen he's an MVP right now of the league, and he's a tough guy to stop on offense.
It feels as though none of these were long term. Decker, Reeder, Pascal, Onwuzurike. It doesn't feel like any of those were long term. I think getting all those guys back will be great against the Bills, if they do indeed get them all back. But you're right. I've said it. It feels like the defense is starting to slip back a little bit towards what it was a year ago. But what it was a year ago was tantalizingly close to being Super Bowl worthy. 248-539-9797. Colin's in Farmington and on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Colin? Colin, are you there? Sorry. Got you
yes,
now.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, got you. Go ahead.
Hey, I want to start the phone call with a couple callers ago. They said they wanted to keep Jonah Williams and cut Josh Pascal. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I mean, look,
that was interesting.
I don't expect,
to say that was
Colin, I guess I don't
weird.
expect everybody to know all the rules. It is really tough juggling a 54-man roster when you have, A, this many injuries, and B, a lot of players you don't want to let go. But it is what it is. You can't keep more than 54 guys. You can get guys on the practice squad, but then they become susceptible to being plucked by other teams.
Right. So, but the original why I called in was I wanted to take a step back and look at it from the national media intention. And I don't call in often, but this pissed me off so much I felt like I had to. I was watching Get Up in their first segment, and Mike Greenberg, who, you say what you want. A lot of people listen to him clearly because he's on national media. And, even though the Lions won, he was eviscerating Dan Campbell's decision. And no one, they mentioned the people on IR. And, of course, that's a clear reason why we went for fourth down. But also, Lee McNeil went down during the game, and we didn't know what Brian Branch's status was when it came to overtime. To me, it's such an easy decision. Would you rather hinder on a 4th and inches call to win the game, or would you rather go to overtime and bank on the coin flip? I just don't understand their mentality in the national media, especially watching that game and seeing how the second half went when we started slipping and giving up a lot of points and a couple more starters went down. I really don't understand that mindset whatsoever.
So, look, I think if you are around this team and you kind of see the overall impact that Dan Campbell and the way he coaches has on the team, you realize it really is a net positive. And so I don't mind what other people say, but I don't let it bother me in the slightest. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But yeah, I saw Greenberg go off on him. There's one more. This is Bryant McFadden, the old he's with the Steelers, played at Florida State. He's now with CBS. Here's what he had to say about the fourth down decision late in the game. So the biggest thing you got to keep in mind, to me, is that playoff or not playoff, that was a game that had playoff premium on it. That was a game to all but eliminate Green Bay from winning this division. And it's a playoff caliber team. So, no, the circumstances aren't the same as the NFC Championship game. But you know what? It was a huge game and a huge moment against a quality opponent, and it worked out for him. And he didn't want to give them the ball back with the current defense that he had. But, again, he's entitled to his opinion. I'm good with it. I've learned to live with Dan Campbell's decisions because overall, he is clearly a positive.
Like, I understand calling him Dan Gamble because the play on words rhymes with his last name and stuff like that, but it's actually a disservice to what he's doing. These are calculated risks. These are thought-out decisions. The blackjack analogy comes up a lot, or gambling analogy comes up a lot. That's taken away from what Dan Campbell's doing. This is a game of skill, not a game of luck like gambling is, when you go to the tables at Las Vegas. Like, the only way it's the same is if Dan Campbell's counting the cards, and he kind of knows what card's coming up next, because when you go for it on 4th and 1 to close out a game, to the kill shot, he's dictating what play he's going to run. He sees the defense, and Jared Goff has control of this offense where he can check in and out of plays. He knows where the strength is. I'm going to run behind Penei Sewell. I'm going to run with Montgomery. It's different. This isn't a roll of the dice. He's calling the shots here. He feels so confident in who he's using that, yes, it's a risk because it might not work. It's not 100% certainty, but it's not like this, hey, let's flip a coin risk. You know what I mean? Like, this is not like, hey, hit me on blackjack risk.
You're right. It's not all luck.
That's what they make it seem like.
Cards is all luck. I mean, look, if you're counting cards, there's strategy to it. But John is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Love the show. Hey, so a couple things. One, I'm always been a take the points guy. And in the first year, I thought, oh, his kicker's not great. They don't trust their kicker. He's going to do. But then I realized, no, this is just the way they're going to do things. Which, okay, that's fine with me. I'm bought in. I don't even get stressed about it anymore. I just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Look, I thought he was doing it because he was undermanned, and it took me a while to realize, oh my God, no, this is him.
No, that's what they do. The real point that I had though was, I tell me I'm crazy, tell me I'm under the wrong assumption, but on that fourth down play where they went for it right at the end of the game, they couldn't call another timeout. They just called a timeout.
They couldn't. They would have taken a 5-yard penalty.
Everybody should have known they were going to snap the ball.
Well, they could have taken the 5-yard penalty. They still would have been in field goal range, but they couldn't take the timeout.
Yeah, so I didn't consider that. Because I'm like, what? They can't take another timeout. Even the announcers were saying it.
They did say it, and they could not have taken another. Even if they had tried to take a timeout, it would have been a 5-yard penalty, and it would have backed them up to the 26-yard line, I believe it was.
Which isn't the end of the world. They still could have kicked the field goal from there. Yeah. Okay.
John,
all right.
I appreciate the phone call. Thank you. Let's go to Dale next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dale?
The one thing I want to say on that fourth down play is that the Lions lead the league in pass interference calls. So it may help make his decision, because if Green Bay got the ball back, even if they kicked a field goal, one long Hail Mary, and it could be setting them up for at least tying the game. So I'm looking at that like maybe that helped make his decision.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's maybe. I think it absolutely. He didn't want to give them the ball back.
I know he didn't want to get the ball back. So if he'd have kicked the field goal, there were like 39 seconds left. Well, Green Bay would have got it one Hail Mary, because it already happened twice in the game so far that they got pass interference calls on. So one long pass, and they might be setting up for a field goal or winning the game.
Well, it couldn't. I mean, it could also have been 2 or 3 plays. They could have run multiple plays if they got out of bounds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They would have had a chance to, even though they didn't have any timeouts left, they would have had a chance to get downfield if he didn't go for it. So I agree with that, because I thought just that when I seen Goff start tripping, I go, oh no. But as soon as he handed the ball up, you just look at the offensive line, you seen the hole. He's got it. Before he even hit the hole, he's got it.
Dale, you have a firm grasp on what happened there at the end of that game. Thank you for the phone call. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many areas of the law. That's why they have the largest auto accident settlement and truck accident settlement in the state of Michigan. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. They'll call you back right away. They take pride in their customer service. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Gator out today. Although Gator emailed over his picks, and we'll have our picks. If I bet it, we do it every Friday at 1:40. Give you 3 college, 3 pro games heading into the weekend. Let's go to AD next on 97 won a ticket. What's up, AD?
What's going on, Doug?
How we doing?
All right. Hey, you know what? I believe that he basically went for that and did that to not give them no more time because what happened in the Chicago game last week. And I believe if Chicago wouldn't have screwed it up, they would have probably scored and win that game. Because like my other guy said, you get one little crappy pass interference play like they did in the Chicago game, and you know, if Chicago would have did those penalties and their coach wouldn't have messed it up, Chicago really should have won that game. So I'm thinking he wasn't going to give Green Bay a chance to do the same thing. Plus, Green Bay has a history of, you know, beating the Lions on last-second plays, and he wasn't going to let Love go down in history, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know that I ever would have put the probability of Chicago winning the game as I don't know if I've ever would put it at probable. Like, for instance, when Caleb Williams got sacked, the ESPN analytics had Detroit with a 93.9% chance of winning the game.
Yeah, but that bull crap and interference call on what's the name, Dildor, I mean, everybody in the world knew that wasn't no pass interference. So he figured, like, hell, they might just call some bull crap again, so I'm not even going to give them a chance.
Yeah, of course, and they could have completed a pass for a touchdown. At no point at the end of that game, in that drive, the Detroit's chances of winning the game dipped below 55%.
Yeah.
And all that stuff taken into account. I guess I wouldn't describe it as Chicago probably would have won the game. They had a better chance and they not screwed up the clock.
I mean, like you said, so far as statistics, if they wouldn't have got those 2 penalties that drove them back, you know, they was in good condition to at least tie it. But again, Chicago kind of screwed it up on themselves. It wasn't really.
Well, whatever percent chance they have, they made it less by screwing up the end of the game. Yes. And then did it impact his decision making? Might have. As he says, each game's different, and he had told the team during the week, we're going to be really aggressive and go for it a lot on 4th down in this game. So something about that matchup. He felt like he was going to need to do that. Rob is next on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Great.
So, you know, I am so used to this whole coaching staff and the upper management just putting everything together. I would be screaming if the Lions wouldn't go for it on 4th down, 4th and 1 to 4th and 3. I would be like, what are you doing? Why are you kicking a field goal? Or why are you punting? Are you kidding me? You got to go for it. Last year, I was screaming, what are you doing? What are you doing? Now I'm so used to it. I'd be actually disappointed and mad.
Rob, I'm a big believer that you owe it to yourself and everybody around you to be who you are. How much worse would it be if you went out of character and lost the game, as opposed to if you were true to yourself and your beliefs and lost the game? You know, be who you are. Now, he's not going to go for it every 4th down he comes across.
No, he's not.
And every 4th and 1 in his own territory, he's not going to go for it. And I suspect every 4th and 1 late in a game where he's a chance to take a go-ahead field goal, there are probably times where he will kick the field goal. But, you know, this is who he is, and I'm always a big believer in whatever your philosophy is, own it and run with it. Otherwise, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Absolutely. I can't be any prouder of this organization because the Lions organization has been, beat up. We're laughing stock. Now everybody's talking how, oh, you can't do this. You're not supposed to do this. You're supposed to do this. Well, you know what? Stop being jealous. Campbell's doing a great job. The players are amazing. The front office, all his coaching staff. And guess what? Now we're beating the snot out of the competition for once. Bye.
Rob, thanks. Bill is next on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. I listen to you every day. You keep me connected to Detroit. I live in Fort Lauderdale. Cool. So thanks for all the hard work that you guys put in. I'm missing Gator today, but I just got to say that this coaching staff has been exceptional. The fact that the defensive guys got announced before the game was incredible. What an experience for them to have the kid from Eastern who started. I mean, and they're playing well. Their D-line coach has done a great job. So what a time to be alive, you know?
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, this feels like an alternate reality. I'm getting texts. I got a text from my cousin Ray in New York who was like, your team's fun to watch. And he said he usually doesn't seek out prime games, but he did it because the Lions are fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a great experience. I travel a lot for work. I'm wearing my Lions gear everywhere I go, and I make friends in the airport just by having Lions gear on. But I just want to call and say thank you guys for what you do, and one pride. Let's keep it rolling, and let's not worry about what Dan Campbell's doing. He's doing the right thing. We would have been kicking field goals with Jim Caldwell and Schwartz and everybody and lost. And so we're winning, and let's embrace that because big things to come, right?
Yep. Got cousin Ray in New York. I got my cousin-in-law in San Diego, Scott, listens to the show every day. He knows more about the Lions than probably anybody in San Diego because he listens. And they also lost their team. So he's got him. He's like he doesn't have anybody. He doesn't have a dog in the fight anymore. So, and these guys, everybody says the Lions are just fun to watch.
They're like America's new team, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not going to last forever.
No, but I mean, I think it's got some staying power, though, to be honest with you. I don't think the Lions become annoying, and they haven't won the Super Bowl or anything yet, so they're still that team that, up-and-comer team that everyone's rooting for.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think until that happens, and if that happens, then you might get a little
you know what? If we win the Super Bowl, I'll take whatever comes with it.
I really don't care.
But did you know yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of Dan Campbell's first victory as Lions head coach?
Was it really?
Look how far we've come, man. That team became 1-10-1 after that victory. And yesterday, the Lions just won 11 games in a row.
That's amazing. I think he's won 37 games then. That's crazy. And they also clinched the playoffs.
Yesterday, yeah.
Which isn't...
It's not even being talked about. Like that's not like, we expected it.
We're in hour 4 here, and it's the first time we mentioned it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Look, I keep preparing. I almost feel like we need to prepare for the time when Dan Campbell gambles, and it costs him. I don't think it directly cost him the San Francisco game. I think there were far more egregious mistakes in that game than a drop pass on that fourth down. Because I think about, okay, what are the probabilities of making these plays? Probably the most costly mistake in the San Francisco game, it wasn't the fourth down decision. It was a fumbled exchange. Exchanges between quarterbacks and running backs should be 100%. And a fumbled exchange gave San Francisco a short field. Then I would say it was the face mask catch. Because that A should have been intercepted. B should never have been complete. C turned out to be a 50-yard gain. The probabilities of those plays going wrong were really, really low. And they did. The fourth down drop, I mean, again, the call to go for it when you execute a play that is a very makeable play, but then there was a third down drop as well and other mistakes. But, I don't put that at the top of the list. There will be a time where they lose a game where Dan Campbell's fourth down call is at the top of the list. It's something I'm okay with, and I keep going back to it because the net is way positive for what Dan Campbell's doing. They get a lot more good out of it than bad. And as Kang pointed out, for those that want to make the hitting on 17, does it make it the right move? This is not a game of luck. This is not a game where there's hard and fast numbers in a game. There's skill, there's how the game's going, there's things like who you have left defensively.
Who the other team has defensively.
Who the other team has.
These are calculated risk, and it's not just, hey, throw it in the air and figure out, see what happens. No, man. He's got Ben Johnson on his side, Jared Goff, that offensive line, and he is fully confident in them executing and ending the game.
There is, out there on Twitter, I should see if I can find it, maybe retweet. I was just looking at it from Emmanuel Acho of ESPN. The touchdown pass to Tim Patrick, the first one where Amon-Ra lined up in the backfield. He pointed out how the Lions broke the huddle. Amon-Ra's crouched over. You can't see him. And the Packers are looking for him, and they realize late in the play, wait, that's Amon-Ra. Jameer Gibbs is out there. They're running around, fire drill defense trying to line up. The Lions snapped the ball. That was a formation touchdown. The Lions lined up in a formation late in the play clock, paused for the requisite second, snapped the ball, and Green Bay was all discombobulated. And through the discombobulation, Tim Patrick was wide open.
Ben Johnson is a sicko. And I mean that in the most positive, way possible. I love that guy. And yeah, he's always scheming up things. That's why when the Gibbs social media post went out there, I mean, they laughed it off. They're like, yeah, we'll change some verbiage, whatever. People know what we want to do. But we're gonna do it anyways, right?
Yep.
And we're gonna find a way to do it another way if we have to. So not too worried about it. The offense is great.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Donald is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Donald.
How you doing? Great show.
Thank you.
All right, now, I'm 65 years old, so you know where I've been throughout the years from the 70s, the ups and downs. Last year, I had my son who went to a sporting goods store to buy him some gear for baseball, and this kid was buying Lions gear. He said he had tickets to the Kansas City game. And, I go, wow. I go, you actually think the Lions are going to go into Kansas City and beat the Super Bowl champions? Just from my experience of all the games that we lost in the last couple of minutes throughout the years. And then they actually won. So now we come up to this time, to the present. I'm amazed what's going on. It's kind of hard to comprehend.
It is.
But what I'm concerned about is you talking earlier about the statistics about first downs. I want to know the statistics on Terry Arnold with these pass interference calls, because I'm afraid he's going to blow our game, one of these games towards the end, for us to reach the Super Bowl. How does he discipline, Dan Campbell discipline Arnold on those, he seems like he gets one every game. And, does he make them run laps or, does they get fined? You know what I mean?
Well, no, because I'm sure he doesn't run laps, and I'm sure he doesn't get fined. They coach him, and they coach him harder. And they expect him to grow up, and he's a rookie in the NFL, and struggling with penalties isn't a huge surprise. It's actually not every game. I think he's had 2 since September. I'm going to go find him, but
he's got a lot.
Yeah, there was a bunch at the beginning of the year, and then they've cut back.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just concerned about him that when we get towards the end, and I disagree with you on that San Francisco game, because when they went for those 2 4th downs, I was screaming at the top of my lungs to take the points. Take the points. You got to take the points in a championship game. You could have went to the Super Bowl, And in my lifetime, I don't know how many years I got left, but, I thought I would, it's day by day nowadays. You never know. Well, we have another chance for a Super Bowl run. But you got to take the points in championship games, I don't mind these 4th down calls, but when you're in a game like that, you have to take the points.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there only 1 4th down call in the San Francisco game?
There was 2 of them. We lost 6 points because of those 2 4th down calls. I'll never forget it because I was screaming at the top of my lungs. Take the points. Those 6 points would have put us over, and who knows, I know there was a lot of mistakes in that game, but you turned down 6 points that could have put us in the Super Bowl. I was pissed about that. But otherwise, now I'm concerned more or less about Terry Arnold, and his pass interference calls that, I'm scared that when we get towards the end of this run, then he's going to blow a game for us. That's about all I had to say.
Well, look, he's gotten better whether you want to hear it or not. It's only been 2, I think, since September. There was a 4th down later in the game. It would have been a long field goal. And obviously their field goal kicker wasn't as good as he's been this year. And there was a 4th down the beginning of the second half. So there was 2 of them. It would have been a long field goal. As far as Terrion Arnold, no, they don't fine him. No, they don't have him run laps. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 holdings or pass interferences through the end of September. He's had 2 since. So you ask, what do they do? They've kept coaching him, and he's gotten better. He's gotten better. He had 1 in November, and now he's had 1 in December. So he went from 7 in the first month to 1 in the second month, 1 in the third. Is he going to commit another one? Yeah, probably. But he is getting better.
He also sounds like a guy who only likes it if it works, the risk, and if it doesn't work. I know he said in a championship game, but you don't change who you are all of a sudden. You don't just, hey, we're a running team. For the final game, we'll throw the ball. You know what I mean? Or vice versa. No, you are who you are.
I mean, we let him go on too long, but if we have, did you like all the 4th downs they went for it last night? Because they didn't take the points on multiple occasions last night, got touchdowns every single time, which is why they were tied at the end of it. If they'd taken the points, they would have been losing at the end. I mean, things would have been different, but I don't know. Let's get to our picks. Are you going to read Gator's pick? Gator not only sent his picks over to us, he wrote out his reasoning. Are you going to read it verbatim, Ken?
Yeah, so none of this is on me, people. All right? What I say, I'm just reading off what Gator sent to me.
So you're going to read it verbatim?
Yeah, if you have issues, you contact Scott the Gator Anderson.
Okay, Boise's a 4.5-point favorite at home in the Mountain West Championship game, taking on UNLV. I like the home team with Genty to not only get the win, might be the best player in America, might get my Heisman vote. I'll take Boise to cover the 4.5 against UNLV.
Well, Scott the Gator Anderson, by the way, he finished 2-3-1 last week. He missed his lock of the week. Yep. And he's going to start off with the Boise State versus Nevada game. That's right. I don't know who you think they're playing, Doug, but I've got Gator over here versus Nevada. I'm sure he means UNLV, but
I think so.
Yep, Boise State minus 4.5. It's in Boise, he writes. And then he says also they have everything to play for and more. So Genty, he's going to come through. Nevada's solid, but he likes the home team in the blue field.
Okay.
Boise State.
Georgia's getting 2.5 against Texas. Remind me who won the first game? Doubled them up in points at Texas. I pointed out that Texas has 7 SEC wins. 6 of them came against the bottom 7 teams in the Southeastern Conference. I will car house lock Georgia in Atlanta in the SEC title game, getting 2.5.
Hey, Gator's going to go with the same game, but he's not going with the team. He's going with the number. Georgia, Texas in the SEC championship game, total set at 50. He likes the over. These two are pretty evenly matched. We may see overtime, Gator expects, or possibly. Lots of scoring, though. Heartache shootout, but he thinks it's going to be over 50 points.
Oregon is laying 5.5 against Penn State in the Big Ten title game. I don't think Penn State can score at the pace that Oregon does, and I don't think Oregon will Ryan Day it. I've got Oregon minus the 5.5.
Gator's going with the same game as well. He's got Oregon as the best team in the country, and they will prove that by beating Penn State in the Big Ten championship game. They're used to travel at this point. James Franklin, he struggles in big games. Gator likes the Ducks minus 4.5 over the Nittany Lions.
Let's go to the NFL. I like Tennessee laying the 3.5 against a Jacksonville team with, what's his name? Starting at quarterback, the old Patriot Alabama quarterback, Mac Jones. I'll take Tennessee minus 3.5.
Gator rates, how about another shout-out for those gritty kitties from the Motor City? Anywho, Kirk Cousins brings the Falcons home to Minnesota as a 5.5-point underdog. He says this has been a dreadful season for the Falcons, but Captain Kirk, he still has some power. And he likes to say, you like that? He's going to stun the Dirty Birds, and he likes the points in Minnesota.
He likes the points, or he likes Atlanta? He
says,
Atlanta?
I'm sorry, take the Dirty Birds and the points against Minnesota.
Gotcha.
My bad.
Carolina's getting 13 at Philly. It's been 5 weeks since Carolina's lost a game by as many as 13, and that included a game against Kansas City. I think Philly gets the win, and it might be comfortable, but I'll take Carolina plus the 13.
All right. Cleveland is getting 7 points on the road against Pittsburgh. Jameis Winston is still the quarterback, but he won't be upright for long with TJ Watt and company. Tomlin and his team has him rolling. The terrible towels will be full force. This is an amazing rivalry, but he likes the Steelers to cover the touchdown difference and remind everyone in the AFC that they're right in the thick of things.
San Francisco is a 3.5-point home favorite against Chicago. I like the 49ers start to get the train back on the tracks late in the season when they need wins. Chicago's got nothing left to play for. San Francisco minus 3.5.
All right, Gators' final NFL game is the Dolphins. They defend home turf against the Jets. Aaron Rodgers, they are 5.5-point underdogs. The warm weather reminds him of past retreats and explosive diarrhea, according to Gator. He may just stay in Miami after being benched at halftime. Take the Mammals minus 5.5. It's his shoot the boot lock of the week.
There it is. We don't bet, but if we did, actually, we kind of do. Those are our picks this week. Do with them what you will. Hey, tackle all NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because Kang, do you like one or hate one? My bad. Which one do you like the most? Which one do you hate the most?
I like Gator's pick of explosive diarrhea in Miami. Yeah, I don't think Rodgers is going to be feeling too well in this game. Miami, much better team at home. They don't like the cold weather like South Florida, so I like that pick.
And which one do you hate?
The one I hate is, do you guys both agree on the college game of the
Oregon, Penn State, or
yes,
Boise?
Oregon, Penn State. I don't like James Franklin, but he's going to win spite of me.
Okay.
That's what I think is going to happen. There's always this weird upset in the final game. I think that may be it.
All right, there you go. Tackle NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need in one place. Live bets on the NFL, again, in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson out, although Gators he's logged on to Twitch and he's chatting away with people. Let's go to Andrew on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Andrew? Andrew, are you there?
Hey, I'm here, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Happy Victory Friday.
That is right.
Yeah, I just wanted to get in here and give Tyrion a little more respect than he deserves. I can't get on the same page with these fans that are still just nitpicking every little single wrong thing that we do. What more could he do last night? You know, it
was a weird play. Like that one last night was really weird. And Andrew, you said you're going to give him more respect than he deserves. I don't know if you meant it that way.
No, not exactly that way.
But you're right. So he's in the back of the end zone. He's got his man blanketed. Jordan Love extends the play. He tries, give him credit. He's trying to turn around and face the ball, which would mean it wouldn't be a pass interference. But there's nowhere for Christian Watson to go, so his arm gets kind of caught on him, and in the attempt to try and turn around, Love throws him the ball. Like that was just bad luck, and I think it would have happened to a lot of guys. But most importantly, and what our buddy was dismissive of is how much better he has been. He had, what I say, 9? Did I say 7 or 9 defensive holdings or pass interferences in the first month of the season. Since September, he's got 1 holding call. It was an offensive holding call when he was the gunner on a punt. Yep. He's got a pass interference call against Houston back in the beginning of November, and he's got this pass interference call, and that's it. If you want to see improvement, that's it. Weeks 5, 6, 7, and 8, he had no penalties. And he had 1 in week 9, 1 in week 10, 1 offensive penalty in week 9, a defensive penalty in week 10, a defensive penalty in week 14. This is improvement.
Oh, and he started the game as corner 1 when Carlton was out the other week. Flowers to the kid. Watch him work. Anybody still doubting him, just pay attention, and you'll see the growth, I promise. Hey, you guys take it easy. Have a great weekend. Appreciate taking the call.
Thank you, Andrew. Darius is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Darius.
Happy Victory Friday. What a time to be alive. What a time to be a Lions fan. What a time to be a ticket listener, man. I listen all the time, and for us to dissect every good and bad, it just feels great. I've been listening all day, so just a couple of points. One, Terrion Arnold, man, he's a kid growing up in NFL. He's been, guarding some of the best receivers out there. And let's face it, man, your first pot of macaroni and cheese wasn't the best. It wasn't the cheesiest. The noodles were probably not that good. But let this guy continue to cook out there. And just for me listening all day, I want to go back to the parade. If we so happen to win the Super Bowl, the parade.
Whoa, my man.
I've been listening all day trying to get in here, and I'm finally in. So I just want to say, we get to the Super Bowl, man. We get to that parade. It's got to start from the Silver Dome down Woodward all the way down.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. I got to tell you, I'm not a jinx guy at all, but let's not go planning parade routes. There is a long way to go.
Yeah, we're still grabbing linebackers off LinkedIn, so let's just slow down a little bit. They won last night.
Right.
I'm happy.
Right.
Let's try to get healthy, all right?
Yeah. Let's go to Brad. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
How demoralizing, how demoralized do these defenses have to be? I mean, Packers defense last night, Lions went 7 for 15 on third down, which isn't great from a Packers perspective. And then of all those, they went 4 out of 5 on the 5th down and kicked a field goal. I mean, these Lions are like Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers. They just keep coming. And that's got to be demoralizing. You think you got them stopped, and it goes, Jesus Christ, these guys are still coming at us.
Really close. Yes, they kind of are that way. They kind of are that way. I don't disagree.
That's all I got.
Yeah. Thank you for editing yourself. Mark is in Macomb and next on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
my son and I went to the game last night. And we actually got into the Lillard Bowl. And I want to say we're about 8 rows up in, I think, 116. And it's the first time I've ever been to Ford Field, first Lions game I've been to probably since the Silver Dome. And I'm just telling you, it was crazy. But what was weird about it, it was almost like there was a second game going on while the real game was going on. Because whenever it would get the second or third down, everybody was already going, man, they got to score because you know he's going to go for it on fourth down. And then every single time that he did, everybody was like going, no, go for the 3, go kick it. And then after they'd get the fourth down, it was like everybody was high-fiving and saying, yeah, no doubt, knew it all along, never a doubt. It was really a rush, and it was a great time. And downtown Detroit was awesome. It was nice walking through it. And it was interesting because we had a Packers fan next to us, and he was out of Atlanta, and his son was a Lions fan, and he was all in his Lions gear. And they both had a great time. Everybody was high-fiving them, and it was just an all-around good time. And I will say, I heard somebody say earlier about the decibel level. We saw it, and I'm almost for sure that it broke the 116 at one point. But it was a great time, and I want to thank my son Joshua for taking me to it. It was amazing.
He took you to it, huh?
Yeah, well, kind of, sort of. He paid for his, and I paid for mine. And believe me, it was more like a once-in-a-lifetime thing because that cost was steep for those.
I was about to say, what's it like to have your kid pay for their own thing? I'm not really sure what that's like. Hey, thanks, Mark. By the way, so I went to look. I randomly grabbed Tariq Woolen and looked at the penalty log from his rookie season, and we talked about Terrion Arnold's 7 defensive holdings or pass interference in the first 5 weeks and 2 since. Tariq Woolen's first 5 weeks, he had 5 penalties. Pass interference, defensive holding, defensive holding, defensive holding. The first 5. So he had 5. And he had 1 the rest of the way. So Terrion Arnold, who's had 2 since 7 in the first week, it is getting better. I know my man didn't want to hear it, but it is getting better. So take it for what it's worth. Rico Beard, Jeff Rieger are in studio. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Good.
Yeah.
I heard the Lions won again.
Lions won again.
All they do is win.
I mean, honestly, who in their right mind would have been worried about this game? Like, come on.
Right.
What's the matter with anybody?
Dude, they had 4 guys last night making plays on defense that weren't Lions 1 week ago.
I don't know about you, Doug, but I had Zeke Turner making the biggest tackle of the game on my score sheet.
Did you?
I did.
Reed was coming wide open the back of the end zone if Zeke Turner doesn't get him down.
It's unbelievable.
It really
is.
It's
unbelievable how this team wins. And it's almost like...
No, it ain't almost.
Well, no, I mean, they just win. Nothing stops them.
You just can't stop this. Like, Doug, you know what this is? It's and you experienced this last year with Michigan. Like, come on. You're not going to just run the ball constantly in Penn State for the second. Wait, it worked?
Yeah.
Okay, but just wait till you go up against Alabama. Your most secure punt return, like, he drops the ball and it just dies at the 3-inch line. Not in the end zone.
And he picks it up.
Right. Like,
and survives it.
What? Like, Ohio State, like, okay, this is going to be the year. Until it wasn't. There's no Jim Harbaugh for 6 games. That team just kept finding ways to win.
You surely aren't going to stop 3 NFL receivers in the national championship game.
And Michael Penix, an NFL, and you just did.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like. Just whatever.
Pretty great, though, isn't it?
I am not complaining.
I am waiting for them to literally, for Ben Johnson to have the blindfold play where players just put on blindfolds.
And they run a play.
And I bet you it works.
They probably will. Hey, have a great weekend. Stay safe.
Connected.
Treat each other with respect. We leave you every Friday with a Gator Rant.
A day after they lost their fourth straight game, the Red Wings are being linked to Rangers' Jacob Trouba. Emily Kaplan says Detroit, along with Ottawa, Buffalo, and Columbus, have inquired about him. The team lifted him out of the lineup for tonight's game with the Penguins due to the uncertain nature of his future in New York. He has a partial no-trade clause, and it's believed the team will waive him if he does not accept a deal. The Wings are back in action tomorrow against the Avalanche at home. The Celtics improved their record to 18-4 with a win over the Pistons this Wednesday. That game is going to cost Jason Tatum $25,000, though, as the NBA has fined him for a gesture they deemed inappropriate. Brown used his thumb to make a slashing motion across his neck towards Isaiah Stewart. This came after he two-hand dunked it. Michigan punter Tommy Doman heading for the transfer portal for his final year of eligibility. He averaged 43 yards on his kicks this year and plays
Why?
fifth.
He got so many punts at Michigan. Why would you leave?
That's a good point. A lot of work.
Just because, why not? Former four-star running back Cole Cabana also joining him in the portal. Inter Miami surprised star Lionel Messi with news of his MLS Most Valuable Player honors by having 250 Academy players line up and spell out the letters MVP. His children were also in attendance holding the trophy. Messi notched 36 goals this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, that's right. Rico's there. Mike back on Monday. I'm the Karen, apparently. Hi, everybody.
Never heard that open before.
I think they just made it special. Thank you for that. By the way, just so you know, since that open, since I called the cops, no more fireworks. They now respect my household.
No, you're a Karen, Rieger. That's all that means. It means you have no life. It means you want no one else to have a life. Because your life sucks.
Means I sent a message, only light fireworks when you should, which is like the 3-day grace period around the 4th of July. Anyway, Rico, forget the fireworks, because the Lions had their own fireworks yesterday, 34-31. And we're to the point, if you doubted this team, you had every right to doubt this team, but nothing stops them. Whether it's Dan Campbell's fourth downs, whether it's a holding penalty that puts you at 2nd and 18, nothing stops this team. Whether it's Zeke Turner making the biggest Zeke Turner making the biggest tackle of the game to save the game late in the fourth quarter, and Jordan Love wasn't able to sidestep him and get sacked by him. This team simply doesn't die. It's freaking amazing, and it's kind of funny because we all worried. And we all thought, no, you can't beat the Packers with 50 guys on IR. And that's exactly what they did. They owned time of possession. They doubled them up on total plays. And the Lions win at 34-31. And now they have that inside track for the 1 seed. It's unbelievable. Real quick, too, the way they won. And you might disagree with this. I think they kind of emasculated the Packers. I think they humiliated the Packers simply because they went for it on 4th down 5 times. They gave Green Bay 5 times to get off the field, and Green Bay couldn't. They failed miserably. That's got to suck, Matt LaFleur.
See, I don't think it emasculated them. I think what it did was it forces other teams to realize when you play the Lions, think about it. What is it called? 3 and out. 3 and out. Play 3 out hard for 3 plays, make them punt the ball, you get it back. For the Lions, it's 4 and out. And it's not something you necessarily practice. And it's going to force other teams to realize, hey, Dan Campbell's in full effect, and he had to. I understand because he hasn't done it that much this year because he had a defense that backed him up, but he realized defense, bad, got to keep the offense out there. Offense, and we said it, in order to win this game, your offense is going to have to control the TOP, and you could tell he really wanted that. I don't think he emasculated him. I just think that Green Bay just kind of was like, are you kidding me, man? Can't you just punt like everybody else? Can't you just kick a field goal like everybody else?
Emasculating a little bit. They had every chance to get off the field, especially on the late one that some people disagreed with. I don't know. Like Dan Campbell said after the game, we don't have to talk like we're tough because we are tough. We just live it. We prove it. I think that's what they did yesterday. I think they humiliated the Packers. I really do in the way they won. Emasculation means it makes you less of a man, correct?
That's not less than a man.
I kind of feel they did that.
Like if all of a sudden they ran Green Bay's bread and butter play, that's emasculating them. If they did something that was strictly Green Bay, yes. Or, if all of a sudden they had a play called Cheesehead, that's emasculating.
Well, they had a dude in the stands grating actual cheese, which how'd you get that in Ford Field? I don't know. Maybe he went to the kitchen before. But listen, we can debate or disagree about the whole emasculation factor. The bottom line is the Lions are 12-1. They've won 11 in a row, and it's insane how they're winning games. And Rico, Dan Campbell, in the post-game locker room thing that the Lions always are so kind to put up on social media, had something to say about this Lions team. And I'm just curious if people believe it. Take a listen. All right, so we're all supposed to be here together. We're destined for this. Just stay the course. So, Rico, at 2:08 on a Friday, is this a team of destiny? I mean, honestly, nobody beats this team. There's no adversity too big for this team. Dan Campbell said it best. We're destined to be here. Are they a team of destiny?
Yeah, they absolutely are a team of destiny. Rico, you look at all the things that they just keep overcoming, and it's no big deal. And we got a taste of this with the Tigers when all of a sudden they started winning and but you know what? It's not going to happen. Okay, it's cute for a couple games, but it's not going to last past 2 weeks. Okay, it's not going to last a month. Okay, it's not going to last for the rest of the season. Okay, it's not going to last in the playoff. You're going to lose it first. Okay, it's not. And we just kept, okay, it's not until you realize that little pitching chaos they had made no sense. It worked. So when I say yes for Team of Destiny, because a lot of things they do make no sense, but it works. I look back at the last Team of Destiny we had in this area was the University of Michigan last year in football. Harbaugh misses half the games coaching. Doesn't matter.
Run the ball 32 straight times at Penn State.
At Penn State.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Get every break in the Alabama game. Doesn't matter.
Have a ball die at the half-inch line, not going into the end zone at the end of the game, and then the punter picks it up, and then you end up winning the game in overtime. Doesn't matter. You go up against Michael Penix and all the NFL wide receivers. Doesn't matter. Ohio State. Oh, we got this. Sharon Moore's going to have to go. Doesn't matter. No matter what happened, they overcame it. That's what this Lions team. 5 picks, doesn't matter. Remember, you lost your kickers before the season. You go get Bates. Doesn't matter.
He's amazing.
Doesn't miss a beat. Everything that you want. But people are like, I can't believe it. You thought that the Packers were going to win. Yeah, they were 9-3. You were 11-1, missing 13 players. You didn't have Decker. You didn't have a lot of people out there.
You didn't have Reeder. You didn't have Pascal. You didn't have Onwuzurike. And by the way, early in the game, you had pressure on Jordan Love. Again, back to the whole emasculation thing, the fact that the Packers only scored 7 points in the first half, the fact that the Lions with a bunch of no-namers like you and me off the streets got pressure on Jordan Love, that's amazing.
Right. So if each and everything that has happened to them has happened, I really expect, I kind of expect Ben Johnson to just have the blindfold play where everybody just puts on blindfolds and they run a play and it works because stuff and things and it doesn't make sense, but everything comes up roses for this team. So yes, I am starting to believe this is Team of Destiny. Nothing can stop them. They can't even stop themselves because heck, Goff threw 5 picks. Don't worry about it. He had a game where he didn't throw for 100 yards. That's okay. We're still going to blow out the Titans.
So TJ Lang will join us at 3 o'clock. 248-539-9797. Is this a team of destiny? With everything you've been through, with all the worrying you did last week about the injuries, and there's no possible way the Lions can beat the Packers, and this will be their first loss in 10 games, and all that went into the angst, they had to have solved your worry problem. You're not worrying about this team. We're not going to do the same thing against Buffalo in a week, are we? I don't think so. But furthermore, you heard Dan Campbell say it, destined to be there. This does feel like a team of destiny. This feels like a team that's going to go on to win the Super Bowl.
Rieger, yes. Because on a fourth down play that I don't think that you should have ran late in the game, a microcosm of this entire destiny thing, Goff falls down.
By the way, his knee was on the ground. Should he have been
only
just
in college? I thought that for half a second, too. I was like, oh, no. Oh, wait, this is pros, not college. But yes, for a second, it did throw me like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Not like this. He falls down. Normally, the quarterback, running back exchange at that point in the mesh point, is the timing is off. It normally ends up in either a fumble or the running back has to come to a standstill, secure the ball. You're dead in the waters. No. It was their longest run of the second half. 7 yards. Boom. Ball game. Like, of course. Because of course. Like, yes. That play right there. When it looks like it shouldn't have gone right, it not only went right, but it went right far beyond what you thought it was going to do.
Go to the fourth down before that. He goes for it on 4th and 3 from his own 30. They don't get it. Weird play call. Next thing you know, Packers score the touchdown, and everybody's ready to say, what the hell you doing, MCDC? And next thing you know, they end up winning the game anyway. 248-539-9797. We're to this point. Are they simply a team of destiny? Who's beating these guys? And then we can talk about the fourth downs if they make you uncomfortable. I don't think Dan Campbell's going to stop. Furthermore, I think he had every right to do every fourth down attempt he did simply because of the state of his defense. So we can get into it. TJ Lang at 3. Who said it at 4? The Prop Bet Casino later this hour. 97 won the ticket.
Rieger, I got a question to ask you because you got a little girl. Is your family obsessed with Wicked?
Oh, yeah, they like it, although it's 3 hours, dude.
You're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everybody's online at that sleepover. And with Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity's engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit internet on Xfinity for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $54 a month for internet service and $15 for Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Alrighty, 97 won the ticket. The Valenti and Rico show. Asking the question, are the Lions just a team of destiny? Dan Campbell said they're destined to be here. They win yesterday 34-31 with that depleted defense and 5 fourth-down decisions, 4 of them which worked out. They converted a 2nd and 19. Jared Goff threw an awful pick. Nobody's even talking about that. It doesn't matter. All the Lions do is win. It's like when the Tigers are winning.
Yeah.
The Lions win again.
No, and you had a couple penalties. Didn't get called. Like, you're getting the favorable call.
You're right about that, by the way. Like, there are, and it's funny because there are podcasters that are whining and bitching because the Packers, in their words, got jobbed yesterday with the officiating. But the funny thing is, welcome to Lions fans for the last 60 years, okay? But there were some calls that were questionable, like Amon-Ra yanked down the helmet of Xavier McKinney. No call.
We didn't. Yeah, he knocked it off.
He pushed him in the shoulders.
Yeah, because that always causes your helmet to roll around on the ground. Like
Jordan Love got a big paw in the face, no call.
Right, that's one of those calls. You look at the ref like, how did my helmet get on the ground, ref? What do you mean he didn't do anything?
There's no other way.
Right, that's my helmet.
You could see him pleading with the official, too, and the official's like, I don't care, dude. Yeah. Come on, just go back to the huddle.
The Lions won again. That's what the ref said.
Team of Destiny, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We go ticket text or phones?
Let's go to phones.
All right, DJ in Detroit, one of my faves. What's going on, DJ?
Fellas, what up, though? How y'all doing today, man?
What up, man?
You got it. Oh, absolutely, we're a team of destiny. I said after yesterday, if we win this game, it's a done deal. I'm joining Team Mike. I don't care what happens. I don't care if birds fly. I don't care what happens. We're winning because there's no football logic or sports logic that can explain us having 13 injured players against a very good team and still go out and win. That right there lets me know that we're just going to beat anybody. DJ
and folks, it's true because he did send me that. DJ, I'm glad you said this. Because I would be labeled a hater. You are Mr. Detroit. You are Mr. Lions fan. And even you can recognize none of this makes a lick of sense. But it just happens. And it's just to the point where you're just like, you know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? Of course you're going to win.
And here's the thing also. I mean, so that's the sports like it shouldn't be happening. But when you really stand back and look, man, some credit needs to be given. Of course, we always say Brad Holmes for picking these horses. But really, Motor City Dan Campbell has really changed his culture. And the very thing that fans complain about, him going on it for fourth and taking risks, is why them players love him. They adore him. That is the swag and the intensity they have adopted to where they just know that they're going to beat you.
How about the guys that they bring in, too? So they are obviously banged up. They get a bunch of dudes off the streets, and Al-Quandin Mohammed has the 2nd most tackles of the game. Miles Adams has the 4th most tackles of the game. Like, they go out, they bring in dudes nobody's heard of, or at least from practice squads, wherever, and they got playing time yesterday, and they made an impact.
Absolutely. So there goes to what I'm saying again. Shout out Brad Holmes for finding guys that I'm sure he had on his radar at some point and just didn't draft them or something. But also, much props to Dan Campbell. And I'm going out on a limb here. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. We need to be thankful because we got a great coach. See, a great coach is just not always X's and O's and all that. It can be Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin 2.0 where he's just a master motivator. So no matter who the hell comes in here, when you step on my field, son, I'm going to put a Hemi in your back and I'm going to have you running like a Hemi. I'm going to put it in your back, and you're going to come in here and you're going to get down for me. That's him.
You know what, DJ? No, I think you're right about that because that's the one thing you always saw with the New England Patriots. They would just get people off the streets, wide receivers. Okay, this guy is now a Patriot. He's a malcontent. He's a horrible person. He went to the Patriots. He all of a sudden told the line. He knew what the Patriots' way was. You saw that when the Ravens back in the day. You know what the Ravens' way was. You don't screw up. You do this. You do that. We win. Okay, I just want to be a part of the team. Yesterday, you literally saw a bunch of people with name tags on out there. Like, you really needed to see the name on the back of the jersey. They should have put it on the front. Wait, you. Who are you again? Yeah, okay, you're going to blitz. You're going to do this. It works.
Yeah, how about, too, the defense getting announced at the very start of the game? Like, you don't know half these people. Like Quan Alexander, he's 3 days new on the team. He got announced in front of a sold-out Ford Field. Ezekiel Turner, Pat O'Connor. Like, these guys got announced. You could have announced the offense because they're actually healthy. Instead, Campbell and the Lions like, no. You go get your shine. And obviously they got cheered, and they played great. They held the Packers to 7 points. I know you're going to say, oh, they gave up 31. Well, what the hell do you expect? They got 14 guys injured.
Once again, that was also a 9-3 team. Like, that was a really good team.
Yeah.
And you found a way with that defense. Campbell saw offense had to be on the board. Let's go back to the callers.
Michael, you're on the ticket. What's up, Michael? How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
First-time caller. Just wanted to say I love listening to you guys every day.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Last night, Terry and Arnold, when he was in the end zone, when he got called for that pass interference, that was absolutely ridiculous. That was a clean play. He's been picked on all year long. He's growing, and he's going to be a stud in the next 2-3 years. It's going to take time to grow, but Dan's got him going in the right direction.
It does. But, Michael, I'll say this. Eventually, he will not have that called against him. But right now, yeah, referees are going to be looking at that because I'm quite sure LaFleur and everybody always says, hey, watch out for Zero. He does this, he does that. So the refs are watching. Just like once you finally get that call, they won't call it on you anymore. They'll say, that's just good defense. But he's a rookie, and it's going to take some time. And he's getting better. And I told people at the beginning of the year, don't get down on this kid. He's good, but he's going to get called for a lot of PIs because that's the type of system he played in.
You know, the funny thing is, all week, everybody was talking about the front seven, the lack of a D-line, and the lack of linebackers. Very few people actually mentioned, like, hey, the secondary's intact. You got both potentially your all-pro safeties playing, and you get Carlton Davis back, who did get torched on that one drive where he gave up the touchdown and the long gainer. But overall, the secondary is the biggest part of why the Lions are the number 2 scoring defense in football. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 97.
One more.
Okay. My bad. Let's go to Jay. You're on the ticket. What's up, Jay? How are you, bud?
I'm all right. How you doing, Rieger?
Good, man. How you been?
Good. I've been good, man. So 3 things that stood out to me yesterday. One was how tough and determined that team was. They were not going to go away. They were not just going to let the Packers come in and roll all over them like a lot of people thought they were because of the injuries, right? 2, I said this yesterday. I think I said this to Stoney and Hammer. I said Jared Goff went out there and threw 41 passes. Anytime that we talk about Jared Goff having to pass over 30 times, we kind of look at that as that they're losing, they're playing from behind, but they didn't do that.
Great point.
You know, Jared Goff made some really good passes, and he did go out there and make a horrible interception, but they made up for it. Also, while missing Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, Onzurike, Pascal, Hutchinson, all of the front guys, they still held Josh Jacobs to 66 yards. Yes, he had 3 touchdowns, but look at it. He was running for 5 yards. They were right on the goal line. So, yeah, he got a couple yards, but he averaged like 3.5 yards per carry. That's not anything just so, impressing where you're like, wow, he just bit off a bunch of yards.
They probably should have ran him more.
Determined.
Like, there was that one drive where they ran him at least 8 or 9 plays, and they ended up scoring a touchdown. Jordan Love had a rush on that drive as well. But the other thing, Jay, like, you talk about the defense, and you're right about that. What about the offense? Like, Dan Skipper played great yesterday. Like, missing a left tackle didn't seem to matter yesterday. I think he gave up one official hurry, and for the most part, Jared Goff was sacked once and kept clean the majority of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And one more thing really quick, I know a lot of people were upset that Dan Campbell went for it on 4th and inches, like really for the game. Think about it. That's why you have Penei Sewell and Zeitler over on that side, because you gamble on them. You want to put them in a position they're going to move the pile a few yards down the field, and David Montgomery, your workhorse, to get those yards to set them up ultimately for the game-winning field goal. This team is destined to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if they would lose another game. If we can get healthy before Buffalo, I think that they can really eke out another win against Buffalo, but we'll see.
Jay, they probably can. Now, the funny thing was, when they went for it on their own territory, Green Bay read the book and said, you always run to the right. So they overstacked that line, and that's when Gibbs was just met with like all those Packers like, oh, man. Because they realized.
They also handed the ball to him like 5 yards behind the line.
Man, they do that.
Just saying.
Look.
Okay, so of the 5 fourth downs, how many you have an issue with?
2.
Which is the last one, and then that one you're talking about right there in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, because you had the lead. You had the lead with the one in the fourth quarter. No, not the last one, but the one on your own end.
I got you. In your own 30.
You had the lead.
Yeah, you're up by 3.
Green Bay had just punted the ball to you. Punt it back to them.
Correct.
Okay? This was because what you did, I give them credit. The defense really, they had a short field twice that Green Bay scored 14 points on. The Goff pick and that. They scored. They were doing okay for being a bunch of guys off the street.
I actually think Matt LaFleur probably wishes he was a little more Danalytics and Dan Campbell. He should have went for it on 4th and 3 on his own 39.
No.
Yeah, he should have, I think. All right, 248-539-9797, 97 on the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. It's a Victory Friday, and it's the Prop Bet Casino.
All right, like to say, shout out to me for winning last week.
Oh, shout out to him.
So, hey. All right, Rieger, fill it in for Mike. Now, this is going to be a little difficult because there's no Lions. They already played last night. No Michigan State because neither one are in the championship games. But we do have a lot of championship games and NFL props in here, plus a little college hoops as well. You guys ready? All right, let's go. All right, David. We're going to start off with your boy tonight, the running back. Yes, Ashton Booty.
Yeah, Ashton Genty.
I'm sorry, Ashton Genty.
Wow, what is your Friday going to be like?
He's got booty on the mind, folks.
Ashton Genty.
Who doesn't?
Over, under 2.5 rushing touchdowns. Rieger.
I go over. No question.
Hold on, let me give it to Jeff. Over?
Wait, I'm picking for Mike. I don't want to let
No,
Mike
you're just-
down.
no, you're you.
Oh, I'm just me. Oh,
You're
damn it.
picking for Jeff.
Okay. Well, that's even worse. All right, I go over.
I'm going to also go over 4.5-point favorites, Boise State. You figure he knocks a couple in there.
I'm going to go under. Really, really hope he does well
Really?
tonight,
'Cause
but I'm
this
going to
is
go
your
under.
guy.
Yeah, I'm going under. He's kind of
See, I'm going over.
falling off a little bit to
I'm going
me.
over because I think this is the last statement for that Heisman.
It is.
So you're going to see a lot of guys that are borderline because they got to go out there because Travis Hunter's not playing. So you got to make the voters believe in you and not Travis Hunter. All right. On Saturday, Big 12 championship, SEC championship, ACC championship, and Big 10 championship all have a new team and conference in their championship games.
Wow.
Over, under, a new team wins their new conference. 1.5.
That's tough.
Arizona State's in
Right.
the Big 12.
SMU.
Texas, SMU, and Oregon.
I go
over, under 1.5. New teams win their first time in a new conference.
I go under. Oregon's the only one.
I think this whole new conference thing breeds a lot of chaos. I had it at least 2, so I'm going to put it at 2. I'll say over.
Katie goes over.
Yeah, I agree with him. I see somebody like Arizona State, maybe Texas, SMU. So, yeah, over.
I'm going over as well. I'm looking at Oregon. I'm looking at SMU. So, yes, I'm going over. More passing yards. SEC title game. Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers.
I'm not sold on Carson Beck, Rico. I go Quinn Ewers.
Well, Texas is going to take a pretty substantial lead and then run the ball a whole bunch, so I'm going to say Carson Beck.
Wow, confidence
Kenny,
over there.
Come on, man. What? Believe in your team. Ewers.
That's
Nice.
rich, David. That's rich.
This is a good one. I'm going to go Carson Beck, not because of what Kenny said. I think it's just going to be a shootout, and I think Georgia will have the ball last. He's going to drive them down the field and score, Kenny. Good Georgia shows up.
Guy like Kenny really pisses me off. He's got a team playing tomorrow, and yet all he does is crap on.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have expectations, and my team doesn't cheat, so there we go.
Really pisses me off.
No, pick it up.
Okay. Wow. So on to the Big Ten championship game. Dylan Gabriel passing touchdowns over under 2.5.
Over. Easy bet. They rout Penn State.
Small game, James.
Yeah, small game James. Over. Way over. Maybe 4.
Small game James. Yeah, we'll get to that later in the picks. Under.
Why under, David?
I believe that Penn State has something for him. I really do.
Oh.
Really?
Dan Lanning's too smart for that.
Is he?
I think so.
That offensively, they haven't looked great the last few weeks.
Okay. Over under, Tyler Warren, the all Mr. Everything tight end for Penn State, touchdowns. Over under 0.5.
Let's go under.
So you're saying he does not score?
That's correct. Unless you can score a half touchdown. Under.
I'll say over. I think it's a legitimate possibility.
Way over.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's over as well.
You got Oregon losing the game?
We'll see.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the NFL. Jameis Winston interceptions or Kirk Cousins interceptions? Who throws more interceptions?
Jameis.
No. He prayed that he's not going to throw pick sixes, but I guess that he can still throw picks.
That's why I say Jameis.
Oh, what are you saying?
But you don't think the prayer's going to come through?
David prayed for Caden. I mean, hey,
That came through.
a little.
I pray for stuff all the time. It never works.
Right.
Yeah. I go Jameis. More picks.
I'm gonna pray that the Red Wings get Trouba. I know they're not. I'm gonna go. I mean, come on now. Yeah, Winston. And the Steelers. Yeah, of course.
Cousins is about to get benched. He's going home to Minnesota.
I understand.
He's going to try and do too much. Give me Cousins.
He's gonna look great on Sunday.
Over under Russell Wilson passing yards, 1.5.
Passing yards or touchdowns?
Passing touchdowns. I'm sorry, passing touchdowns.
Gotcha.
I was going to say way over.
I go way over. I got that one right.
Touchdowns, yeah.
Over WrestleMania 1.5, you said? I go over in honor of my good buddy David.
The Steelers are favored by 6.5. Over.
Yeah, Jeff, it's under.
God.
Thanks for trying to believe in
Those
in
two
me,
dudes
but it's
behind the
under.
glass. All you guys do is crap on your great team.
Well, he only had one the last time they played the Browns, and other than that, under.
Let's go back to the Big Ten championship game. Penn State overall touchdowns or Red Wings goals against Colorado.
Penn State. Penn State. That's the easiest one yet. Penn State.
Wait a second. So,
is 1 more than 0 or is 2 more than 1? Yes.
Okay, so
Penn
the Wings
State touchdowns.
Yeah.
So Penn State scores 3 touchdowns or Wings goals against Colorado.
Wings horrendous road trip. They're at home against the garbage Colorado team. I go Red Wings goals. They're going to light it up for at least 5 or 6.
Can we do a lunch bet on the side with that? I'll
Sure.
take a sandwich on that.
I'm good with that. Now they probably give up 6 goals, but at least they score 5.
I'm also going to believe in the Red Wings. I'm
There
going to
we
go
go.
Red. No, I'm not. Penn State.
Small game, James. Give me the Wings. That's all I got to say about that. All right. Let's go to Rieger. In honor of you, some college hoops.
Oh, I like this. Big games for Michigan and Michigan State.
Michigan hosting Iowa. Michigan State hosting Nebraska on Saturday. Between the two teams, who scores more points that Saturday, Michigan or Michigan State?
This one's easy. And by the way, Nebraska and Iowa both off to good starts too. I go Michigan. That's right, Area 51 in the middle there.
I've learned not to agree or trust Jeff with basically any of his sports bets or opinions. I'll go MSU.
Could you say anything more offensive? Like, honestly, I hope Georgia loses by 100.
Wow, that's strong there, Kenny. I'm going to go Michigan. Michigan.
Kenny, I'll join you.
Typical Sparty.
Smart man.
Typical
Smart man.
Sparty.
You know. Kenny will
Cohen Carr looked great the other night.
Kenny will watch the state game, and then he'll settle in for Georgia's coronation. So we'll see that.
Stop calling it a coronation.
Coronation. Rieger, Michigan State 3-pointers made on Saturday. Over, under 5.5.
Over. You'll take it to Nebraska.
Okay, Kenny, you want some background?
Sure.
Up until last game, they were 355th in 3-pointers.
So why is Jeff saying over?
Out of 355 teams. They were dead last.
So why is Jeff saying over?
I have no idea.
I'll tell you why, because I don't want them.
You're my friend, so I want to give you the information.
I appreciate it. I'll refer to what I said last time I made a selection. I will say under.
Yeah, under.
Sadly, David.
That's an easy one, I think.
I got to agree with you.
Yeah.
It will be under. And finally, for you, Rieger, Vlad Golden, the Michigan center.
I like him, yeah.
Over, under 15.5 points.
Over. Head over 20.
You didn't even have to think about it.
That's right.
He averages 11.
Yeah, I don't care.
He averages 11 points.
Yeah, I watched him the other night.
That's for
I
Kenny.
appreciate it. I'm not a big college hoops guy. I can admit it. I'll say
that's why
under.
I'm giving that information to Kenny.
Give me the under.
Of course you're going to take him
Negative.
over.
I'm going to go over.
There we go.
I'm going to go under.
Typical.
I think it's going to be Wolf's Day.
Okay. He's good too.
There you go. That's your Prop Bet Casino 97.1.
97 The Ticket. Valeni and Rico and Derek Stevens. Every Friday he joins the program. What's going on, Derek?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's going on, Derek?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So I take it you were watching that Lions game last night?
Oh my! I can tell you, it was rocking in Vegas. I mean, the Detroit Lions are America's team. You'd have thought we would have been at a bar outside of Ford Field around here at Circa. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Derek, are the Lions still that team that Vegas really does not want to win the Super Bowl? Financially
I don't
speaking.
know about that. I think the Detroit Lions are great for the NFL. I mean, this is a fun team. I mean, people are excited about it. People are excited about the Lions. People are excited about Dan Campbell. There's an element, I think, around the country that people are kind of feel for Detroit Lions fans overall. So no, it's been all good. And I would say from a sportsbook perspective, you know, it's not like the Lions had these really, really long odds going into the season. So, you know, from a sportsbook perspective, we've taken a lot of Lions bets, but we still win to the Lions.
So Derek, the number one bet to win the Super Bowl, is it the Lions that you've taken?
Yes. I mean, we've got more money on the Lions than anyone else. It's pretty close with the Chiefs. The house Circa Sports wins to the Lions because, you know, like I said, we've been kind of out front of it the whole time.
Done with Derek Stevens. Derek, let's get to some college championship games, then we'll transition back to the NFL. You got a local team there, UNLV, Boise State, tonight. What kind of action are you seeing?
That's going to be obviously here in Vegas. That's going to be the game of the day. That's going to have the most amount of handle. There is a very strong emotional tie-in to UNLV out here, obviously. So we've seen a lot of UNLV money. Currently, the line is Boise State 4.5. I would not be surprised if this line goes down to 4 sometime a little bit later this afternoon. I also wouldn't be surprised if this gets down to 3.5 or 3 by the time kickoff goes. It's been all UNLV money.
And you look at the other games, the championship games on Saturday. Which is the game, I guess, is that the bettors are really looking at?
Well, Georgia, Texas is obviously going to be heavily wagered, but nothing's going to compare to Penn State, Oregon. So right now, what we've seen a good amount of Georgia money coming in on Georgia, Texas. We're currently at 2.5. I'm waiting for a little bit of this Texas money to show up, and I think you could see this game go up to a 3 by the time the game goes. So if you're looking around, you know, in Michigan, take a look at where you can get that number. Obviously, it's a key number. So see if you like the 3, go get the 3. If you're laying, find a book that you're only laying 2.5 because it's a key number. But I would tend to think Texas is going to get up to a 3, and that's where it's going to close. And then in the late game, Penn State, Oregon, you know, it's kind of a little too early because that's a later deal. Currently, we're at a 3.5, and it's been unbelievable two-way action in Penn State, Oregon.
Hey, Derek, getting back to the NFL, what's the one game this weekend you're taking the most money as far as to win or maybe to upset?
Well, there's a little story out there, I think, on VC and on ESPN. Yesterday afternoon, had my risk team call me, said, "Hey, there's a guy that wants to bet $1 million on the Eagles. Do you want to take it?" and we looked at it. We go, "Yeah, we'll take it." Well, the guy immediately then said, he goes, "I want more." So we looked around. We thought, okay. We took another $1 million, and as soon as the guy made that bet, we took another one. He bet $3.1 million on Eagles money line. So we took a pretty big bet for us on Eagles money line. Now, when I say we took the bet, it doesn't mean that, you know, we're gambling to it. We got 3 days to go find some Carolina money line. So the market was Carolina plus 500. Well, we moved Carolina to plus 650, and we got a good amount of buyback already. But we're trying to offset $3 million. So another reason to go look at it. You know, if you take $1 million bet, like say an hour before kickoff, even if it's Super Bowl, you're gambling to it. Here, we took $3 million, but we got 3 days to try to go get buyback. So I'm hoping by the time kickoff comes, we become Eagles fans. And I'm kind of pushing my guys to go out and find that buyback.
So wait, so he put 3.5 on the Eagles money line,
right? Because
that I mean, he can't. What, he's only going to win like what? $5?
No, he's going to win like 1.5 mil or something like
right,
that.
I know.
But
it's
still worth it, right?
No, he bet 3.1 million. 3.1 million, and he'll make about 440,000.
That's it.
So it's still some pretty good score. What Circus Sports, what our guys have to do is they have to go out. We got to post a number to make it enticing enough for bettors around the country to bet Carolina, and we're offering Carolina plus 650. So we're hoping then by the time the game goes, we get two-way action. At this point, we're very lopsided, but that's kind of what our job is. So we took a big bet, and now we're offering the best number out in the world on Carolina. So we're trying to get a little two-way.
Oh, that's fascinating. Derek Stevens from the D in Circa, thank you so much.
Thanks. Great to talk to you. Have a great football weekend here, and boy, go Lions!
All right, see you, Derek. Appreciate it.
See you.
That's insane, but their job at the same time.
I mean, that's, I guess, first world problem.
But let me ask you
who
this.
do you call? Hey, I want to make $1 million bet. Do you just walk up to the table?
Yeah, but it's not even that once the $1 million bet or $3 million bet is made, then you got to go searching for somebody that, can I say dumb, is dumb enough to take.
No, you want to balance the money.
But are you going to take Carolina even if I give them to you at plus 600?
No, but what you're hoping for is somebody to take Carolina and the 12.5 points. And then you balance out that it's 400,000. That's why I'm like, you're betting $3.5 million. You're not going to get a large return on that.
But it's an easy 400K if you're pretty confident the Eagles win at home against a really bad Carolina team, which you probably are.
Boy, just imagine if you get upset. If Carolina upsets them.
To be fair, though, if you're betting $3 million, if you lose $3 million, it's going to hurt, but you can probably afford to lose $3 million. Fair?
Let's hope so.
All right. TJ Lang. I know TJ probably bets $3 million every time. TJ Lang coming up next, 3 o'clock. Are the Lions a team of destiny? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. After Detroit was listed as a possible landing spot for the Rangers defenseman Jacob Trouba, New York beat writer Arthur Staples says he's heading to the Ducks. ESPN writer Emily Kaplan wrote on X that Steve Yzerman was very interested in bringing in Trouba, but was unable to make terms work. Yep, Michigan State running back Nathan Carter declaring for the NFL draft. He logged 499 yards on the ground for 5 scores. He caught 2 additional touchdowns through the air as well. The MLB winter meetings begin next Monday. Cody Stavenhagen posted an article in The Athletic about the team's starting pitching plans this offseason. Quote, Detroit's most interesting options include Walker Buehler, Michael Soroka, and Andrew Haney, among others. The Tigers might be turned off by the qualifying offers attached to others such as Nick Pivetta and Sean Manaea. Regardless, expect the Tigers to seek another high-upside arm they believe they can optimize, like they did with Michael Lorenzen and Jack Flaherty over the past 2 seasons, end quote. Former Lion running back and current Bear DeAndre Swift lifted as questionable for the game with San Francisco coming up. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Mike back on Monday. 2 Victory Fridays in a row, and there's no Mike.
Insane.
What the hell?
Insane. Nice of you guys to show up for work, though. Back-to-back weeks. Lions playing on Thursday. You know Friday is going to be a big day, and Mike just says, not important. Not important.
They opted out.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, all the stuff he gives everybody else when, something pops up. And I can't even show up on one of the biggest shows of the year, after beating a NFC North rival. That's
playoff,
shocking.
Possible
Shocking
playoff team, yeah.
Shocking to me.
Wow.
Shocking.
Shocking to win or shocking Mike can't
No,
be
shocking
bothered
that
to show
Mike,
up?
that he just
I hear
makes
you,
his
man.
own hours and decides.
2 rivals.
Kind of insulting.
Two divisional rivals.
Decides,
2 weeks in a row.
Decides,
No, that's a good point.
Not worth his time,
I mean, to be fair, that
TJ,
none of you
I'm glad
guys
he's
were here
wild.
last Friday, but
That's
I was.
wild. Yeah, I was here last Friday, too. Last Friday morning.
Okay. See, TJ's up, though. You weren't there, Rico.
No.
Yeah, you're too good.
Rico had an excuse.
Anyway.
But he's making up for it today.
Yeah.
All right, so were you one of these people that worried about the injuries so much that you thought the Lions were going to lose the football game? What did you take out of yesterday?
I didn't think they were going to lose, but I had a feeling it was going to be a tight game. And probably the way all of us felt going into that game, you're like, man, offense probably going to have to score some points, right? I get the whole talk about injuries aren't an excuse, and they're not. But at the end of the day, it's reality. It's going to affect the way you play. I mean, you look at the defensive line, the front 7. There were a couple plays in that game. I mean, there wasn't one guy in that front 7 that was even here 4 weeks ago. You know what I mean? It was wild. It was insane. But they just kept finding ways to get some timely stops. And the offense, there to start the second half, Green Bay scores 14 points in a 2-minute span.
Right.
And it's like, oh, boy, like, here we go, hold on. But they just go back and respond, man, the resiliency. So this 10-day break's coming at a good time. It's interesting. I don't know if Coach was asked about it yesterday. Some of the guys that missed, Decker thought maybe he had a chance to go last week. They decided to sit him out. I wonder how many of those were coaching decisions to say, hey, we need you guys for the last month of the season. Right.
Anzarike, probably Reader,
and
right?
I think even coaches mentioned that a couple times. I'm trying to go back a couple weeks, and he's like, man, we're already at 9 wins, like we want these guys healthy for the long run. So I think part of that's probably coaching decision. Let's go out there, let's battle, and, let's get healthy for the last 4 games. But it was incredible. I thought it was a good football game. If you didn't have a horse in that race and you just watched as a football fan, I thought there was a lot of really good things that happened in that game. And Ben Johnson, some of the calls that he was making were, man, just so sophisticated. If you're a football nerd like myself, you just kind of look and kind of you just watch those plays. You're like, man, that's so intriguing and just unique, right? The couple touchdowns, Jahmyr Gibbs coming out of the backfield. I mean, you're lined up. We're all looking at it going, why isn't Amon-Ra on the field, right? Amon-Ra standing on the sidelines, 4th down. We look at it, okay, it's the personnel. You got 3 tight ends out there, which is going to force Green Bay to play with their big package. You get a one-on-one with the linebacker now. Later in the game, Tim Patrick's touchdown, you sneakily kind of line up Amon-Ra in the backfield. no huddle, get to the line. Defense is thrown out of wax. He comes out of the backfield to the right, eats up about 3 guys' eyes, and boom, Tim Patrick's wide open.
Dude, he was hunched over too. He was trying not to show his number.
There's just a couple little things that you kind of giggle about because you're like, man, it's just like it's innovative, right? And it's so taking advantage of the personnel that you have and the offensive mind that you have. It's awesome to watch. Like a brilliant play call meet the execution, and that happened a couple times last night. And it was offense is fun to watch, man, when they play like that.
No, it was, and Dan Campbell pretty much said we got to lean on the offense because the defense got a lot of new guys. Like you saw the defense and the newness, the Green Bay touchdown where they just kind of hurried up to the line and Lions players were kind of pointing, saying, no, you over here. No, you over there. They snapped the ball real quick. Jacobs up the middle, scored. Yeah. And you kind of saw you forgot. A lot of these guys haven't played together in a while, and Green Bay took advantage of that. Campbell said, you know what? We're going for it. We're going to go for it. He went back to being Dan Campbell. I didn't agree with the one on his own side. You had to lead. I thought you should have punted the ball. It all worked out. But just the fact of him saying, offense, you guys got to lead us. This is going to be your day today. We've had games where the defense helped us, games where the special teams helped us. I'm telling you, before the game starts, it's on you.
Yeah, we need you.
You got to win this thing.
Yeah, and to go back to that play that they did kind of looking out of sync on defense, I think that was Green Bay just getting to the line fast because the play before, if I'm not mistaken,
it could
have been challenged to maybe it's a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. They gave him a first down. Green Bay's probably looking at it saying, oh, man, he might have stepped out. Let's just get to the line and run a simple dive play. You did get thrown out of whack a little bit there because I think a lot of guys are looking at the screen and, oh, man, I think he's short. Oh, they're lining up. Oh, we got to go play. But other than that, Aaron Glenn early in the game, a ton of pressure on 3rd downs. I think the first play of the game was a sack.
Yeah, it was.
Zadarius Smith, which was good to see.
He had to be happy.
Felt like the pressure was getting there at times, starting to rev up a little bit. I thought a couple guys that stepped up and played big, man, like Pat O'Connor. I mean, I think he's been in the league now, 7-8 years? That was the first start, I think they were saying last night. And he made a lot of big-time plays. He did have the one offsides, but he came back and made up for that. Dan Skipper, left tackle, you look at that, and Skip had a couple starts this year and a little bit slippery at times when it comes to the protection.
Had one hurry, I think, yesterday.
Which is phenomenal, especially against Rashawn Gary's starting to pick it up a little bit. And he's starting to hit his midseason stride. And to kind of shut those guys down and not let them affect the passing game. I thought those two guys really stood up tall. And just talk about the guys that got here Sunday, right? Hey, man, we're going to need you. Get out there and play. Quan Alexander, Jamal Adams didn't see the final snap counts, but that's just a testament to the coaching staff and the leaders that you have in the locker room, right? You're here for a reason. If you're in that locker room, they trust you and they expect you to go out there and perform at a high level. And I think you understand that as a new guy coming into that building and coming into that type of environment, right? It's a higher pressure situation. Expectations are through the roof. And a lot of times that brings out the best in the competitor of these professional athletes. And I think last night was a pretty clear example of that.
So your 2 biggest career achievements, I think I know them. One of them is being in Pitch Perfect 2, correct?
I wouldn't put that in time.
Oh, I thought it would be.
It's slightly outside
you
the top
and Anna
two.
Kendrick. Yeah,
just outside
but the second one is winning a Super Bowl back in 2010. When did you know that you guys were Super Bowl material, and do you think these Lions players know it now?
I think they know it, yeah. Going back to that year, 2010, very different season than what Detroit's having. I think we needed to win the last couple games and needed to get a little bit of help, which actually wish Mike was here because that was the Deshaun Jackson punt return against the Giants in week 16 that had Tom Coughlin strangling the punter on the sideline. That actually helped us out getting to the playoffs. We were the 6th seed. We had to go on the road. It was like, guys, man, we're lucky to be here, right? We were kind of on the border of not even being in the playoffs. Let's go out there and just have fun and see what happens. And that whole, streak in the playoffs was defense. I think we had an interception for a touchdown in every game in the playoffs. So there wasn't a lot of comparisons. We weren't the favorites. We weren't, sitting in December, everybody, saying, oh, this is clearly the best team in the NFL. So honestly, with that team, it was kind of week by week. So I do see some similarities with this group, though, with how they're able to focus on that week-to-week goal, right? And just worry about what they have to achieve every single day and every single game. And I like the fact that they don't really make it about the opponents or who they're playing or what else is going out there or looking at the scoreboard and, man, Vikings, shoot, they won again. Eagles, oh, man, like, you don't worry about that because you're the team on top, right? You want to maintain your pace and you want to maintain whatever gap that you've created so far between you and everybody else. So, but it is admirable. I think we all know the way that these guys are just able to lock in and focus on daily, tasks, weekly tasks. They rarely even talk about the big picture.
They don't.
You know what I mean?
I don't even think they realize they clinched the playoffs yesterday.
I interviewed Dan Campbell right after the game for 97.1's postgame, and I brought that up. I said, Coach, you guys go to 4-0 in the division, and you clinch a playoff spot. And he goes, what? He goes, wait, what'd you say? And I was like, they're 4-0 in the division, right? Like, because I'm thinking, like, they probably knew.
It
was all the big, it was all the scoreboard last night, clinched the playoff. And I said, yeah, you guys clinched the playoffs. He goes, oh, no kidding. Wow. I had no idea.
Use that EMU education.
But it had me thrown off. I was like, shoot, are they 5-0 in the division? Like, what did I mess up? But yeah, you better say that. Like, I don't even think they knew about it.
Not a single player in the locker room mentioned it yesterday.
Because you know what? I think they probably knew.
It was expected, of course.
It was expected. You certainly know. I think the goal number one every time you walk into the building, to start the season is win the division, right? And then you can worry about seeding, and then you worry about, right, let's win the whole damn thing. So I think if it was different, if that was to clinch the division, certainly they probably would have known. But
right.
I thought it was wild that they didn't even know they clinched the playoff spot. It was just like, oh, cool. Like,
you don't think he was playing you? You think he actually did
I don't
not
think
know?
Because then I watched his press conference with the with the group, with the
no, he
podium,
said he didn't realize it.
Yeah, I think
he said he wished he knew because he would have brought it up to his team.
Yeah, I think he said, I just found out we clinched playoffs, man. Like,
what a terrible coach.
Cool.
How do you not even know? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I think that just goes to their just laser focus. You know what I mean?
They do know what the other team says, though.
You can't help but to know that. I mean, with social media now,
Bay.
and with the availability you have to inside the locker rooms and social media, it's hard not to, it's hard to ignore that. Now, if you want to use that as motivation, that's something totally different. But the players, like, I just love the old, like, hey, what'd you think about what this guy said? And they're
fantastic.
Like, who's that? I've never heard of him. It's like, yeah, you have. Like, come on.
And Kirby Joseph called
you heard him.
mac and cheese.
Give me your
crab.
phone. Yeah, right here. You got it bookmarked. There you go.
And I saw them kind of getting into it a little bit. Was that pregame?
That was, yeah. Yeah, Kirby says he has no idea who he is, though, by the way.
Right.
Called the mac and cheese crab.
So that part is like,
it's fantastic.
It's a funny diss, but come on, nobody believes you. But and that didn't look like anything major before the game. Just kind of two guys going up the tunnel, jawing a little bit, and looked like a lot of people were kind of smiling and laughing around them. It's a division rivalry, man.
And then that fan that got into it with LaFleur. That's amazing.
That was a bit absurd. From the fan standpoint.
I mean, he's there to work.
I get being excited and supporting your team and but he's out there. LaFleur said he was giving him like the throat slash signal, and that was a bit absurd.
During the game.
Before the game. I think the guy was.
The game.
They were about to do the flag, the American flag.
He was one of the guys holding the American flag. The national anthem.
So he's going out there and he started doing the throat slash at the players.
I think.
Okay, you know what?
I think we should celebrate that man.
This whole story takes a whole different meaning now. I'm like, because I saw it, I was like, what's he in the stands? Like, why are you paying attention to the stands? Like,
it's right next to him.
He's holding the flag.
Right in front of the guys, yeah.
And the home of the brave.
They kind of had to be separated by the security out there.
Yeah, that was
what? I think we should celebrate that.
Wild behavior, to say the least. Okay. I like the passion, man, but that's
but very quickly, as your leader, for LaFleur to make a big deal about it after the game, just let it go, dude.
Well,
you just
I imagine
lost.
he was asked about it.
Yeah, he
right?
was.
Yeah, so
typical
maybe,
media.
Would he bring it up if he wasn't asked about it? Probably not, but it was obviously apparently circulating on the social media channels last night, making its rounds.
I wanted to know what he was so upset about with 2 minutes to go in the game, and he's just giving the ref an earful. Like,
yeah, there was somebody. I think he wanted an offensive pass interference because I think the drive before they called Green Bay for one. That was an offensive pass interference. Sam Laporta, came out. He was out lined up and did run into a defender. Jahmyr Gibbs ended up turning into like a 2-yard gain. I mean, it wasn't some crazy play, but I think that's what he was losing it about.
He was not going to let it go.
I think it was, hey, you called us on some of this ticky-tack, what the let's go. Like, you got to call both. Yeah, but he's a passionate guy, man. He gets.
Because see, I
he
really
gets
wonder
angry a lot.
I know he's a coach, but I'm like, dude, are you focused in on your team right now? Or are you still yelling with the ref? Because that defensive call in the fourth down. Yeah.
All right, TJ Lang's in the house. He'll take your calls, 248-539-9797, 97 on the ticket.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Wait, heck, Jeff Rieger, Specs grad. He went to Specs. You can too. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help get your dreams started. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You can learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your respective businesses in your new field. So once again, what are you waiting for? Because with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, 97.1 The Ticket. TJ Lang in studio. 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to give TJ a call and talk about the Lions. TJ, we were asking the question to start the show. Is this a team of destiny? Like Dan Campbell said, we're destined to be here in his post-game locker room speech to the guys. I mean, you're believing it now, right?
Yeah, kind of feels like it. Yeah.
They get every break.
On the outside looking in, I know those guys don't feel like you still got to go work, but outside looking in, it's like don't ask questions. Like just enjoy this. Like don't mess with the mojo, man. Like just whatever's working. Something's working right now. Just step back and let it happen.
Right, and stop worrying. If you're the fans, and listen, I get it, man. Lions fans for 60-plus years, all they expect is for that other shoe to drop. But damn, after winning that game and all the angst before the game, worrying about the injuries, it's almost to the point like you just expect to beat Buffalo now, despite how good Buffalo is.
Yeah, but that's still how big that game is last night. Even if you do slip against Buffalo a little bit.
Right, it's fine.
It's still fine.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because you won an NFC game and you took care of some tiebreakers yesterday.
I just don't see them losing. I mean, TJ, it doesn't make sense. You played in the league. Like, they're defying logic in some of this stuff. Like, last night to me was a game that it would have been okay had they lost because you were missing so many different people. I know you're at home, but, you know, it's like, okay, we'll spot. And they even gave Green Bay 14 points. We're going to turn it over on downs, and we're going to get a turnover. We're going to give you a short field. Here's 14 points. Doesn't matter. Still going to beat you. So.
Yeah, and the biggest play in the game, you go for it on 4th late. Your quarterback stumbles and falls down.
Wait.
It doesn't matter. Just reach out, give it the ball.
Right, because you could have just kicked a field goal and went up and said, okay, we'll play a little defense. But I guess he was like, no, I don't want the defense anywhere near this field.
Yeah, which is the right call.
Absolutely.
Lomas and I battled about that.
We're going to either go
during the time.
We're going to win this game or we're going to overtime. We're not giving this team the ball. And but that play was the epitome of this season where it shouldn't have worked, but it did. He rushes for, I think, the biggest, the most yards in the second half, 7 yards on that play that looked busted because it's like, wait, what just happened here? Is he no, he got the first down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't ask questions.
So Rico,
don't ask questions.
Rico and I were kind of going back and forth. It's amazing, by the way. Rico and I were going back and forth. Let me ask you this. You played the game, obviously. You played for Green Bay, too. A game like that where you get 5 chances to get off the field, when the Lions go for it 5 times on 4th down and you can't get off the field, that's got to drive you nuts, right? That's got to feel a little emasculating. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, they were rubbing it in your face. We're going to go for it, and they couldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's debilitating to a defense, I think. And 2 touchdowns, I think, yesterday came on 4th downs.
Yeah, they have 4 4th down touchdowns against the Packers
2
in 2
Green
games.
Bay in the first time, too. But, yeah, that's a dagger to a defense, man. And of course you're like, man, like, we got to get a stop on 4th down. You really don't think. You got to be, if you're better on 1st and 2nd and 3rd down and you don't let them get to those 4th and shorts, right? That's how you prevent a team like Detroit from being hyper aggressive. So you think about, all that plays a part in it as well. But I think that was Dan Campbell just knowing in that game, and he goes into games knowing in his head, okay, this is the way I have to call the game. This is the way we have to play. Yesterday, obviously, like you mentioned, he knew his offense was going to have to carry the load, right? So I think what the decision with a lot of those 4th downs was, I don't want to put all this pressure on my defense, which he ended up doing once, going forward his own 30. But if I can keep I trust my offense right now. They are our most stable group when it comes health-wise and, execution. So I think that he goes into these games knowing exactly what he's going to do. 4th and 2, 4th and 3 or less. Offense, man. Like, you got to go win this game. We gotta go out there and we gotta execute, right? And they did for the most part. Besides the one, which I think all of us were kind of like, okay, like you're on 30, you're up 3 points. Okay, but like you said, Rico, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
See,
that's 5 picks.
Don't matter.
Don't matter.
That's the only one I had trouble with. It's because you're on your own 31, and then you had stopped the Packers on the previous possession.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, punt the ball.
And you
let
had
your
the
defense
lead.
do it again, and you had the lead.
Yeah,
That's the only one.
And you've got the best punter in the world, too. So, yeah, there's certainly an argument to be made. Like, just play back and forth, pin him back deep, make him earn it again.
Because here's the thing. I thought they were going to go up to the line, do the hard count, get them to jump. And then I'm like, oh, crap, they just snapped the ball. Like, they're really running this play.
Yeah. And we talked about it. I think they were going to run another quarterback sneak because Jared Goff had beat him a couple times earlier in that game. And when he gets to the line, Green Bay did a nice job of just jamming up the middle, taking away the A-gaps. And you could see Jared Goff adjust the play, which I think even watching that replay, I think they would have had a chance to get Jahmyr Gibbs a one-on-one on that toss play, but it looked like just a miscommunication on whoever the puller or the guys on the outside were blocking. Ended up being a couple free guys, so didn't have a chance. But I think it was going to be a quarterback sneak again because Jared Goff did it 2 or 3 times, I think, leading up to that moment. It just didn't work, but it didn't matter.
I did enjoy you guys on social media. Stoney posted, "This team just keeps winning." David said, "Yeah, but just because they go for it on 4th down and it works, it doesn't mean they're the right calls." And then you chimed in. You're like, "Hey, Dave, you might just want to sit this one out. You might just want to sit this one out, actually."
Yeah, quit being negative, dude. All right? Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
Just enjoy it, you damn Steelers fan.
BTFI.
So wait.
You know what I'm saying.
TJ telling people to sit one out on social media. Wow.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Sure, nobody's ever told TJ that.
I don't know, man.
TJ's never sat one out on social media.
Just enjoy the win, man.
I don't know, man. You fired me up. I was going at some people earlier this morning. I'm sorry, man. I'll stop. Yeah. You won the game. Enjoy it.
I know why
somebody came like.
I know why he's a little.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I know why he's a little hot. He's got to deal with Jameis this weekend, doesn't he?
More interceptions from him. That's what we're going to have. More interceptions.
Well, he did pray for less pick sixes. He never said anything about just the pick.
Correct.
We're going to find out who God listens to. You or Jameis.
Oh, I'm not praying for this game. I'm going to let it just happen.
What do you think the answer is, though? Who do you think God listens to?
I don't know. See, I'm hearing some cockiness from David, so it may be Jameis.
And God doesn't like the arrogance, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told, at least.
I think we would really find out if Jameis played against Kirk Cousins. Who's
that was the prop bet.
Prays more.
That was the prop bet this week was who throws more interceptions between those two.
Who does pray more, do you think?
Who would you have taken?
Well, that's not really a head-to-head, though.
No, not head-to-head, but
I would take Jameis. Yeah. You know what? He's going to be exciting, but
I bet you Kirk probably
Cousins going back home.
I know. Yeah.
But don't you think Cousins probably prayed for the same thing? He just didn't admit it.
No, I'm
just saying.
He's praying for
all
his
right.
neighbors.
Deliver me from Big 6.
We'll get to your calls.
You want to talk about the wars, anything like that? Homelessness.
What a lie.
You heard me. I said pick sixes.
Well, dude, if it works, why not?
We pray to the Lord.
I pray every day for a better voice. Hasn't worked yet. All right, more callers with TJ Lang, 97 won the ticket.
Getting worse.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Per a report from ESPN hockey writer Emily Kaplan, Steve Yzerman was very interested in bringing Rangers defenseman Jacob Trouba to Detroit, but New York and him could not come to terms. Trouba is on his way to the Ducks instead. Not much local action tonight. The Red Wings host the Avalanche tomorrow, looking to snap a 4-game slide. The Pistons travel to New York to face the Knicks. MSU also resumes Big Ten play against Nebraska, while Michigan hosts Iowa. Chrysler Center fans are encouraged to donate an unwrapped toy for patients at the C.S. Motts Children's Hospital. One of the largest bets in NFL NFL regular season history has been placed. A gambler in Kentucky laid down a $3.1 million wager on the Eagles to beat Carolina. What do you think?
You heard that, huh? Yeah, Derek Stevens talked about that.
Pay $500.
$400,000.
Okay.
I guess it's a good investment.
It is. They're not going to lose that game.
Adam Sandler also said today on the Dan Patrick Show that Happy Gilmore 2 will be released in July. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, it is you, Jameis. Sorry. Kenny, how you feel about that update? Steve Yzerman being interested.
I mean, he's been quote-unquote interested in a lot of guys. I'm not surprised anymore that we don't get the guys that we're interested in.
Yeah. I'd just deny that. If you don't get somebody, just deny it. Right? The fact that you just keep saying, "Oh, we were interested."
Steve, what do you have to say about that?
Well, why are we not? Why do you never pull the trigger, man?
The problem with that is there's two parties generally involved in a
No, I
trade
know
that probably came from New York.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I would never admit it if a trade. Didn't
Right, I don't want to hear it now. Everybody that we don't get, I was interested. I don't want to hear it anymore.
How many times you guys say just pick up the phone, call about the guy? Stevie obviously did.
What do you get traded
You know
for?
what,
Like,
troll? You know what? You are trolling me right now.
I'm just saying.
TJ Lang is
All
showing
right,
us.
TJ Lang is in the house. You want to talk to TJ?
You don't want to talk more Jacob Trouba, Rico? It's a Michigan guy.
I want to ask you a question before we get to the call.
Rico's big sack of questions.
Oh, I forgot about that with that sound effect.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it right.
Yeah, what was that?
I'm trying to remember. You don't have that drop still?
Who's got the bigger sack? Is it Rico or Dan Campbell?
Big sack of NFL questions? Was that what it was?
Close.
Or was...
Okay,
yeah, wrong one.
Apparently the drop's
Wrong
been
one.
replaced.
Wrong one.
Oh, there it is.
A Vanity Fair question.
I like the sound.
Okay, yeah, that's a classic. That's classic. The big black sack. I was close.
What was the sound effect
That's
at
the
the end?
remix for-
Oh, that's weak.
Weren't you going to bring a big black sack and hang it from the roof and like just pick out?
No, that was Mike. That was Mike, and I'm like,
something out of it
no,
every week.
no, we're not doing that.
That would look great on YouTube.
I was like, no, not gonna happen.
Rico, why don't you pick something out of the black sack today?
Boy. Wow. All right, Rico, what's the question?
When are we gonna find out the schedule for the last week? Like what
I
day?
think isn't it normally? I thought they have up till about
Sunday
21
before.
days.
They announced it the Sunday night before the Sunday night game, I believe, or halftime of the Sunday night game the week before.
I thought you had to have like a
so that's
10 or 14 day like notice. Maybe you're right.
That's the only one you don't, because they wait till halftime because they want everyone to
you're
watch.
Right. You're right. Yeah. Then
so
they
it's like a
announce it.
revealing. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Depending on how that week of action goes, they want
So
to get
the
the best matchups the following week. So you're right. It's
So
probably,
the 29th is when we're gonna find out.
You're probably going to find, I would imagine, before that the Niners game, because that's a Monday night game on the 30th. So you probably find out the day before.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, I gotta think the Lions won't be playing on Saturday because they'll be playing on
because they're
Monday
playing
night.
Monday night.
Right.
I would imagine that's out. So it potentially could be the following Sunday night or
Sunday night.
maybe Monday night.
Now, do they do Monday night in the final season?
I think they do now because there is one of the wild card games is now on a Monday night. So they used to not have you play Monday night in week 18 or week 17, the last week, because they didn't want one team playing on Sunday night and another team maybe is playing that Saturday. And, oh, by the way, you guys got to go play next Saturday in the wild card. Sorry, Team A that's coming off of 6 days rest and they've got 8 days rest. You know what I mean? So but now I think they can do Monday nights because of that Monday night wild card game. So I would imagine if you played on Monday night to finish the season, and if the Lions had to play, let's say they don't get the 1 seed, I would imagine they would probably get a
Right, they would
draw
push them
maybe
to that
Sunday
Monday.
night or Monday
Right.
night to allow them
Right.
to have ample time.
And national
rest.
TV loves the Lions anyway, so
Yeah,
sure
and
they
the Lions
want
love primetime games.
Yeah, what are they now?
9-1.
9-1? Is it 9-1 or 10-1?
I think it was 9-1 since 2020. It was 8-1 before last night. Wow. So 9-1 since 2022, and we all know that one loss.
Yeah, I heard about that loss.
Could have been, yeah.
And then Dan Campbell was called reckless afterwards. Yeah, remember that? All right, let's go to some calls.
No, it was last year. It was all Sunday. So no, I don't think it's a Monday night game, TJ. I'm just looking from last year. It was 2 Saturdays, and the rest were all on Sunday.
So they could flex that the Sunday night, though. That Minnesota-Detroit game.
They could. It looks like it was Buffalo,
well, it's
Miami.
not even a flex. You just don't. Everything's TBD right now.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So you just put them there. That's right.
It could be Saturday. It could be. I would
Like
imagine
2
it won't be
years ago.
Saturday because they're playing on Monday night.
Like 2 years ago, Packers-Lions, remember?
Yes.
They that game wasn't supposed to be there, and that's why all the Lions in the pre-game ritual, the videos, they were having a good time while the Packers were serious. Do you remember this?
Yeah, because everybody was watching the Rams and the Seattle game.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because
exactly.
if the
Because if the Rams would have won, the
winner
Lions
of
could have
that
won
game
to the
goes
playoffs.
in. Yeah,
Right,
so
yeah.
I remember everybody watching that. I think it was the 4:00 game.
Yeah.
Lions knew going into kickoff
They
that was the
couldn't go.
last game,
Yeah.
but Green Bay, if they would have won, would have been in the playoffs, which I think everybody was celebrating about because
It's Aaron
hey,
Rodgers'
we're not
last
going,
game.
you're not going either. You know,
Aaron Rodgers' last game.
Yeah, that Rams-Seattle game, the worst officiated game of the season. It legitimately
I'm trying to
was.
remember that. I remember
It
there
was
being some things like
Baker
you gotta be
Mayfield was
kidding
playing
me.
for the Rams.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous. All right, you want to take a couple calls?
Sure.
All right, Keith in Detroit, you're on the ticket. What's up, Keith? All right, that was really useful. Greg in Ann
Well, I
Arbor.
hope you're all right, Keith.
Greg, you're on the ticket. What's up, bud?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just 2 quick comments. The first is that 4th and 1 call or 4th and inches. I don't know if it was so much as Dan Campbell's lack of faith in his defense as much as his offense. He knew he was going to pick it up. I mean, in a shootout, I'm taking the Lions every time. And to get 1 yard, I think it's going to be a high percentage that we're going to get that. But more importantly, what I wanted to talk about was, it's hard to find a chink in the armor with this team when it's 11 in a row. But looking at the schedule, they haven't faced an elite QB yet. And so, I don't know if this Bills will, I guess the Bills would be the first chance that they get to see an elite QB. But, I don't know the Bills have as much firepower as the Eagles would. So, I'm a little nervous that when it comes down to it in playoff ball, how they're going to respond facing a QB like Jalen Hurts, with A.J. Brown, with Devontae Smith, and Saquon Barkley. And then on the flip side, having the Eagles defense, having Jalen Carter rushing the QB. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you think, I mean,
is Jalen Hurts elite?
That's what I was going to ask. You think Jalen Hurts is an elite?
I hung up on him. That's my bad.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry about that.
He's good. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, they've played good quarterbacks.
I mean, here's the thing.
Stroud's a good quarterback. Jordan Love, his last couple games.
Who's an elite quarterback? I guess
Mahomes and Allen.
Josh Allen, and you have one. Jared Goff is playing at an elite level this year.
So yes, here's the thing. If you lose
Joe Burrow,
to
a lot of
somebody,
guys are in the AFC, right?
Yeah, if you lose to a quarterback, well, they're elite. If you beat them, or they're not elite enough. So that's how I see it. Even if they beat Josh Allen, it's going to be, well, he didn't have elite receivers around him. So
what do you think the big worry is, though? Like that guy said, they haven't faced an elite quarterback, whatever. But there was always a worry every week this season. Well, I'm worried about the injuries. I'm worried. What is the worry now?
Honestly,
I don't think there's a worry.
No, I think the worry is, can this last every week? Are they going to lose that game? Because now it's almost, I'm not going to say it's like the undefeated season, but, and TJ, as a player, this probably sounds ridiculous to you, but it's almost like you want to get a loss out of your system and then get ready for the playoffs instead of riding high, because it's like, okay, once you get to the playoffs, that's it. And you've been narrowly escaping a lot of games. I think that's what the biggest fear is how long does this last? We joke about it, but can this keep going on and on and on to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, as a player, anybody on there, of course you don't
want to lose.
But is there a way to turn it into a positive? Like, okay, hey, we got to check ourselves a little bit, right? Let's get back to the grindstone a little bit. We slipped up, and we know after a loss, right, you magnify everything a little bit. So If they were to lose a game, trust me, they don't want to. Nobody wants
But
to.
I think Campbell would be gold for him.
They would find a way to somehow. You're right. Hey, we're battle tested, man. Let's see how we respond now, because they have been, and I know it's not. This game is not easy. It's not easy to win 11 in a row, but the way they're making it look easy, right, Rico? I think that's what people are starting to get used to.
Right.
So it's not bad to sometimes remind yourself, say, hey, man, like, you got to clean up the little details, right? Because, everybody's starting to play their best football usually late in the season, December, January football. It's where teams really start to separate themselves. But this team's good enough that they've got that opportunity to start separating themselves even more than what they already have.
Because you never want to be the team that peaks October. You want to be the team that's starting to peak right now. And that's that. I think that's probably the biggest.
To be fair, though, all the adversity they've faced, it's almost like they're battle tested without having to lose. All right.
Yeah.
The picks coming up next. 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. It's the picks. And by the way, I'm looking at the standings here. My goodness. TJ's pretty good, 77 and 53.
That's really good. Against the spread, too.
Yeah, you went 5-5 last week. David, 71 and 59.
We're just running the clock out. We're keeping we're keeping the clock running the last couple weeks here.
Kenny's pathetic, 63 and 67. So is Rico, 63 and 67. But the guy that has the gambling podcast.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Rough. It's okay. We can still.
Oh, you didn't want me to give.
No, we can still rag on Mike.
Okay. He's 61 and 69.
Still rag on him.
Yeah, 61 and 69, but we got to keep it moving.
All right, let's go. Here's the picks. Everybody join in. UNLV and Boise State, the Mountain West Conference game, and Boise's given 4.5. Rico.
You know what? I'm looking at this. Boise State's played UNLV. They beat them. I think that Ashton Genty will go out there, try to get his Heisman hype up. Give me Boise State.
Not Booty.
That was another player.
What?
That was in my notes also, Rico. Jenny's going to ball out. Give me Boise State.
Yeah, I love that booty. I'm going to go UNLV here, though.
I'm going Boise State. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and Genty probably whatever. Probably goes for about 300 yards.
Okay, I feel
Puts a
good.
stamp on that Heisman.
There you go.
TJ picked Boise, so I feel good.
Am I allowed to pick?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'll go Boise.
You can't do any worse than Mike.
Amazing how bad he is.
Very, very fair. Fair point.
Makes me feel good about life. All right, ACC title game, Clemson and SMU. SMU given 2.5.
You know what? This is a game I went back and forth on because I'm like, okay, Clemson needs this game. They need it like oxygen to get into the playoff discussion. But Dabo has been having a bad season. He lost a ton of recruits. I'm looking at SMU. Their common opponent, SMU, beat Louisville. They lost Louisville. Give me SMU.
Rico, I did not go back and forth at all because I'm very anti-Dabo. He stinks. Give me SMU.
I am also anti-Dabo.
He prays a lot,
Sorry. They ain't working this time. SMU.
I hate Dabo Swinney too, but I think he just still finds a way to get lucky and sneaks himself into the playoffs somehow. So I'm going to take Clemson.
Dabo is kind of accomplished. I'll take Clemson as well. I'll take the points. All right, Big 12 championship game. Arizona State giving 1.5 to Iowa State. Rico.
Olive State.
Iowa.
Oh, Iowa.
Iowa.
I'm like, what?
Iowa.
Arizona State is probably one of the hottest teams in the nation right now. I think they're the reason why this college football playoff is now set up because they would have already been eliminated. But right now, they're playing some of the best football. Former MSU quarterback Sam Levitt is going to lead the Sun Devils to victory. Forts up. Give me the Sun Devils.
If they're playing so well, why is it only 1.5? I'm going to take Iowa State.
No, I got to go with the Scattergaboos of Arizona State. I'm going them all day.
Say what now?
Scatterboo-boo.
Scatterboo-boo.
Okay. I'm taking Iowa State. I think Matt Campbell, he's got his group.
It's another game I can make up on you.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, maybe watch 5 minutes of both these teams play this year, so I'm just going to flip a coin and take Iowa State.
Rico, I mean, not to point it out, you're trailing by 14 games. I just wanted to say. Sorry, I'll take Arizona State.
And how many do you have? How many do you have?
I got none, but I also don't have any losses.
Go find Wojo. Come on.
At 6 o'clock, Woj will be in here. All right, Big Ten championship game. Oregon minus 3.5 to Penn State. Go ahead, Rico.
See, this is one where I look at the point spread, and as Kenny would say, why is it only 3.5? But then I remember that is small game James on the other side of the field. Penn State, big game, collapses. Give me Oregon. They're going to try to really hype up Dylan Gabriel. Go Ducks.
This one I thought was a little bit too easy because it was only 3.5, but James Franklin, give me Oregon.
Right? Don't even overthink it.
Yeah, James Franklin usually has trouble against Ohio State and Michigan. Don't see them here. I see Oregon. I'm going Penn State.
Oh, my goodness.
I think it's going to be a blowout. Just for some reason. Oregon's defense is better than a lot of people are giving them credit for, and you're right. I mean, I will never, ever, ever trust James Franklin in any sort of big time game.
Oh, and if you want to feel good about this, Mike and I got a bet. He took Penn State.
State?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
He was like,
We're
I
in good
know
shape.
this is going to come back to bite me, but
The spread or heads up?
spread.
Have you seen where he is on the standings? Have you seen where Mike is
Yeah.
on the standings?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'll bet
If
Mike
it
on
makes
any
you-
game he wants.
If it makes you feel good, Mike thinks it's Penn State.
61 and 69. Mike can't be appreciating this. By the way, I agree with you guys. It seems way too easy. I go Ducks. Back in the day when you guys used to do the sound effects, I would do the duck. There, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Donald?
That's a Nittany Lion.
Oh, I'll go the Ducks. All right. SEC title game, big one. Texas giving 2.5 to Georgia. Rico.
Kenny, this one's for you. I'm going Georgia. I'm hoping good Georgia shows up. Go Dogs.
I'm glad you picked that because that means I get a game on you when Texas covers and wins. So give me Texas.
Wow.
I'm also going Georgia. I believe
You know
in
what?
you, Kenny.
This is weird. He's emotionally hedging. I get
He's
it.
so self-loathing. My goodness.
It's an emotional hedge.
I'm taking Georgia, Kenny. I think that they bullied Texas in the first matchup, and they're not going to allow anybody just to walk into the SEC and take it over. So I'm taking the Bulldogs.
Hey, Kenny, it's sickening. I have more confidence in your team than you do, but I go Georgia.
Emotional hedge. It's an emotional hedge.
All right, let's go to the NFL. All right, Jameis has been praying for no pick sixes. He's in Pittsburgh. Steelers minus 6.5. Browns and Steelers. Rico.
God will answer Jameis' prayers, but really, when these two teams play, it's always a close game. So give me the Browns in the points.
As David would say, we might lose to the Browns. I don't know about that, but 6.5 is a lot of points. Give me the Browns.
No, we're not going to lose to the Browns. I said this last night on the Lions show. After the last 4 games between these two, games are close. 5-point win, 3-point, 4-point game, 14. 3 out of the 4 close. I'm going Browns.
I'm taking the Steelers here. I think the Steelers' defense is just too damn good for Jameis Winston to go in there and compete with them. So he never said anything about fumble sixes, right? Maybe TJ Watt, those guys, maybe 1 or 2 of those.
Scoop and score.
Yeah, Steelers' defense going to put up 14 points themselves.
I think Jameis is just good enough. I go the Browns. I'll take the points. All right, next game, Falcons and Vikings. Lions fans will be watching this one. Vikings favored by 5.5. Rico.
Well, it's the point spread that has me scared. It's the Devils number. Plus, it is Cousins going back home with something to prove, knowing they want to bench him. Give me the Falcons.
Yep, 100%. Devils number, Falcons.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Birds here, the Falcons. Rah!
Yeah, Falcons for me, mostly because I just really, really want it to happen.
Oh, yeah, well, good for
I
Lions.
agree. Falcons help out the Lions. I go Falcons on the money line. All right, Seahawks and Cardinals in the desert. Cardinals favored by 2.5.
You know what? This is a game where you can flip a coin, but because it's in Arizona, I will take Arizona.
Nope, give me the Seahawks. Give me the 2.5.
Seahawks in the last 3 are allowing just 89 rushing yards a game, so I'm going with the Seahawks. Rah!
I thought that was a Falcon. I thought that was a Falcon.
Name your bird.
Yeah, what kind of noise does a cardinal make? Here's a little chirp. Home team, yeah, I'm taking the Cardinals. Kyler Murray's, he's got to get back to playing at elite level, but he's shown he can do it this year.
Cardinals devastated after the loss of the Vikings. I go Cardinals. All right, 2 more games left. Josh Allen makes the trip to La La Land in Stafford. Bills favored by 3.5.
I think the Bills will. I think they will go ahead and cover the Rams. Not really a home environment, so yeah, give me Buffalo.
Yeah, the Bills will cover by a lot and make Lions fans very nervous. Give me Buffalo.
Nope, the Rams will do their job. Keep it close. Rams.
Yeah, I think the Rams' young defensive front is good enough to stay up with the Bills in their rushing attack a little bit. They've got some really good players on that defensive line. So, and the offense, Puka Nacua, Cooper, man, just give us a couple touchdowns, right? I could see the Rams covering that game.
Oh, by the way, add Amon-Ra into that. Why is he always open?
Cooper Kupp, yeah.
Stafford did not pray for no pick sixes. I got him throwing a couple. I go Bills minus 3.5. All right, last game, Chargers and Chiefs in Kansas City. Chiefs favored by 3.5 on Sunday Night Football.
And you know what? The Chiefs win, but they barely win. So give me the Chargers led by Harbaugh.
Prime time over a field goal. Give me the Chargers and the points.
I'm going to go with Michigan West. I'm going with the Chargers.
Yeah, me too. It feels like the Chiefs have just kind of been playing with fire all season long. I don't know if the Chargers win, but could definitely see it being another 1-point game. Chiefs probably win, but I think Chargers are good enough to keep close.
Who's got it better than the Chiefs with the officiating? I go the Chiefs minus 3.5. And those are the picks.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Celtics improved their record to 18-4 with a win over the Pistons this Wednesday. The game is going to cost Jaylen Brown $25,000, though, as the NBA has fined him for a gesture they deemed inappropriate. Brown used his thumb to make a slashing motion across his neck towards Isaiah Stewart. This came after he two-hand dunked it against Stewart as well. A few days after the early signing period began, tight end and former Michigan commit Andrew Olish has flipped his commitment to Penn State. The four-star is from Pennsylvania. Current Wolverines punter Tommy Doman has also entered his name in the transfer portal. He has 1 year remaining. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty. 97.1 The Ticket. We started off the show asking the question. We want to continue it. Dan Campbell. Do we have the audio, David? Dan Campbell, in the post-game meeting with the fellas on the team, had this to say. Take a listen to this cut, then we have a question that follows. All right, all supposed to be here together. We're destined for this. Stay the course. And with what's happened the last couple weeks, especially yesterday with the fourth downs and all the injuries, it's a simple question. Are the Lions a team of destiny? Are you willing to subscribe to the fact that they're winning the Super Bowl? Like, honestly, and I know, Rico, you said maybe the one worry in the fan base would be that the magic doesn't continue, but I would say this team is so talented, they will get a lot of their defensive guys back, maybe as soon as the game against the Bills. I think they're so talented that it's not so much a fluke, it's just how good they are.
No, it's not a fluke. It's just how long can you keep living the charmed life? How long can you keep getting, seems like, every break? That's where I think in the back of some minds, it's like, okay, yeah, we did it again. And you could probably point to a couple things, and you are catching the breaks. The things that Lions fans used to get so angry about for decades, you're now the other team.
Yeah, Packer fans are pissed.
Right, you're sitting back saying, you're Jordan's security guard. Not my fault. That's on you. We just keep winning. How long can you keep living the charmed life? That's what I think is probably just the biggest worry. And we just had TJ. Look, no player wants to lose, but I do think that if they did, Campbell could use that to see, okay, you guys got a little fat and sassy, and now we need to get back focused again, and now we need to dial it back in.
So we know the Lions haven't lost 2 games in a row since 2022. Campbell's amazing after losing to get his team back to buy in. I would say, though, they don't have to lose simply because they've had so much adversity and they've been forced to dial in. Like yesterday, for instance, so many injuries, they knew the game plan. We're going to go for it on fourth down. We're going to possess the ball offensively. We're not going to put the defense on the field unless we have to. And it ends up working out. So I honestly, and maybe this sounds like a homer shill, I don't know. I don't know if they lose another game. I really don't. Like, I think they beat the Bills. You get 10 days to prepare, or at least some off time. I think they go to Chicago. They finally win in the Windy City. I think they win at your team, San Francisco.
Yeah, who couldn't win?
I got you.
Come on, man. MSU could probably go out to San Francisco and beat them.
But I got carried away. Michigan could.
So could MSU. I look at the Bears, but yeah, it's going out in the cold. I think that's going to be the next checkoff game where it's like, okay, you said we can't win in the cold,
tour, right?
You know what? Here we are in the. They probably will be praying, like Jameis is praying for the pick sixes. Let it snow. We want ice. We want miserable conditions so we could say, you know what? We did that too.
You know what's funny yesterday, and we'll get to the calls momentarily, 248-539-9797, but there was so much angst before the game yesterday. There were a lot of people wondering how are they going to look with all these injuries. I think after seeing the win yesterday, I think most people are now like, dude, they are absolutely doing this. This is absolutely written in the stars. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're on the ticket. What's up, Sean?
What's going on? Hey, right off of that, I definitely think we need to get used to knowing that this Detroit Lions is actually a special team. and special teams make history. And we're used to, like, waiting for the other shoe to drop. We think Brad Holmes is cooking in the offseason. He cooking during the season. This is why we able to pull these guys off the streets like Muhammad and O'Connor to come in and produce for us. So I just think that we should just get used to what's going on. All the tests that they said we've had from the beginning to the end, we've been checking off everybody on, smacking everybody down. We don't even need to mention Aiden Hutchinson anymore. Not that
No
he's not
kidding.
good. It's just he's been gone for so long.
Might as well trade him in the offseason. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, Sean.
Rieger said that.
Sean, I was kidding. However,
I'm about to say, because I don't know about that one.
But no, you're absolutely right. Like when Aiden went down, that was the first of many freakouts by Lions fans, and they haven't lost since. Anzalone goes down. They haven't lost since. It doesn't matter. Like they go to Minnesota, they fall behind 10 points. They don't lose that game. They go to Houston. Goff throws 5 picks. They find a way to win that game too. So It's because they're talented. There's no fluke about it. They're just a deep, well-coached, great football team.
That's the truth. And TJ still here?
No, he took off. He got sick of me.
I'm still going to say, because I remember when he was a free agent, I was recruiting him on Twitter. He didn't even like my post, so I can't listen no more.
But he came to Detroit, though. He came.
He did. So it worked.
Sometimes, Sean, you don't want to interact with TJ on social media. I'll leave
David
it at
found
that.
that out yesterday.
I've sent him texts like, TJ, leave me alone. Stop this. Stop this right now. Especially TJ feeling good, couple beers in. TJ, leave me alone. Don't do this.
Getting a little loose with the keyboard.
Right.
Oh, I've seen that, TJ. Let's go to Travis hanging in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Travis? How are you?
What up, though, fellas? Man,
up, though?
thank you for taking my call. Hey, listen, I went to the Houston game, the Indianapolis game. I'm headed to San Fran. I'm all in. I have been blessed with 2 tickets to the Super Bowl. This team is destined. But my concern is that the host, you guys have been ushering in every woe and worst possible scenario, and you're bringing in all the improbables. And I think you all are really causing the mojo and the nervousness in the fan base. This team is it. Did you all have heard Campbell's speech? I was in the military. I haven't heard such a dramatic speech from a man from the heart. If you all don't feel his passion, man, I don't know.
Travis.
You got to get off the wagon.
Travis.
Go ahead. I'm here.
You do realize we don't work for the Lions, and our job is to kind of look at this objectively, right?
Yes, I do. Objectively, but not so much pessimistic in a pessimistic
It's not
type of
pessimistic
way.
if you're saying you're missing over 13 players. It's not pessimistic to say you got Skipper out there. It's a big letdown from Decker. It's
Despite
not
playing great.
pessimistic that you brought in guys off the streets. That's not
But
pessimistic.
It's the culture. It's the culture. Let me give you this, and I'm gonna leave it with you.
Travis, you're right, though.
I
It is
was
the
in
culture.
I was in the military. Every person in my platoon to do the basics and to be formidable on the battlefield to make our mission successful. We believed in every one of us. You feel what I'm saying?
I got you.
There was no doubt in the person that was last in our ranks. There was no doubt in the private, as opposed to the PFC. I'm just real passionate. I'm excited. I'm 53 years old. I've been in Detroit all my life, and this is it. I'm telling y'all, this is it.
Travis, I'm
and
with
Travis, you know
I
what?
agree.
And I'm believing in you, Travis. Bring me back a hat when you come back from San Francisco.
Can I ask you a question about that? So Travis is going to San Francisco, and he's going to the Super Bowl. I wonder how we got 2 tickets. Anyway, so
man, you know what I'm finding out? Detroiters got a lot of money.
No, okay.
Detroiters got a lot. I don't want to hear any more of that poor stuff. Y'all going and doing a lot of extra.
Well, this is their discretionary money. Like, they're not
No,
going
it's
on
called
vacation.
debt. It's what they're in.
I don't know if it's debt. I mean, you know,
This is
I
one
call
time
it DJ rolling up in there looking like $1 million.
DJ's rich, man. DJ got it all, man.
Here's DJ in Istanbul. Here's DJ here. Yeah, you know, I'm going here. I'm doing. So Detroiters got money.
Yeah, but hold on. When it's a season, like a once-in-a-lifetime season, you probably have no problem spending
You
your
spent
vacation
it last
fund.
year.
Well, 2 years, you're good.
Right.
People get bonuses. They're fine. Like a decent living. But
you don't need to go to college, kid.
That game in San Francisco, considering it's like 3,000 miles away, is that going to be a Detroit takeover? Because I got to believe tickets are easy to get to. Niners fans don't want to go to that game.
Why would you do that when you could just buy either Super Bowl tickets or playoff tickets?
See, and that's what I'm wondering, David. At some point.
That's why I ask.
See, I would probably save it because all your games are going to be here in Detroit, so you could just save all of that money for New Orleans. Unless, but you know what? San Francisco could be that ultimate revenge. This is where our dreams died
but
last
it's not
year.
fun considering how beaten up San Francisco is.
Have you listened to Lions fans? They don't care.
But here's another factor,
They
though.
could put Joe Montana out there today.
Here's another
old
factor.
Joe Montana.
They would beat. Joe's old. They would beat him.
Yeah, here's another factor with the San Francisco trip. It is a couple days before New Year's.
Right.
So do you want to celebrate it, or are you
There you
using
go.
it to go to the game and then New Year's Eve? I don't know. I'm just thinking.
There's another overrated holiday. But
New Year's?
Oh.
How do you feel about Christmas?
New Year's is like everything is. It's like parking on opening day. Everything's inflated to see the same people you see any other day. You just got to pay more money to see these same people.
I kind of like New Year's. I always had huge aspirations that never really came to fruition. I know that shocks you. All right, coming up next, Rico tells you his feelings on Founders Day. And
how about we just do this?
That was supposed to be for him, not you. I'm sorry.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, the new sleek body Equinox for just $299 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you tell them that Rico sent you and ask for that Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right. This is exciting. We take a little break. We'll get back to the Lions calls. However, I love this game. I play along the at-home edition. Who said it? All right, you know how the game is played. David plays a couple of cuts. We have to guess, or tells us cuts, and we have to guess who said them.
I don't tell you cuts. I read the cuts.
Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm sorry.
I do know what you mean. You are excited. You're like a kid in a candy shop right now. Is everybody ready?
Give me those nerd gummies.
Does anybody want to ask any questions before we get going?
Who's eligible for this game?
Everyone from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh, hell yeah. Wojo and I made it.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I always feel so honored.
So let's start with the first one. I have more interest in it because they have a chance to do something kind of fun. This team wasn't supposed to.
Talking about the Pistons is what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Oh, one more time.
I have more interest in it because they have a chance to do something kind of fun. This team wasn't supposed to.
Okay, I mean, everybody loves the Pistons, so.
Kenny's not janking himself, so.
I'm thinking about, well, you know what? Kind of fun is something that I would say. I feel like I have said that.
Oh, so you think it's you?
I don't remember saying that specifically, but I remember we talked about it, so it could have been me.
Can you tell me the cut again, David?
Sure can. I have more interest in it because they have a chance to do something kind of fun. This team wasn't supposed to.
See, I was thinking Gator because that kind of fun sounds like something Gator would say, too.
Yeah.
I get Jansen vibes from the kind of fun. He's usually not going to watch.
We're going to go across the board because I had Costa vibes.
All right, no, there you go.
Somebody's got to be right.
Oh, I liked it. Unless it's like Heather.
No.
Kang. All right, so have we all locked in?
Yeah.
Who said it?
Ah!
Damn it. Nicely done.
It's a lot easier in your car, right?
It is. It is. Yes, I tell Olive all the time. That's got to be Gator. All right, number two.
Number two, for the fans, you have a chance for a bet. I must have wrote this wrong. For the fans, you have a chance for the best players in your sport to decide the game.
Oh, this is talking about the golden bat rule.
The golden at bat. You guys talked about that. I talked about that.
Oh, man.
It's
by
either
process of elimination, it
might have to be
Stoney.
It's either me or Stoney. That's it. I think it's me.
I want to guess Stoney because I know Stoney liked the golden at bat rule.
Yeah.
I guess
We're the only
Stoney,
two
too.
that did.
I like it.
I do, too.
I think it's great.
Good for you.
I'm going Stoney.
Yeah,
I go me.
The fact that David won't look at us makes me really feel confident.
Well, it's
that
one of us
Stoney.
is right. That's why he's not looking over here.
Give me Stoney.
I never look at you guys.
No, sometimes when you get angry,
yeah.
I thought I had them.
David, would you mind looking at me?
Are we all locked in?
Look at me, David.
Look at me.
Who said it?
Yes. Come on.
Let's go.
Now you see why I said we shouldn't bet.
Thank God we didn't bet.
Rieger loves a bet. Free bets all day, man.
That's right.
I'm 2-0.
I'm a great guy to bet with because I usually lose.
A lot of free bets in there.
Number three, I'm going to go into this game watching it like it's just a regular season game. I want them to win. I want them to get better. All that regular stuff.
About the Pistons and the NBA Cup again.
Yeah, but who went?
It's a regular season game.
No, I think he meant went in like going to watch this game. I'm going to go in watching this game.
Repeat it, David.
I'm going to go into this game watching it like it's just a regular season game. I want them to win. I want them to get better. All that regular stuff.
Rico, could this have been you? Because we were trying to sell you on watching this game, and you weren't invested yet. You may have been treating it like a regular season game.
Yeah, but you were selling them more so on actually physically entering that
Being
building.
there.
I'm going to guess that's like John Jansen. You know, get me to the playoffs.
That's a great guess.
David, would you mind one more time? I want to focus on the very end.
Tell him that cut.
I'm going.
Give me that cut.
I'm going to go into this game watching it just like a regular season game. I want them to win. I want them to get better. All that regular stuff.
I'm guessing David.
All that regular stuff.
I'm guessing you.
I think you're way far off on that.
Am I?
He was hyped on this game.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
His heart just ripped out.
I'm thinking
ripped out like early.
It was like
I'm
Ace
thinking
Ventura.
Doug or Kang.
Oh, I didn't even think about Kang. All the regular stuff, I'm changing to Kang.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Kang. I just saw David
like
smile.
Kang.
Yeah, let's go Kang.
Yeah, look at us, David.
All right, it's Kang then.
It's the regular stuff.
David has to jank
Yeah, it's the
himself. He's
regular
behind the
stuff.
glass.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
You know, all that regular stuff.
Regular stuff.
I don't even know what that regular stuff is.
I smile because
The
I
regular
want to
stuff.
make comments so bad. I'm stuck there.
David, know now that everybody's going to be watching you
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're reading it and when
I
we're
feel
guessing.
like Freddie Freeman in the World Series right now.
Freddie, meet Gibby.
I need one of those V Stiviano
yeah.
masks right now.
I'm 3 for 3. I may just opt out and hit the portal.
I got one. I'm happy.
You know what? I'm taking my talents to the NFL.
I'm 1 for 3. I'm a 333 hitter. I get you in the Hall of Fame.
Number, whatever. They have a wealth of experience and they can play. They have a wealth of experience and they can play in almost any situation. I mean, Jamal Adams can play all over the place.
This is definitely Doug or Scott. The wealth of experience gets me too.
Oh, then it's Doug Karsh. Just screams Doug. And he played, 8 plays? He was out there in the
Yeah.
first play. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's going to. And then I don't remember.
Doug
seeing
gets
him.
excited over stuff like that.
He
too.
does.
Yeah, I go Doug Karsh. Doug Karsh.
One more time, David.
They have a wealth of experience and they can play in almost any situation. I mean, Jamal Adams can play all over the place.
That's right. Running back.
Or is it Jansen?
I'm going to go with John Jansen because it kind of sounds like
Yeah.
he's one of us. I'm
Oh,
one
yeah.
of him.
Give me my helmet now. I'm still going Crash.
Rico's perfect. I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna switch over to
Oh, he's
Rico.
flipping.
I'm flipping.
I'm staying
You flip
Karsh.
me.
We all locked in?
Yes.
Jansen.
Who said it?
Do you even pay attention?
Okay, it's your show. It literally is your show.
It actually was not.
Oh, that was the day
That
Rico
was
was
on
on.
Lions Review.
Oh, is that the same?
man.
I
Does
do
that
pay
mean
attention.
like Birchie and Dan Miller are available?
Maybe, but not this time. Not
All
this
right,
time.
I'm just happy it wasn't my show.
Remember, I said anyone from 6 a.m. to 8. Anything can happen
Anything.
between 6
That's
and 8.
trickery. Yeah, yeah. What about Jeremy Otto update? You gonna start doing that?
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Baby's head fell off. Heather.
Right. Pistons won. Jeremy Otto.
Next. But if they win this division, then we can safely say we have taken over the division. You have to do things 2 years in a row.
Costa? Perchance?
Say it again.
Or John?
One more time.
But if they win this division, then we can safely say we have taken over the division. You have to do things 2 years in a row.
I want to say.
I will have to go last.
Okay. I want to say Kang because it's like, yeah, if you win the division, you kind of own the division, right? I mean, isn't that?
But he's saying you got to do it 2 years in a row.
No, you
1
don't.
year's not
So
enough.
somebody's saying that it would have to be one time though. That would be more of a Homer-esque opinion. So 2 times in a row means, prove it to me. That makes me think it's Rico.
There hasn't been any morning show, has there? I don't think.
Rico or David? I'm gonna go Rico.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Tom, wouldn't be Jim because he
No.
already thinks they own the North.
Right.
2 times in a row. It wouldn't be Tom.
Let me help you. I think I've heard this.
Ooh.
Coming out of your mouth?
Oh.
Rico's clue. It's somebody from the station.
Thanks, Rico.
From 6 to 8.
I'm going to stick with who I said.
I'm gonna stick with who I said.
I don't even remember who you guys said. I'm going to go with, let's go Costa. What the hell?
I'm going to go with Karsh.
Oh, I'm sticking with Kang. That's what it was. Kang.
Glad you caught up there.
Are we all locked in?
Disaster, yes.
All right. Who said it?
Oh! Doesn't he have to jank himself? Like, he obviously
No,
heard that.
not necessarily because he says he thought he heard it.
Oh.
And I went
All
last.
right. All right.
Yeah, he didn't ruin
Damn
it for anybody.
I should have.
It's 4 or 5, man.
I'll
got
give
any
you one more. Quick one.
Okay, quick.
I choose the Lions to win because I just believe in the culture they built. They are built for this. They are built to
Jim
do
Costa.
stuff like
That's
this.
Jim Costa. Jim Costa.
Yeah, Costa.
No mortal team would ever do that.
We're all locked in?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Where's that?
I don't think we have it. David's not making a face.
It could be Mike.
No, I'm looking at Rico. I didn't hear him
Yeah,
No,
look at
give
you
a
know
name.
what?
Is it Valenti?
Because I'm at 4 out of 5, I'm just going to say Mike.
All right.
Who said
He's
it?
throwing away in at bat. Gosh darn it.
Damn it.
I'm out. That was Javi Baez up in here.
Yeah, you're pretty bad when you sit in that seat, aren't you?
He's just waving it in.
Wow.
It's so easy, isn't it?
Slider, swing and miss.
And that is.
Yeah, I just used
I got some
I
hip
used the
issues.
golden bat for that last one. You can take that.
That is. Who said it?
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Ducks have officially announced they've acquired Michigan native and Rangers defenseman Jacob Trouba. Steve Yzerman was reportedly very interested in acquiring him, but could not come to terms with the deal. On the Days of the Roar podcast, Tigers catcher Jake Rogers shared his expectation for the 25 season. One unexpected call-up for that run was Jackson Jobe, who was on the cover of Baseball America this month. They list him as the top pitching prospect in baseball, saying, quote, if you designed a pitcher in a lab, he would look a lot like Jobe, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All righty, 97 The Ticket. 5 o'clock, we kind of reset everything. Lions, of course, the main dish today. 34-31 over the Green Bay Packers. Have your worries gone away? Are they a team of destiny? Some of the questions we're asking. At some point in the next hour or 10 minutes, we got to get into the fourth down usage and Dan Campbell's decisions, because I do believe there were a lot of people that were annoyed by some of them. I wasn't. So we can go back and forth with that as well. David, all show long, this is probably on me. I'm sorry, Mike does this way better than I do. How about some ticket text? Do you got any ticket text?
Yeah, someone wants to know from you guys, how do you guys feel about the no calls that the Packers fans are crying about?
So, Rico, I actually think they got a
here's the
legitimate
thing.
gripe on a couple of them.
They're legit. They are legit. In the NFL, I mean, they miss a lot of calls. They missed a lot of calls both ways. But, yeah, if you're a Packer fan, you saw the unnecessary roughness to Love.
Right. It
was a blow to the head. I mean,
took a fist to the mask.
When the official comes out and says, yeah, they blew that call. Yeah, they did. And the helmet getting knocked off the
St. Brown on McKinney.
Yeah, like how did the helmet hit the ground? Like he ripped it off.
Okay, here's the one, and TJ
And probably
Lang
that
said it
pick
was
play.
Yeah. See, I didn't think that was OPI, but TJ was sitting right there like an hour ago. He said it was, so
I didn't
will
think
just
so
go with
either.
Tej.
I didn't think so. You talking about the Packer one when they scored the touchdown?
Yeah, they should have scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter to go up by 4, and
Right.
instead they were forced to kick a field goal.
Right, because it was like, okay, to me, the pick play happens, you score, okay, that was a pick, but it was a pick, and then the play continued, and then the play continued, and then the play continued, and then he finally scored. I'm like, okay, that pick was like, it might as well have been last year.
Right. No, and I hear you. Here's the thing, too, by the way, and no Lions fan wants to hear any Packer fan bitch about officiating. I mean, feel free, do your thing, Green Bay, but that's been the Lions fan base for the last 60 years. I mean, you don't have to, there's always a illegal hands to the face when the Lions play the Packers. Remember that game at Lambeau, like during COVID, where it was some of the worst officiating you would ever see?
Here's the thing. I kind of need Lions fans to let that stuff go. You're winning. So stop bringing up, but remember, doesn't matter.
No, my point is when Packer fans want to bitch and moan and whine about the only reason they lost yesterday was because of officiating.
Trust
you know
me.
what? Shut up.
Trust me. If something happens and it's a bad call or no call and the Lions are on the wrong side of it, fans are going to get upset. That's what fans do. You are never happy with the officials, especially when it's not to your advantage. When it is to your advantage, you just kind of whistle past and be like,
Isn't this just part of sports, though? I mean, complain if you want, don't complain if you don't want to, but this is part of sports. You're going to have Packer fans bitching. You're going to have Lions fans bitching when it's their turn.
I do think what's new about it and what's kind of funny to me is that you have individuals on the Packer side that are believing that the NFL is for the Lions, that they're not making the calls or making the calls for the Lions. And it's funny in my head when I read that and see that, and I'm like, these are the Detroit Lions, right? The NFL isn't on their side.
Because the Lions have become the new darling team, because the Lions are the team that they talk about nationally, not just here with us, but all across the board. I just saw the King of the North, and all of these different things. So it's like, it used to be the Packers. We're the darlings. I mean,
the Packers, the Cowboys,
David,
the Chiefs, Patriots.
Based off of Hard Knocks at the beginning of the year, the media had you believing that Chicago was winning this division. And I'm like, guys, no, they're not. Caleb. Well, Caleb looks like Caleb. So
he's been pretty good over the last 3 to 4 weeks. But isn't it funny, though? The one biggest takeaway that nobody's talking about is the Lions now own Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers used to be the boogeyman. Green Bay used to be your most feared team. They always stole a victory from right out under you. And now the Lions don't just dominate them, they demoralize them. And that's what happened yesterday, going for it 5 times on fourth down and picking up 4 of them. All right, couple more, David.
Lions rushing was abysmal yesterday, averaging 1.5 yards less than the season average. Is it safe to say that Decker is the key determining factor to having a successful rushing attack?
No, I still think it's Sewell, but with Decker out there, everything doesn't have to go to the right, or Sewell has to pull from the right to the left. You can actually have some flexibility. So with Decker, I think it opens up the running game, and it opens up a lot more with him there. I like Dan Skipper. you don't want to see Dan Skipper in the playoffs. Not maybe coming in as the sixth O lineman or a tight end type of thing. He's eligible, but not out of necessity.
I was impressed how good he was yesterday. He was great.
He held his own.
Well, I think he did more than hold his own. He allowed one hurry. And I thought the one thing that nobody's talking about yesterday, Jared Goff was clean the entire game.
He was clean, but when I look at the running game in the second half, it was non-existent. Until that final play where they rushed it for 7 yards. 1, 2, 2, 1.
Goff almost ran for a first down. I don't know why he didn't. He could have had that. I think it was 10 yards. He stopped 1 yard short and ran out of bounds.
It's called a business decision.
He was open. I think he would have had it, but maybe you're right.
His last name is not Jackson or Tungavailoa. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike was yelling at home, mobile golf season. All right.
Mike had the touchdown. I was like, Mike, that wasn't a touchdown.
I'm like, that's not a touchdown. It's not a touchdown.
That was a touchdown. It wasn't a touchdown.
248-539-9797. All right, 5 o'clock hour just around the corner. We'll reset everything. We'll take your calls. Lions 34-31 winners over the Pack. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. According to Matt Zanitz on Twitter, Michigan State receiver Isaiah Johnson has entered the transfer portal. He had 2 touchdown catches and 276 yards for the Spartans this season. Running back Nate Carter also declaring for the NFL draft today. The Lions play the Bills next week. This week, Buffalo heads to L.A. Receiver Keon Coleman was listed as questionable in that one. He's been limited in practice all week. He's got 3 touchdowns and 417 yards on the year. 49ers left tackle Trent Williams will also not play versus Chicago. Not many local teams in action today. The number 1 hockey team in the country, though, Michigan State, will open up a 2-game set with Wisconsin and Madison, looking to extend their winning streak to 12. Face off at 8. Inter Miami surprised star Lionel Messi with news of his MLS Most Valuable Player honors by having 250 Academy players line up and spell out the letters MVP. His children were also in attendance holding the trophy. Messi notched 36 goals this season in limited play. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, the Lions' record swells to 12-1, or did it grow to 12-1? 5 o'clock hour. Mike back on Monday. Rico, Kenny, David. I'm Jeff. Woj coming on at 6, without me, by the way.
10-minute show?
No, he's on for 2 hours. Ooh. Yeah, long one for Wojo. He's going to bring in the electrolytes.
I was about to say, bring some Gatorade, Bob.
Yeah, he's going to be tired. He's going to need the extra gin tonight. Anyway, talking about the Lions, and the conversation today all centers around what Dan Campbell said to the locker room after the Lions won 34-31 yesterday. Can we listen to the cut, David? And then Rico and I have a question for y'all. We're all supposed to be here together. We're destined for this. Just stay the course. So obviously we asked the question after an improbable win with so many defensive guys out for the Lions yesterday on Thursday Night Football. Is this a team of destiny? Do you believe right now at 5:04 on a Friday that they're going to win the Super Bowl? Because it sure in the hell feels like it. No adversity topples this team. Defensive players out, doesn't matter. 2nd and 19, doesn't matter. 4th down mishaps, doesn't matter. None of it matters. This team just wins, and it's not a fluke. They're that talented and that well coached.
They even spotted, in my opinion, they spotted the Packers 14 points, 2 touchdowns. With the 4th down that you did not convert and the interception, you handed them the ball both in the red zone or close to the red zone both times. That's 14 points. That's okay. We'll still win this game. Like nothing. This team is super resilient. No matter what happens, they'll find a way. People forget you lost both kickers at the beginning of the year. We'll go get this guy from UFL. He's kicked field goals. He'll be okay. And he has. He's missed 1. And it didn't cost you anything. So, yeah, when you're watching, the Justin Tuckers fail and your guys just, nope, nail it, another one. Yes, this does feel like destiny. This feels like you're almost idiot-proof. Nothing can go wrong.
See, I don't know if it's almost idiot-proof. And, yeah, I still think Lions fans probably have their worries. I don't know what a legitimate worry is anymore with this football team because they've proven all the worries wrong. Like everybody, including myself, that was worried about all the defensive injuries, they just put it to rest. Like Dan Campbell said, we don't have to talk tough because we're proving that we're tough. And you and I argued about this before. I think they emasculated the Green Bay Packers with the way they won. They went for it 5 times on 4th down. one time in their own territory, and they didn't even pick it up. It doesn't even matter. You mentioned the Goff pick. So, yes, I think they're a team of destiny. However, before we go to the calls, I do have one more thing for you, because I do think there's a certain segment of the fan base that after watching yesterday that is not truly comfortable with Dan Campbell. Like the Danalytics, the fact that 5 times he went for it on 4th down, and the one time he didn't pick it up, I totally get why he did it, but it was on his own 30. It was a 4th and 3. Packers snuffed it out, and Packers ended up scoring a touchdown. Look, are you comfortable with the Danalytics of always going for it on 4th down?
No, I'm not comfortable with a lot of Danalytics, but then again, I'm not the head coach.
Good term, isn't it?
Say what?
It's a good term, isn't it?
Sure.
I heard Doug say it.
Here's the thing.
Stole it from him.
When he went for it on his own side of the field, I thought maybe they were just doing that to try to hard count, get the Packers to jump, and then I'm like, oh shoot, they actually went for it. Now, if you're going to go for it, I'd rather you have your offense out there than your special teams out there, because that's when I'm always like, if you're going to do this, put your real players out there and go for it. I wouldn't have done that one. Okay, because you had the lead, and if you don't get it, you basically handed them a touchdown, which you did.
They did.
The other, and then at the end of the game, yeah, I probably would have kicked a field goal with 43 seconds left. It would have went through the upright. You probably would have given Green Bay 38 seconds left on the clock, but they had no timeouts. So I would have played that and said, hey, I don't think that they can score a touchdown. Worst case scenario is they'll line up for a last-second field goal, and hopefully the crowd can influence it, and they'll still lose. That would have been me. The other ones that they went for, man, that's what they do. I mean,
one was at the end zone. You're definitely going to go for that.
I don't think they emasculated, but I do think that it was demoralizing because
same thing. Whatever, I get it.
It's not the same thing,
okay,
but we'll move on, because for other teams, it's always you want to get the 3 and out. You put it up on 3 and out, 3 and out. Let's get 3 and out. Lions, it's 4 and out.
Right.
You have to play that extra down because man, any other team, it's 4th and 3, and you're looking like they're going to go for it, aren't they? Oh, grab your helmet. They're going for it. We got to go back out here. So that's when you start getting frustrated. Like, can't you just punt like everybody else?
I do think it frustrates the opposition, without a doubt. I also think yesterday was unique simply because they had so many injuries. I think the game plan was, and Campbell said it after the game, we're going for it on 4th down. We're keeping our offense on the field. We're not going to put the D on the field for the Packers to run all over offensively. So the one in their own territory that you didn't like and TJ didn't like either, I had no issue with it because it was a 4th and 3. You pick it up, and you have a chance to go 2 scores up on them. The game's over at that point because it's in the 4th quarter. I had no issue at all either late in the game because I do believe you made sure to not allow Jordan Love to tie the game because you don't want to go to overtime. If you go to overtime, Packers win the coin toss. They get the ball first on that savage defense. Probably going to score a touchdown, lose the football game. So I like the game plan. I don't think he's going to go for it on 4th down every time, five times like he did. But
why won't he? Isn't that who he is?
Because he hasn't.
But isn't that who he is?
Yesterday he did it because the defense was decimated. No, you hated it too. You hated it.
I didn't like it. Didn't like it.
Well, going for it?
Yeah, it didn't make any sense to me. At the end of the game, just kick the field goal and give them the ball. Why do we have to do this?
Very quickly. Let me just...
Because, hold on. Because, David, you, like me, probably like a lot of people who disagreed with it, when Goff tripped, you're thinking, and this is why you kicked the field goal. Now, it worked, but he trips, and for a moment, I'm like, oh, no, he's down. Nope, that's college.
Because what if he knocks over the running back or whatever?
What if he picks up the first down like he did?
No, 9 out of 10 times, the running back, the quarterback exchange, man, it's precision, it's timing.
Correct.
And when you trip, now there's a greater chance of a fumble. Now, it wasn't, but it's just like, oh, no.
But, okay, so it's a tie game. You got about 43 seconds to go.
So kick the field goal.
Okay, hold on a second, though. There's a great chance if you kick the field goal that Jordan Love's going to be able to march down the field. They had no timeouts, but all they needed was the field goal.
But it's also a great chance that you can stop them on defense.
But I don't think there was, simply because the Packers had 6 second-half drives. They scored on 5 of them.
One was a short drive because of the interception, and the other one was a short one because of the turnover on down.
Okay, no, but
thrashing them.
Rigger, here's the problem. You kick the field goal. They have, I'm probably about 38 seconds ago. How was Green Bay moving the ball? They were running. They have no timeouts.
Towards the end, they were throwing the ball, though.
When all of a sudden everything clicked, they started handing the ball off to Jacobs.
That was one drive.
But that opened up everything.
Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, if you know they're going to pass, Glenn's going to bring the blitz, and they had 0 timeouts. It was on them just to try to get a field goal to send it to overtime. I would have just kicked the field goal right then and there. I'm not going to tempt fate. I'm not going to risk what happened. Now, you were very fortunate you picked up the first down, but as you saw, a lot of things could have went wrong.
See, I don't think they were fortunate. I just think they're good, and that's what they do. It's 1 yard.
So the play design was for him to stumble and hand the ball off.
But it still worked.
Ben Johnson's a genius if that's in the play call.
Listen, it still worked. They're never going to hesitate for 1 yard, especially in that situation. But what do the people think? So are they a team of destiny, number one? And then number two, do you have any issue with the Campbell gambles? Do you think it's going to come back to screw them like it did in the NFC title game, or at least some people think it did? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We'll talk to you. We got some ticket text in the mix. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, guys, New Year's is coming up, and probably one of your resolutions, I want to get into the gym. Well, if that's the case, how about this? Start now. Don't wait till January 1st. Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down will get everything started. Whether you want to get a regular membership at $15 a month or you want to even upgrade to a Black Card membership, Planet Fitness has everything that you need to get started with your fitness goals. So do not wait till January 1st. Start right now. Planet Fitness are located all throughout the Metro Detroit area. Tons of them have new strength training equipment and new cardio equipment. They got friendly, knowledgeable staffs, and it's a totally judgment-free zone. Means nobody's going to make fun of you. You can go in there. You can feel comfortable. You can use the 30-minute circuit to work out. Even if you don't have time, you got 30 minutes. And all memberships include fitness training for no extra cost. So all you need to do is head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down gets you started. Or you can go online to get started at planetfitness.com.
destined. Stay the course. I love Dan Campbell in the postgame. 248-539-9797. Asking the question, is this a team of destiny? And then a little sub-question, if you want to get into the argument, how many of the fourth downs did you have an issue with? Do you believe that Dan Campbell's are going to screw the Detroit Lions? He went for 5 fourth downs yesterday, picked up 4 of them. 248-539-9797. You want to go to the phones, Rico? Paul in Clinton Township, you're on the ticket. What's up, Paulie?
Got to turn the radio down, Paul.
All right. Put Paul on hold. Let's go ahead. Pick up Anthony. You're on the ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I love them all. I knew we were going for it in the fourth quarter there at the end of the game. It's Lions football. You know, this is nothing new. So live and die by it. I'm all for it. And, I mean, on the offside, say we do kick that field goal and miraculously they make it down the field, then everybody would say, "Oh, since when do we kick field goals?" You know, this is what we do.
So what if you also stop them then? Well, everybody's going to the other side.
But Anthony, here's the thing. You still kick the field goal.
Yeah, but they kicked the field goal with no time left. There was no way the Packers could win if the field goal was good. No, and to David's point, stopping them, this game was unique because the defense was so battered. Next week against the Buffalo Bills, when you get more guys back, like Reeder will come back and Pascal and Onwuzurike and Branch and McNeil, you get those guys back, I bet you it's a different game plan, and you're not going for it on fourth down on your own 30.
Oh, I completely agree. But, you know, that wasn't the plan. That's next week. You know, that's a more healthy team. Here we were down. It was just, I loved it. I didn't doubt it. I expected it. So it worked out. I think it'll continue to work out. This team's only getting better.
Okay. I mean, just because it worked out, I don't think it was the right call.
And
it
that's
worked
fair.
out, but because it happened and it worked out and you got it and you scored, I don't think it was the right call.
You're not alone by any means, but I do think when you look at it, the better part of the football is the offense. And they trust that offense, and they've been together for such a long time. I truly believe when Campbell's looking at 2 yards to gain, you know, of course, I have so much confidence in this offense. Of course we're going to go for it. 3 yards, 1 yard, whatever the case is.
But you're right there. Just take
That's it. Because the problem that I have, and you've said this to me, you've said this to Rico, you've said this to the callers.
Must have been very smart.
They've scored. The Packers have been scoring on almost every drive.
Yes.
2 of those drives, again, were short fields.
But
so, of course, they're going to score on a short field. That's going to add to the scoring drives. But if you punt the ball, you give them maybe they still score, but maybe you stop them.
Right. Or maybe you pick up the 3 yards in that instance and you go up 2 scores and the football game's over. I just think you got to get used to it. This is how Dan Campbell does business.
If they were down, I get it. I understand. But you were tied. Just kick the field goal. And it wasn't like it was, if it was like, you know, a 58-yard field goal, yeah, you may want to get in a little. This was a chip shot for Bates.
Okay, he's making hold on a sec. He's making the field goal regardless. Don't you know they're picking up the fourth down, rather? It was 1 yard. I understand Goff tripped, okay?
No, I don't.
They still got it. 99.9% of the time, they're picking that up.
But this is the same team that didn't get it on the 4th and down at 31. It was 4th and what, 2?
That was 4th and 3.
So
it's a
even
little
using
different.
your math, that's only 80% of the time they pick it up.
Thank you.
I have no issue with a coach that has the supreme confidence in his offense. Furthermore, if you look at Dan Campbell and his game plan, if you find a way to kill that clock, you win. There is 0 chance of overtime. If you go to overtime, you might lose that football game. And by the way, pretty important game.
Hold on. Okay, so since everybody wants to play the what-if game, let's go to the other side, okay?
Yeah.
You won the game, but let's play. That was a fumble, and it ends up being a scoop and score. Okay? Now what are you going to say? Probably should have kicked the field goal.
Yeah, it didn't happen, though.
No. But everybody's thinking, oh, but what if this? What if this? Okay, let's go to the extreme if we want to play these games, not you.
I understand that, but you have the best offense in football. You have the best scoring offense in football.
Points.
You know you can get a yard. You got a great OC. You got a great quarterback. You got a phenomenal O-line.
They had no timeouts. It was on them. They were going to make a dumb move. You could have stopped them. That's just me.
All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go ahead and pick up. How about Reno and Royal Oak? You're on the ticket. What's up, Reno? How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Rieger? Hey, just a quick point before I make my comments. It's like this town, believe me, I'm old enough to know that it's logical why and how we think this way, but it's so hard for us to accept a W well after the fact. We're still talking about hypotheticals. I remember
good point.
Back when the Tigers went 35-5 towards the end of the season. Yeah, but Kansas City beat us 4 straight. We should have, you know what I mean? It's the mindset. I understand it all because, especially with the Lions, I'm an old dude, and years of run, to, pass, and punt. At some point, now you were talking, I think, Rico, about it was always the darlings of the Patriots, the Cowboys, et cetera, et cetera. At some point, it's got to get to a point where it's not about those teams, and we're not the 2016 Cubs, and by that I mean, for 100 and some years they go without, and all of a sudden, and it was the fashionable thing to go watch the Cubs because they always sucked. Well, the Lions had their taste of that obviously for 60 plus years or whatever it is exactly. And we've gotten to a point now where it's what it is because of guys like Campbell, and that's been the game plan. And it's we're not just lucky to be here. We're in and it's not
Reno,
something I don't think.
Reno,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
right.
sorry.
I also do believe, and we appreciate I do believe the way Dan Campbell runs this thing, the way he decides to go for it on 4th down, to put the game in the offensive's hands. I think his guys eat it up. Like, I really do. I think they play for him, and that's one of the reasons they play for him. So, where are you at? 248-539-9797. How about Marcus in Brighton? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Marcus?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. First off, originally from Ohio. Don't ask how I became a Packer fan. My brother and my half-brother actually was from Wisconsin, and I grew up loving Brett Favre. It's been my team since day one, and been blessed to see a lot of great Packers teams. But I got to hand it to Detroit. Dan Campbell's play calls were phenomenal on 4th down. I mean, Green Bay has struggled pretty much the last 2 or 3 years with stopping on 3rd and 4th and short. So when you have that kind of ability to dictate the line of scrimmage against a defensive line, especially with the size of the offensive line that Detroit has, it's a pretty special thing, especially with your 1-2 punch with Singletary and also with Gibbs to be able to smash right through that defensive line and pick it up. I don't blame Matt Campbell for going for it. I mean, in my opinion, I'm surprised he didn't go for it on every 4th down because Green Bay, every game this season, has shown that they are inconsistent in getting a 4th down stop on 4th and short or 3rd and short. It's been that way all season long. Even on 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, they struggle. So when you recognize that and you have a way to control line of scrimmage the way he has, it's going to be a lot different of a game style, especially on defense, to try to adjust to that. And if you're on offense, you got a chance to put that game away almost 90% of the time. So I take my hat off to him. It's a great play call.
Thank you, Marcus.
Appreciate the phone call.
It was funny. I was talking to Xavier McKinney yesterday, name drop for me, right? And he was demoralized. He was absolutely demoralized. I asked him, I'm like, how tough is it to lose like this? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, they went for it 5 times on 4th down. You guys couldn't get off the field. That's got to kill you. You had great opportunity to win this football game. And he just looked at me. And by the way, he was wearing Honolulu blue sunglasses. And he just looked at me. He's like, it's awful. Like, we could not get off the field.
No, because you're going to go back and you're going to start looking at, man, if we would have just made, one stop on 4th down, I mean, whether it was one of the touchdowns or anything like that, like the whole thing changes. So, yes, going back on that plane, you start just thinking of if we could have stopped them 2 times out of 5, we win.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After rumors were swirling that the Red Wings were one of the teams that were trying to land Rangers defenseman Jacob Trouba, he ended up in Anaheim with the Ducks today. The Wings are back at home tomorrow to face the Avalanche. One of the largest bets in NFL regular season history has been placed. A gambler in Kentucky laid down $3.1 million. Yes, $3.1 million on the Eagles to beat Carolina. Speaking of record-breaking numbers, Rangers goalie Igor Shesterkin has signed an 8-year, $93 million extension. That's a netminder record when looking at the 11.5 average annual value. A couple good early-season high school basketball matchups tonight. UD Jesuit traveling to Brother Rice. Ann Arbor Huron faces Warren Lincoln at Ferndale. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Woj coming up next.
Is he?
I think so. I hope so. Wait, if he doesn't show up, does that mean I got to stay 2 more hours?
Yes.
Why don't you stay with me?
I did that yesterday.
Rico
it was called the Lions
Rieger
pregame show.
6-hour show.
You know what, Rieger?
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'll give you 15 minutes. I'll do the first segment with you.
Oh, so you are like Wojo. I begged him to stay past 8 o'clock. He gives me about 10 minutes.
I just did a bunch of shit. No. After what happened yesterday?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, calm down. Everybody calm down. All right, how about a couple more calls before we find out if Wojo shows up? Carlos, you're on the ticket. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Southwest in the building. What's up, Rico?
What's happening, Carlos?
Hey, sorry about yesterday, man. I was delivering pizzas. Phone got cut off. I was delivering. My bad on that one.
No worries.
Yeah. To speak about what happened yesterday and about the Dan's gambles, I'm going to be honest with you. Rico, you and I were on the same boat. I didn't think they were going to pull it off. I think the Green Bay was going to take it. But the only reason he did that many gambles is because we both know that the time of possession was very important to win the game. And the defense was not going to be able to hold them down in the second half. So it's like you got $250 and you got $1,000 of bills you need to pay by the end of the week. So he went to the casino and he was betting heavy, man. That's just
you know what? No,
that's
Carlos, that's a great point. And because you won doesn't mean I would recommend doing that. But I like that analogy.
You think- and I agree. I agree with you, Rico, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but at the end of the day, I don't disagree with you with all of them. I would have never done the one that was in Green Bay's territory, Detroit's territory. But at the same time, the only way that he knew he was going to win this game is if he took those gambles, and if it wasn't for that, do I disagree a little bit on the 4th and 1 on the goal line? But I see why he did it because we did not know if that defense could have held them. And he did not want to take that chance or opportunity to see if they were going to score 3 or score 7 and cost the game. So that's the only reason why I feel like he did it. But, it is what it is, man. So I appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, thanks, man.
Thank you, Carlos. You think Dan Campbell goes to the casino, says, what are the odds for 5 fourth down plays? What would that be on the prop bet casino for next week?
We're not even going to put that out there. He does not gamble.
I know he doesn't. He just gambles on the field.
That way. We just want to put that out there. Did Wojo just show up?
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
All right, very excited. Let's go to Rob in Chesterfield before we get to Woj. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Excellent. Love the animal noises. I now know what a falcon sounds like. Besides
David,
that,
do you want to do that again? There it is.
Thank you. I just want to bring up, I like that 4th and inches at the end. I know that if they kick that field goal, they go up with 40 seconds. But my whole point is watching playoff games with people like Pat Mahomes beating the Bills in the playoffs because they get 20 seconds left, goes down the field, kicks a game-winning field goal. I think he's more so preparing for quarterbacks like that. I know Love is in Mahomes, but they're going to be in situations like this in the playoffs, and I'd rather have them end the game with the ball rather than send it to overtime. They win a coin flip. Now you're knocked out. I'd rather go all in. Let's try to win this whole thing.
Wojo, we're on the air.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Thank you, Rob.
You just strolled in here 30 seconds
There's
before
no
your show.
respect. My goodness.
Crosswalk. That's what I always do.
Oh, my goodness. This is so weird. Like, usually it's you and I walking in to Mike and Rico, and Mike is very low in his chair.
I'm just going to let you guys have a little
he's not
reunion,
leaving.
and I'm out of here.
You're not leaving.
I get to go.
No, you don't.
I get to go. First time ever, I get to walk out, and
David,
Wojo's got
Kenny,
to stay.
Great seeing you guys. See you next weekend.
Rico, I got to ask you, did you, how annoying was he today?
Level of 1 to 10.
He thought everybody who comes in here and fills in always thinks that they can play the who said it game, and I'm great at this.
Oh, he's terrible at it.
And it's like, okay, but when the pressure's on, you're smart in your car. It's like watching Jeopardy at home.
Yeah, so Rico got
everything.
like 4 of 5, and I got I was Javi Baez.
I got 4 or 5,
I was
and
1 of 5.
on the 6th one, I decided to let the golden bat take care of it.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Dumbest idea ever, by the way.
I love it.
Oh, shut
Absolutely
up.
love
I'm
it.
glad you're leaving. My God.
Thank you. So, Woj,
we're going to talk about the Lions.
Oh, that's boring.
By we, I mean me and my alter ego, both of us, about the Lions and the listeners.
Do you argue with yourself?
Oh, yes. You kidding me? I will say this, and I'll just leave this hanging. You people need to get over this crap.
and by you people, I mean all you people.
Wow.
You need to get over this crap.
Talking about the gambles, I'm totally fine with them. I support Dan Campbell and gamble.
As you should.
Yes, of course.
And yet,
it's Rico and David and Kenny that hate it.
They need to get over
Very
this
negative.
And I'll help you out. I don't just make suggestions. I offer therapy. Here's the therapy. Once you understand that they're not going to convert every single fourth down, you can accept it. I feel like every time they don't convert one, see, there he goes again. Nothing is 100%. What? Oh, they didn't convert a 3rd and 10. Oh, my God, they never convert 3rd and 10s. You have to accept that.
It's not about the result.
And deal with it.
It's before they snap the ball, the decision made no sense. I don't care about the result.
No, the one did not make sense from their own 30.
Their own 30?
That's the one.
I agree with that one.
Or the last one, you just kick the field goal and give them the ball with 30 seconds left.
Because then all you hear around the NFL is, oh, they gave the quarterback too much time. They left too much time on the clock. And the other
30
team...
seconds is too much time.
It was 40.
Look at Arizona, Minnesota last week.
Yes.
Look at that game.
No, you
Listen,
people...
if you have a chance to kill a team, you kill a
you
team. They killed the Packers.
You people, and I mean you Lions fans and you anti-gamblers, need to get over it, okay?
Just for...
Oh, no. Oh, was that
Wow, you always do this.
No.
Do you get the Karsh one?
No, those other people. Oh.
Wow, that's inflammatory.